that they
I
didn't
mean,
perform?
there was a game where I was expecting too much from a team that lost, and I was expecting too less from a team that won. That was Fake Time versus Void Kids. So I saw Zedel training a lot with his team. Yeah, he changed his players, but he was still every day preparing. And I knew that Fake Time has some problems. I saw their games on qualifiers. They were making some mistakes. So I expected at least an equal game, but I saw a total destruction, a lot of mistakes from Zedel team, a great draft from Fake Time. So yeah, I was surprised by this game, especially.
Actually, when you are talking about this game, like this is just a thought. Do you think that Zeta just want to make it for us so hard? Because even in the Thunder division, they were losing all the time, and they just put a switch on, and then they started to perform really well. Because this is like the Swiss stage. You will, even if you are losing for the first 2 rounds, you are still going to play 5 rounds. So they still have a lot of time to get back and to perform, like to put the switch on their game. But
I mean,
I was just thinking about it, like, is it just messing with us, or
I mean, they still have a chance, of course, because it's a Swiss, but we should remember why they were winning and why they were losing and then started winning in Thunder Division. That's because they changed players. They got MLBB into their team, and MLBB was actually calling all map. He was making drafts. He was doing all decisions. Like, that player made their team strong. Right now, they again changed their roster and they have same problems, probably almost the same problems again. And I don't think they want to make it more interesting. It just seems like a team play issue and a little bit of lack of experience. Like they just gathered this team and started playing. But I still believe in Zedel. I still believe in Zedel in his team, that it's not that hard for such a good players to change a little bit their drafts, change rotations, and then start playing well, winning other teams. Maybe they're gonna surprise us a little bit later. Maybe it's just a warm up for them. Who knows?
yeah. Actually, we skipped the first 2 games, and the first 2 games were Jackpots against Honor, and the second was Minerva Fury against Renta, which were the 2 invited teams which had the worst first round that they could wish for, I would say. They're pretty dominant, but what do you think? Because at least for me, I saw such a big crowd coming for Honor, for example, which was really pleasant to see. Because I think that that's exactly what we need to bring in the communities, give the chance to more and more regions, and to just broaden the playfield for the whole Europe when it comes to these teams.
I mean, if someone doesn't know, Honor is a Georgian team. So yeah, they brought a lot of fans from Georgia probably. And I want to tell a fun story about the teams that I lost to the team on qualifiers to MEC. So basically, when I was watching them on my stream, I was like, please lose. I just want to see the team lose. Because yeah, I no hate, guys, just I wanted to see you lose. And yeah, but they still are a very strong team. We saw that they were dominating early game versus like a really strong team like Jackpots. They still have a chance. Yeah, they just saw that there are stronger teams on this tournament. They will prepare more. And I really like that a lot of people came to see that, like from Georgia, probably. I don't know, maybe their fans are from another country, but probably from Georgia. And I'm happy to see other regions joining Europe tournaments right now. Yeah, I'm happy to see that everything develops right now, even though they lost. But they still are on tournaments. They still have chances, right?
Yeah, actually, I was also making a joke in the chat because there was a flood of Georgian flags. And I said, it looks like there's almost no Georgians in this
Oh,
chat.
really? I
Yeah,
didn't see it.
yeah, and then another flood of the flags began once more. So it was kind of pleasant to see. And I think that we see more and more of these kind of fans coming online. Even for the Ukrainian teams, there's so much support, and I really love how the community is really banding together to go support their regional teams, and that's very nice to see. Even like I said, I was talking about the second game where Minerva Fury and Renta was playing. There were also a fight between Ukrainian flags and Polish flags.
It turned into World Cup. I don't know, like Football World Cup. It's not Mobile Legends anymore.
Exactly, and it's really like there's not so many teams that have like a purely like all the players are from one country, but there's a lot of mixed teams. But when I see it, like usually just Georgia, Ukraine, and Polish teams are really like banding together and not really having outsiders. So I'm thinking that if it could be some kind of mentality, but at the same time, I'm really glad to see this kind of competitiveness between the regions.
Yeah, it's really great that regions are developing and competing versus each other. But right now we can see the brackets actually, and we can see the matches that we're gonna have today. First, we're gonna have Memento Mori versus COD3. Oh my God, it's can you spell that right for me, please?
Yeah, actually, it's glitch code.
Glitch code. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Actually, I'm really looking forward to this match. I don't know if you saw, but Memento Mori yesterday, there is such a pleasant surprise what they did, because on paper, like a lot of people were, I wouldn't say betting because we don't support it, but if there was some predictions like Oblivion, Eternal Oblivion was the favorite in the predictions, and they were even like at the beginning of the match they were pretty solid, but at the same time, Memento Mori, they also, I think it was mid game, they really switched and they really dominated in the mid late game, I would say.
I mean, people from chat a little bit sometimes overestimate players because they know some players from rank and they do not really know how they prepared and how they play in 5Q. So of course anyone can surprise us here. It doesn't matter what you think right now. Like I thought that maybe Honor is strong enough to win jackpots, but no, it's not like that. Like it's tournament of the strongest team right now, and literally everyone can bring something new here. And I'm looking forward for today's games. I want to see if something changed in their gameplay. If someone can stop actually Memento Mori because they played really strong. I don't know if someone underestimates them, but they played really strong. I want to see if someone can dominate jackpots as well. That's really interesting games today.
Actually, we have some highlights from Ake by D against Code Glitch, because they're going to play against Memento Mori. So I would really like to highlight, because yesterday when they were playing, Ake was dominating the whole early stage of the game, and I think they were really close to even like to finish the game. But then Glitch Code really turned it around completely. And I was talking to you before we started the pre-show, and you said that you didn't see this match. And I would say that if you have time, like I really recommend this one, because it was the most exciting game from yesterday.
But it's like, it's obvious. Ake always did like that. They always won early game and then lost late game. I mean, it's like a rule right now. Even Woki was talking about it.
That's true, but at the same time, like even the casters were saying that it was such a shame because they had such a solid start of the game. Like Toby was really like a force. He even though he was playing Rogue, he stole the Lord at one point. So they really were trying their hardest to really show. But like I said, at the end of the game, like it was pure dominance by Glitch Code. So I'm really looking forward to Memento Mori against Glitch Code. That's a really solid first game of today.
We'll see today. I'm like, I will watch it, I will analyze it, and maybe next time we're gonna talk, I'm gonna say something about Glitch Code. Maybe they're gonna impress me. Who knows? Maybe they're gonna impress someone in chat again. We'll see.
Yeah. For the second match of today, we will have Omni Knights against Misa esports. Yeah.
Oh, can you by the way tell me what happened with Misa esports yesterday? Because everyone were asking what happened to them, and no one really understood. Like just skip the game.
Yeah, it was not purely about skipping the game. We also made a public announcement. There was certain things that we as an organizer were trying to see, and it was not really possible from the side of Misa esports. So we gave them a forfeit for that match, and they got a warning. So we will see what will happen today. I believe that everything will go smoothly and everything will go as it should be. So I'm also looking forward to it because Misa esports, they're so dominant during the last chance tournament, like the last qualifier. They were really, really solid. So I'm expecting them to show this dominance even during this Swiss stage. And like I said, I hope everything will run smoothly because from our side as a tournament organizer, the biggest thing that we really need to have is the integrity of the tournament, the fair play, and to make everything solid. So there's always something that we require from the teams, and when something is not really 100%, we have to intervene.
No, it's
So
fine. I'm happy they didn't get kicked out of tournament. I'm happy they're gonna play today, even though there were some small issues with them yesterday. So it's fine. It's totally fine. It's good that you keep fair play on this tournament. I support it, of course. I'm a part of this tournament. So yeah.
yeah, and actually we should move a little bit faster because I really want to talk about all of the things that we have for today. So if we
Mhm.
could see the schedule one more time so that we can talk about the next games. Yeah, for the third match, okay, we have some
Oh,
changes
it
in
changed a
the
little
times.
bit.
Yeah, it changed a little bit. I think it's because I think there was some rescheduling because of something that the teams asked for. So we also try to accommodate to the teams.
Oh my God, Jackpot's gonna play with Minerva Fury. What?
Yeah, that's actually one of the games that I'm really looking forward. We were talking even before the pre-show that we would love to see meta shift against jackpots. And as I said, like we always like the whole raffling and everything is done by a system, so we don't really have a control over it. But what happened by the system, and I'm really looking forward to that one, is the match between Void Kids and Teeny Bambuso.
Oh
Like
yeah.
that would be, I think, because as an organizer, we get so many questions like, guys, can you prepare a stage for these two games to have a rematch? And we were like, yeah, we will try to, but it's not so easy. Like you don't want to like manipulate the brackets and everything. But this was such a surprise that we even post some post, I think, on Instagram that, guys, you were asking for it from the summer and here it is. So I think it will be a really heated match, and I'm looking forward what will be happening in the chat.
So Zedal
Uh,
is basically protecting his dignity in this match.
yeah, yeah. What are your predictions on this one?
Oh, I'm because of Void Kid's last match performance. I'm really sorry that I am like more tending to believe in Tenny Bamboozle, like
Mhm.
just because of their performance in yesterday. I mean, so yeah, I guess Tenny Bamboozle gonna win. I'm just waiting for Zedel reaction to it. Like, what will happen if he gonna lose? Is he gonna tilt more, or is he gonna become even stronger in next game?
Mhm. I think with his mentality, like I really like how he's working around all of these things, because even during the Thunder division when we were talking to him, like he was so on point, and even when he was losing and someone was trying to give him some feedback, he was like, yeah, I already know this one. Like I watch it and I'm super critical about myself. Like he's more critical about himself than others. So I think that he takes this thing
Yeah,
pretty
but I
well.
think sometimes he is overthinking a little bit, and I guess he is changing the things that shouldn't be really changed. But it's just my opinion. He
Mhm.
is diving too deep and does not see problems on the surface, like just like a draft, like
Mhm.
draft. They don't see it. They see more like deep stuff. Like we didn't retry there, we didn't go there, but it's not deep like that sometimes.
Yeah, actually, when you are talking about draft, I think that we even see it yesterday that some of the gold liners were playing fighters,
Yeah.
and it was pretty pleasant surprise that some of the teams are really diving deep in the meta and to have the best possible picks in the draft, because in MLBB you really need to win the draft, and mainly because mainly at the beginning when the new patch notes are out, you really need to be focused because the meta could be such a big shift. I think this happened even during the Thunder division when Angela was introduced to mid lane, and some teams just didn't. I wouldn't say they didn't know, but they were not prepared for it.
I guess lately meta just became so situational that you can pick literally whatever that your draft needs. Like you need a more CC, you can go Ruby gold lane. You need support on mid lane, you can go Angela mid lane. It doesn't matter. Right now, Thomas was buffed. There is Alice enemy. You pick Thomas versus Alice. Thomas destroys Alice, and you win a game. So meta literally became so adjustable right now. Even I was watching like MPL ID, like damage roams. They're there, like Hellcurt. Maybe Assassin on gold lane as well is a viable pick. So players can literally do whatever if they dive deep enough into this meta. And as they promised yesterday on interviews, they're gonna show something to us. So I'm waiting forward for it.
Yeah, I'm literally the same. Like I'm always looking forward what the teams are going to bring to the table, and I would move to almost the another match. It will be Honor against Renta. We'll have both of the teams that yesterday had the strongest opponents, I would say, that they could face. And right now they're going to face against each other. So I'm really looking forward. And I would like to know your predictions for this after yesterday's performance.
To be honest, I think Honor is prepared enough to win Renta. Like seriously, they were doing great rotations. They had some great plans for rotating, for drafting. They had everything fine. Yeah, I know that Ixia pick in the first games that they had yesterday is not really good. We saw that everyone just dives, removes your damage dealer, and you lose. But it's not that hard to fix. And considering their gameplay, they can certainly win Renta. That's my prediction. Like Honor gonna win, yeah, of course.
Okay, because I was also liking like what how Renta was playing against Meta, how they were playing against. Help me, please. Minerva Fury. Sorry. I have their name and I just couldn't remember. So they were playing against Minerva Fury, and they have really some really good moments. But at the same time, Minerva Fury was so dominant and so precise. Like they were always like 2 seconds before. Like they were always behind in the rotations and everything.
They're just a little bit. That seems like they're just a little bit scared to play. I don't know. They feel like in cage. I don't know. While Minerva Fury is feeling like whole map is theirs. They can do whatever they want. And just because of that dominance, I don't know. Maybe it's like emotional dominance. Minerva Fury dominated them. I guess that's just my thoughts on it.
And I would go to the last match, and that's Fake Time against Revenant Order.
Fake Time versus Revenant Order.
Yeah, that's actually a really good one. Like today, if you can have the last check on the schedule, like I think that with Swiss, we have this, like I really love Swiss because you put the teams against more and more fit opponents to you as it progresses. Because you see the level of the teams are slowly getting like the best to the, I wouldn't say the worst, but the weakest teams in the tournament, and you get more and more equal matchups during the Swiss stage. So I'm really looking forward to, like right now, I would say to almost all of the matches, and like I'm so hyped up. Like I cannot say like how excited I am. And I wanted to ask you because you are a part with Search for such a long time, and I want your honest opinion. How do you see the evolution of European esports ecosystem from February till now? Like how big of a change do you see?
I mean, nothing really changed. It's still bad. I'm just joking. Okay, and actually, there is no future here. I'm just sitting here for fun. But like to be honest, I think a lot of things changed, and I'm really happy to see Europe's segment developing right now. A lot of players from different ranks, from different countries, coming to see a pro stage in Europe. And I know a lot. Like I know each man each man and each woman, I don't know, in this stuff, in Sarge Europe stuff, and they were working really hard to do that. And I was participating in it as well, and I'm really happy that it worked, that people actually engaged with us, and they are right now enjoying tournaments. They are really into this tournament. Who? Oh, okay. So I guess Europe right now has a huge future, and maybe for next year, if we will be lucky, we will see some spots for MSC or maybe for next M series. But we should put work into it because we need more engagement from people, even more, even though thank you all guys for coming right now today. But we still need more people to get to know this tournament. And yeah, if we will work hard enough, we're going to have a bright future. And I'm happy for it. I like Sarge Europe. Subscribe, guys.
Yeah, I think it. It's a really important message what you just put out, and I think that's. I think slowly more and more people are realizing that really, if we want to see any change, it needs to come from the bottom, like from the community up. And if the publishers see that, okay, these guys in Europe, they're really serious, and I think that we at Surge are really, really serious about it, and we are even slowly starting to see that a lot of people in Europe know that, okay, we are finally getting something back, even from the publisher, and they want to be part of it. And I'm really glad about it. But still, guys, we love your support, and we really need your support to get even more and to get even further, because this is like our collaborative effort. Because if we don't have the viewership, like, we are still not where we should be with the publisher, and that's something that only you can do something about. So spread the word, take your friends, because I know so many people playing, and they just need to spread the message that, okay guys, I think that we have something here and we need to support it.
I mean, you should not think about us guys. We are just organization. Think about yourself. Maybe next year you're gonna create a team and win a tournament and get a lot of money. So why is this not a motivation? Just follow, subscribe, like, watch the streams, cheer for your favorite team, and maybe next time it's gonna be you on the screen.
Exactly. And Dazai, I want to thank you very much for being part of today's pre-show.
No problem.
We are going to let the casters take it in a few minutes and let you enjoy the today matches, because I think that's a lot of things that you can look forward to. So once again, thank you everyone for the support. Dazai, thank you for your participation, and I will see you tomorrow.
Yeah, bye-bye.
What's up, people? Yesterday was an absolute banger, but today needs to be the most crucial day for the teams who have already lost one game. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the MLBB European Championship, and this is day number 2 of the regular season. We're having the Swiss stage out here. Warren, you've been the witness the entire day yesterday. Tell me, which one is your favorite game from last day, and why was it Glitch Code versus Ake?
Yeah, exactly. You knew what you were going for. It's 100% Glitch Code versus Ake, and anyone that missed this game he should be in disarray. He should be super sad because it was a sight to behold. I believe, honestly, the closest game, even if you take into consideration the level of play that was happening from Ake against Glitch Code. And honestly, the result don't tell you the whole story, because if this was BO5, BO7, something like that, I believe it would be head-to-head full BO5, full BO7, because those two teams were duking it out and it was so close. But in the end, it came to Vlado's insane performance on Granger, keeping his team afloat and even outplaying in late game his opponent that was on a much more suitable late game carry hero. That was, of course, Moscow. So definitely great stuff happening, but I would love to say one super important thing, and that is Ake are not the same beast. I said it yesterday. Ake is not the same beast that they were during Thunder Division. They are not the same beast that they were during Pro Morello. No, they are completely different, and the rebrand is not only in the name, but also in the skill that they will deliver on the Land of Dawn.
Looking forward to that right now, because it is going to the first game between Eternal Oblivion and Ake Bayadi. We've been really, constantly glazing them, and it's not even about glazing at this point, right? Because they have showcased humongous potential. Kronos has been mentioning throughout the Thunder Division that Ake is one of the strongest teams when it comes down to the meta, when it comes down to the rotation and everything else. They just eventually fall down in terms of their hero pool and everything. So right now, as we're hopping in, ladies and gentlemen, we already saw the schedule. It was up in front of us. The entire day is packed with action. All best of ones, which is going to kick off on Dangerous Grass, the first one. And guess what? We've got Eternal Oblivion up in front of us. Man, this team, I'll have to say, at this point, I really want to see a big performance from Eternal Oblivion as well. I'm expecting this game to be pretty tight.
Honestly, I have to give a ball a little bit back to you immediately, because you have to walk me through how Eternal Oblivion should be able to fight against Ake, because right now they look like they got through Trial of Fire, through Glitch. They didn't get through Glitch Code per se, but they were strong. They stood still. Yeah. They stood tall. And when the wind was blowing, the gusts of wind was blown from the side of Glitch Code, they stood strong and they didn't move an inch. Unluckily, in the end, they moved a little bit. There was an unlucky catch that happened for Nandeo. So I believe he is still very sad about that fact, but he should definitely not bring the sadness into this one, because he needs to refocus. As you have been saying before, this day is maybe even more important than yesterday, because yesterday was kind of the show day, you know, how the teams are doing, how are we playing, what is the competition. But today, you either move down into 0-2 ballpark, which is right before elimination basically, or you move up in the middle and you are in 1-1 scenario. So super important, super big day for those two teams that we are seeing right now, especially since they are right now on the verge of one of them going into this 1-1 and one of them going down into 0-2 territory.
It's one of the big things which you mentioned, right? Because again, we've already lost one game. This is your moment to eventually bounce back, and all the audience and everyone's they're kind of waiting, specifically with the way how Toby mentioned how strong his team is, how well, he considers Ake in terms of the strength in this tournament. He considers this team to be one of the best, a team that can even rival Jackpots right now, because Jackpots are literally the pinnacle of ML currently in Europe with the way how they've been playing. So I really want to see this team stand up to the words that they've been using since a very long time. As right now, we're having a look at the bans, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Lancelot, Arlert, pretty solid, simple, straightforward bans. Eternal Oblivion on the other side, though. The Grog along with the Jushin. What are going to focus down after that? Maybe the Barks here? Or do they want to go for a comfort priority ban? Maybe a Lunox? I'm expecting one of those two.
Lunox could be the idea since yesterday. Nando, even though he kind of threw in the late game because he got caught with the big tsunami slam that happened, where Gvodzi kind of like bought his way back into the game for his team. Nando, other than that, he was smurfing. He was playing absolutely out of his mind, and we even spoke with Say on the interview, and he was like, yeah, man, like he was just better. Like he had me there. He even agreed on that. So maybe Lunox, but honestly, I think it's too soon for Lunox, and there is still a lot of counter picks. Probably you don't go first pick Lunox, and then you can kind of adapt. If you're Eternal Oblivion, you are on red side. You are, of course, on the receiving end, so you kind of need to work your way around what enemies will prepare for you. But still, you have the option to answer. You can always make an idea come to reality. You can always answer towards what they are trying to create.
And I'm really looking forward to how they are going to answer in this scenario because, again, if you're talking about Eternal Oblivion, we know the potential of this team. Shien, Origami, Paxi, Hanji, Professor, or Hang. I really want to know the pronunciation of his name at this point. That's been one of the mysteries science hasn't solved yet. But coming back onto this draft itself, I kind of understand the ban as to why they would want to lean in towards CC a little bit more instead of a Basha, but here's the thing. Now Astra has picked it up. That is a big question mark as to whose hands is it going to go in. You've got to respect the grok of Toby, so it was almost 100% certain one of the picks is going to go through. But now since the Lancelot has been banned out, Basha has been picked up, the only potential pick that I can see from Eternal Oblivion could be a Fredrin Angela or Fredrin and something else. But they're actually going for a Gato and a Yu Zhong. That is interesting.
Honestly, if we take into consideration, which we definitely should, the ban for CC, even though it was the last ban that they had, Yuzong is freed up. Because CC is probably the only hero that could match into him, or possibly Arlott with some quick bursts in the early game before Yuzong can really get going. But those two are off the board. CC cannot outmaneuver and out-heal him, and Arlott cannot burst him before he gets going. So Yuzong makes so much sense. Right now, for the side of Ake, I'm thinking like maybe Lapu could be fit in here, or you just take the sustain game and go straight for Uranus. Of course, you don't have to pick him up right now, and probably if you're thinking Uranus or something like that, possibly you might leave it for later stages of the draft, and you probably don't go for it now. Well, I have to choke on my words because they went straight for Lapu. And I have to say, this matchup is playable from both sides. It really comes down to who is the better player. So it's pretty much an ego fight, I have to say. Towards the XP lane, Cyrus will be taken upon Professor Black himself. That spent a lot of some time on the interview speaking about how he is here to teach the good and great MLBB to all the others. So now we will see if he will get schooled or if he will be teaching again.
That's one of the big things, right? And I'm also thinking as to how you're actually going to counter this beefy front line. You've got the Basha on the other side, Lapu Lapu as well. Nanda is going to be free to farm up in the early game. And now with the Yisun Shin pick, Eternal Oblivion, I think so they were kind of playing the game that Ake wants to play. Just stall it out till the mid to late game and then let Nandayo do his own thing. But now since they picked up the Yisun Shin, I'm expecting them to ban out the Hayabusa just to make sure that Ake cannot really lean in towards those assassin jungle roles by putting this Pasha into the roam position. Or, I mean, they can even try to prioritize maybe some of the gold lane bans, but I don't think so they're going to go for it. I think so it's still going to be the jungle bans.
Makes a lot of sense since you are going for Yisun Shin. But of course you still need to keep in mind, Baksha could go jungle. And even though he would get outmaneuvered and outfarmed by Yisun Shin, he is still possible to go into this role. So I have to say, I believe they will probably keep going for those gold lane bans. Well, at the same time, if you go for those gold lane bans, then you are kind of shooting yourself in the leg as well. Right now, Harriet off the board, Granger off the board. We have spoke about it many times yesterday. Harriet and Granger, two of the best gold laners in the current meta, in the current environment. And Ake knows it. So after Granger was banned, they immediately went straight for Ruby ban.
Like the idea as well, just to try and stop that double fighter meta from playing through. At the same time, again, since the Ascension on the other side, I'm also expecting them to ban one more fighter out, maybe, if you really want to play in something. Maybe ban out a Thams, right? I was trying him out in the gold lane, and he's kind of busted right now. Really don't want to face him, considering now you can also go for the Chastis, Pauldron, and you don't really need to go dominant size right away. You can literally just go for the Chastis Cauldron as well as the Blade Armor. Man, that it kind of annoys the heck out of the basic attack based marksmen on the other side. So that's one thing. But there's still an opportunity of a Harith to be picked up by Eternal Oblivion. But Fauna, they're going to focus down on their mid. They'll pick up the Eve to have that extra bit of range to work with along with the poke. They already have the Isunshin for the late game damage. Okay. How are you going to answer? You need a bit of an early game as well, maybe. They can also go for a utility roamer if they actually want to by putting the Basha in the jungle. But then they'll have to go for a conventional marksman. Yeah, it's a Claude and a Badang.
Well, definitely Ake right now are sitting very heavily on the physical damage department because only real big magical damage threat will be coming from Nandeo. So this is a little bit rough for their side and a little bit easier for the side of Eternal Oblivion. Of course, they shouldn't have that many tanks. And yeah, they even went with Cho in the, possibly in the gold, right? Yeah, that should be Cho on gold lane. So he can be utilizing some of these defensive items. He could be going some dominance ISIS for like his 4th, 5th item, something like that. But yeah, of course we will not be seeing Harit because he is banned scared. I think you kind of overlooked that, but he was already banned from the first part. Absolutely fine, absolutely fine. It's the first game of the day. But I am hoping that all the viewers are a little bit more ready and they didn't miss this ban. And since we are talking about missing stuff, we hope that you didn't miss to like and subscribe on the channel, because you should definitely be doing that to stay in tune and stay in contact with all the hottest MLBB competitive scene stuff in Europe. So definitely hop on over there and do your due diligence. So that's all set before we jump into the game, as we will be going in the Land of Dawn. And now, speaking about the team comps, can you tell me a little bit more about that, Scared? How do you believe both of the teams want to play the game?
Here's the thing, again, you've got the Claude on one side, you want to play in for the late game along with the Lunux. There's not a lot of early game presence, while on the other end of the spectrum, you've got the Ascension for the late game insurance, but at the same time, it's a double fighter on the side lane. Ladies and gentlemen, as we'll be moving in the Land of Dawn right now, RKYD would really want to prolong the game for as long as possible, and Eternal Oblivion would want to maintain control. They would want to brawl and they would want to fight. We'll have to see if it's going to be an Eternal Oblivion's way of game, or will RK take this one away?
Oh, absolutely. Right now we can see that Professor Black got the presence of his team, so through that he was able to get the gold crab, so a little bit of advantage on his side. Jason Shin will be moving into the top side, so that means he will be... Oh, wait a second, big trouble happening to Toby. He's getting very low. No, it was a prank. It was a plan to lose his own flicker, looks like, because right now he has to recall.
Yeah, again, Badang is not really the strongest one out there, though. And to be honest, even the fandom of Arcade doesn't really look like the strongest one, because it's Eternal Oblivion right now winning with 56%. That's what the audience thinks out there. And again, if you're an Arcade fan, make sure you vote out for Arcade so that their prediction eventually goes up. And on the other side of the spectrum, having a look at these items, again, it's not a full tenacity with Toby. That's why he took a ton of damage early on and was eventually poked out. Also means that he'll not really be as tanky as you'd expect him to be in those fights. Now, RK will have to choose their fights smartly, but right now, they seem to be moving towards top.
And they are choosing to fight right over here, but Professor Black maybe has to say something about that. Oh, actually focuses on Zion, as he cannot further play into this fight since he is almost dead, and even the healing that he got going on, I don't think it will heal him quite enough. Half HP, Mountain Chakra missing, I believe. So that will not be in the hands of Eternal Oblivion anymore. Apparently it's just enough. Because it looks like they will be going for the turtle, as the first turtle falls into their hands, but still makes a lot of sense since Ake want to skip.
It's gonna be the big one out here, right? And at this point, I just feel Eternal Oblivion would not want to let Ake scale at all. But at the same time, Shin, on the Yi Sun Shin, he will have to pick up fights smartly. Does not really have as much CC immunity out there in the mid though. Another poke.
Oh, and talking about poke, I think that's an understatement, because this revolve manipulation was trying definitely to get some kills, and so that's not your typical poke hero. Well, talking about poking, I think Hanji wants to poke a little bit in the backs of Ake and maybe still over the golem. Won't be happening though, because Astra probably stood menacingly enough for Hanji to disengage.
Yeah, out here, Hanji would need to play it a bit more safe out. But on the other side of the spectrum, right, in the bottom lane, it is again a Claude in the hands of Q-Sin. We know that he plays very well on this Claude, but when it comes down to those rotations, that's where Hanji is going to have that priority, those neutral objectives which we normally talk about. And if he's really going in for a bit of a damage show as well, then it's going to be even more difficult for you to deal with. You know he can literally one-shot you. But I think so he's still going to go in for the same very tanky route, more or less like a front-to-back composition, while also adding a little bit of a mixture of a pick-off potential with the Cho that you have. Well, the Gato and the Yuzhong will try to give a big CC, but look at the top side.
Well, it looks like on the top side there shouldn't be action happening, since already the game has been paused. Wait a second, what is going on? Possibly some internet issues, could be, or maybe the players just kinda, you know, slip their finger and they don't have it on the phone anymore. Well, so they had to reposition, kinda, of course, joking a little bit. So the pause was requested. Well, that gives us a little bit of the time to talk about the situation in the game. But honestly, this pause isn't really giving us that much to talk about, because right now everything is going according to plan. I feel like to both of the teams' plans, because Eternal Oblivion are trying to push their advantage in the early game to maybe try to close out the game or put it in a state where they can later close it out in the mid game. And Aki are trying to scale up. This Claude won't be online before 3-4 items. So until that, he won't be rejoining fights, he will be farming on the side, and then he will become the threat. And Nando, he still needs his items, he will not be online really in a soon fashion. He still needs a lot of time. So honestly, talking about the state of the game, I think everything is going kinda to the plan, though Eternal Oblivion could be maybe doing a little bit more. What do you think, Skirt?
I mean, here's the thing, right? Eternal Oblivion, they want to take those fights, they want to take those initiations, engages, but it seems like Arke are the ones who are pretty proactive around the map. With Toby on that Badang, they will have, you could say, a control of the river a little bit, but they can't really maintain it for a longer period of time, considering Nandayo is playing on the Lunox, so he does not have a lot of early game presence or a lot of crowd control per se. Even if you really think about the poking potential, I would still give it to the Eve more than a Lunox. So even in that department, I could see Eternal Oblivion winning. But when it comes to actually picking someone off, they can't really rely on the Gato's AOG to deal with it. Most of the people on the side of Aki can eventually run out of it. So that's why they have to wait for Hanji to hop in those fights, initiate those fights, pick one person off, and then they can just use up all of their other ultimates to try and re-engage if Aki wants to take those fights. So Eternal Oblivion, but they've got to do all of that in the mid game. They can't really force those early engagements so fast forward out here, because again, the Bashta is going to be soaking up a lot of damage on the other side, plus you have a Yi Sun Shin that's not really fully farmed up. So I think so that's going to be their priority.
Also, Hanji, speaking about him, he definitely needs to make plays happen, because if you put in someone's hands, it's not really specific towards Hanji, but right now he is playing that one hero, or like one of those heroes that really needs to make some crazy plays, because if you have a Cho that's just kind of being there, he is not really being there for a reason. He needs to make crazy plays, because if he cannot translate this pick into some big pickoffs, he won't be useful for the team. And talking about big pickoffs, going for Lapu, Zero's already half HP, getting taunted out, getting bursted down. Bravest Fighter, he is barely alive. Origami goes down though, first blood to Kyusen, but the rest are getting smashed by Professor Black, and the Super Packs the onslaught. No, it was just a joke. Claude is now in action, pushing everyone to his limits. Toby goes down. No, Super Packs is down as well. Professor Black couldn't sustain his way out of this one, and 3 kills for Ake, and suddenly, like a blast, The game has been open with multiple kills, 4 across the board.
It's this big thing. Oh, hold on. It's not yet ended, Sheehan.
I honestly quite missed that. How did Nandeo get into this position? He even flickered Xian with nice catch-off. That was beautiful, but will it be beautiful enough for him to survive Zeros? Oh, yeah, he survives. No, well, no, he doesn't. Unfortunately for him, he got picked off. Cyrus will be getting this 1 kill in his bag. And honestly, since Jungler is dead and Jisunshin should be the one farming faster, this is so big for Astra.
That is one of the big things which I wanted to mention. The reason why Nanda died there was because they actually wanted to push their advantage a little bit more onto Sheehan, but he was just able to iframe everything and move back to safety. Hold on.
Talking about safety, Professor Black thought he is safe behind his tower, but not really, because there is Astra and Cyrus as well. Cyrus barely alive, not anymore. He gets put down, and Super Paxi will probably be leading the charge because the rest of the team is here. Like Avengers, they assembled and they were ready to rumble to take some kills back.
That's going to be the big one. Okay, they're over-engaging in certain moments, and that's what's giving Eternal Oblivion chances to bring themselves back in this one. Sheehan already has completed the Hunter Strike right now, but looking at the front line, a Basha, a Lapu Lapu, and a Badang, he'd really need to build in some penetration a little bit early on, though. But at the same time, I don't really see any of those defenses cracking up without a Blade of Despair, so it will take a little bit longer for him to build on those items, and that is something that Ake would really like. Again, Nandeo is going to get activated once he gets the first 2 items, specifically the Holy Crystal. While Kyusen, considering he's going to target Origami, I'm just guessing that even after the Corrosion site, he's going to be pretty valid in those team fights, as long as he's just targeting that Eve.
Talking about being valid, Sirius wants to have to say something about that, and he immediately pushes everyone away and forces Origami to go into Flicker. So if we are going to fight over this turtle, that means Ake is in super huge position.
A big one. Absolute big one. And if they get this turtle as well, their goal lead is going to increase a little bit more. But you can't really take on a straightforward 5v5 fight when Cyrus is there in front of you.
BKOG split into fight apart. There is Professor Black trying to teach some manners into the squad of Ake. But looks like Kyusen will be the one that teaching today. He has the Professoriate. Professor Black gets put down. Origami dies as well. And suddenly Super Paxi jumps in randomly, kinda. But Zion is there to fix his mistakes. Or maybe it was a plan all along.
Big things out here happening yet again, right? Eternal Oblivion can't really win out those fights that very easily when it comes to breaking down Astra or Cyrus or even Toby per se. They've got to utilize a lot of their resources, and the poke right now by Origami is just not enough. He needs to build up the Wishing Lantern. He needs to add in that extra bit of poking damage, and once the HP of Ake is low, that's when Eternal Oblivion can fight. Otherwise, that, as I said again, they'll have to wait out for Hanji to pick someone off, but he's actually going in for the damage route.
Oh, he truly is. We can kind of see what we saw already with Ruby going for those 3 damaging items. So possibly that's the way of Hanji as well. Because right now it looks like, correct me if I'm wrong, but this should be an endless battle, right?
Yeah, he's going in for the endless battle itself. So an extra bit of true damage as well, adding in a bit of cooldown reduction. But as I said, I don't think so he'd be able to sustain for long enough to land in his Way of the Dragon. Unless he's not really the first entry in the fight. Maybe he's the second entry. And if that is going to be the case, that means it's still a 5v5 fight for Eternal Oblivion, where Ake will, I'd have to say, they would be looking pretty good.
Nice bait. Nandeo missing his ultimate now. Oh, wait a second. Astra going for an engage on Super Paxi. Of course, it's just a little bit of rough fun over here in the river side of the map. 4 seconds for Lord, though.
The river control is being maintained by Eternal Oblivion, right? So the goal lead is not really enough by Ake. And Sheehan, 3, 1, and 2, should be having a bit of more control now. But with the Genius Wand, things can eventually turn around. Nandeo also has the flicker ready, so the Ruby DD combination can be put up, but Cyrus is the main problem. I don't really see any major utility by Eternal Oblivion to stop him. or to burst him down before he can do anything. And at the same time now, since Kyusen has picked up his Trinity, that's under 10 minutes in this game, he's going to be so very ready for the next few team fights.
I just wanted to correct you a little bit on the fact, because Kyusen, oh damn, he has items. Oh, talking about items, Henji goes for Astra, kicking him in, but I don't think this was the smartest play. Henji immediately gets bursted down, and there goes more killing spree for Kyusen as he immediately jumps back. Action was done, mission successful, and now we take the Lord.
It's gonna be the big one for RK, as I said. Again, it was the mid-game where I kind of wanted to see Eternal Oblivion pick things up with this show. They needed to go in for those pickoffs, but they did not, and that eventually led them to give the control over to RK. It was a difficult thing to pull off with this draft either ways now, but RK 3,000 gold lead. But how many times has it happened, Warren, when RK, they look in prime control of the game, 6,000 gold lead, and then they kind of throw it away?
I agree. It's definitely kind of a thing that tends to happen. Though there's one super important thing to pinpoint, to point out, and that is Eternal Oblivion. They were playing against Ake in their own respective group, and they were able to beat on Ake. They got the better place in their group. They were above Ake since their matchups went better for Eternal Oblivion. So I am feeling honestly that right now there's a little bit of chaos in the team of Eternal Oblivion over on their Discord, on their voice call, because they're like, well, we thought Ake is playable, but this doesn't look that playable to me.
Seems pretty difficult out here. Oh, hold on a second. Anji's got to go back. Not a lot of HP. Gets deleted as well. And this is the thing which I told you about the show. If you're really going in for that first engage, you need the tankiness. The Vorax Endless Battle is just not going to cut it. All the passive of the towers are going to be used up now. Thanks to that, the inhibitors can stand, but not for long.
Well, Kyusen doesn't really care about towers, he doesn't really care about borders, he doesn't really care about the rules that they want him to employ, because he doesn't care about anything at all. He is just there to cause a ruckus and shoot and shoot and keep on shooting until the base crystal of Eternal Oblivion will go boom.
Big one yet again. And it's the far lane which they've eventually got. That means the minions will push themselves. Eternal Oblivion, things are going from bad to disastrous right now. And I can see them trying to land in some combinations with the AOG along with the real-world manipulation. The idea of the kill box is there, but there's just no one to execute that kill box. Xian, yes, you've got the Ascension, but he needs to get close to the targets to land one basic attack and then go back to the range. And that closeness is what's causing him the problem, because Nandayo has got big AoE when he goes into Brilliance form. You already have the Lapu Lapu with the Raging Slashes, and again, with now the Wind of Nature completed by Kyusen, he was already a pretty big problem to deal with. Now he's going to turn out even bigger problem, because there's just not enough magic damage on the other side to take him down.
Honestly, if we are looking over the items, I have to pinpoint two facts, and that is Henji definitely going too heavy on the damage department because he's dying so much quicker. And if you look over to the other side, they have considerably much more tanky composition, but if you look at itemization of Sirius, he knows what's up. He has Vorax, and then everything else is a tank item. And I think that's what Henji should have understood, because right now, he cannot really provide anything for his team. He gets wiped immediately.
It's one of the big things out here right now. On the other side of the spectrum, again, you don't really have a lot of things to work with. Even Professor on the Yu Zhong, as much as he's also going in for a bit of tanky build, though, but the amount of farming that Kyusen has already done, it's the big thing.
Now they're almost getting bursted down, but he was able to use his iframes to perfection at the last moment. But now Henji gets put down, stoppable Kyusen, and now the Lord should be free for the taking, because who is here to stop you? Ake with 7,000 gold lead, Oblivion only can look in despair as Ake will go for another Lord and try to close out the game possibly. Let's see if that will happen, or Eternal Oblivion still have the teeth and the will to fight back.
It's a big one, Eternal Oblivion. I don't really see a lot of wave clear from their side. Xian and Origami are there, yes, but that's again the poke. I don't think so they've got enough to clear out those waves. One thing that I really like is that they're making sure that the bottom lane is not pushing. So the Lord is directly going to hop in their base. But one of the big problems is that they've also got to worry about the mid lane as well as the top lane. Mid inhib definitely falling. Top one, I'm pretty sure if Ake wants to force it, it will fall down. While Eternal Oblivion try and clear the bottom one. That's going to be a bit more trouble to deal with, but here we go.
Well, here we go, as Hanji gets bursted down immediately before he could even do anything at all. Black Dragon form, half HP already getting popped. Professor Black has to run his own base as to survive. Now Base Crystal will be in trouble. Big ultimate from Super Pax, he goes in, but Professor Black is nowhere to be seen. He is just buying time for the rest to successfully defend the base. Honestly, nice cooperation from Eternal Oblivion.
Yeah, exactly. Ake not being able to close out this one right away, it clearly shows you Eternal Oblivion still have got their win conditions to be played around with. But at the same time, now no more inhibitor turrets for them to work. So that's a bit of a bummer for their side. And it doesn't matter where the Lord spawns now. Every single lane is the far lane for you. An 8,000 gold lead with almost a 50k reach by Ake. One good thing is that Eternal Oblivion now are going to reach the 42,000 gold mark. Now with that, they will have those penetration items as well onto their core players. So they'd be able to deal a lot more damage as compared to what was happening previously. Look at that. Malefic Roar being brought in as well. And I like that Shin has gone in for the Malefic Roar. Normally that is this normal build of the Geese and Shin. But in this game, it's going to be even more crucial to burst through the front lining of Tobi as well as Lapu Lapu and even Astra on the Basha. While on the other side, you've also got the Divine Glaive now being picked up by Origami. So both of them will deal a decent amount of damage.
Also, it's super important to point out that even though Eternal Oblivion are getting outscaled, right now Ake has hit the power spikes. They are in the scaled position. So the longer the game goes on, ironically, actually Eternal Oblivion are in better position because all of their heroes are missing some of their items. Hanji is just sitting on 3. There is Professor Black. He could be going for more items. He's still missing 2. So it's super big for them to keep playing the game, because even though Ake are on the outscaling part, ironically, the longer the game goes, it's more playable for Eternal Oblivion.
I mean, you could say the same thing for the side of Ake as well, because here's the thing. It's not an infinitely scaling comp for either one of them, apart from Tobi with the Thunderbelt. That man can get as many as, what, 60, 70 stacks now on that one, if in case the fight goes in for a longer period of time, or rather this game. But here we go, another fight potentially, but a nice disengage coming in from Eternal Oblivion, but Astra seems to be in trouble.
Kick from Hanji goes for Astra, and Astra gets bursted down, ironically so, even though he should be the tankiest member, and that means that Jungler of Eternal Oblivion will be able to finish off his build with a Blade of Despair. And I can already feel a little bit of despair in the eyes of Ake, because they are like, oh, we were in this position just yesterday. We need to close out the game before it falls on our heads, and just when I speak about it, Kyusen goes for 1v1 that doesn't pay out. Because if you're asking me, that's a nice trade for Eternal Oblivion. Your carry for theirs? What a trade.
That's one of the big things out here, and yeah, I don't really see any way for Eternal Oblivion to clear it out without Sheehan there. 33 more seconds. The minions are going to be spawning in from every single direction. The good thing, Kyusen is not there on the other side, along with Astra, so I don't really see any big way how I can push it without getting themselves in a harm's way.
Big play, Super Paxi making some space with AOG, still alive. Professor Black will punish the rest. There is ultimate from Tobi. Nandayo dancing around. Professor Black has to run away. 11,000 HP on the Lord. Can Zion respawn in time? 5,000 HP on Lord. Tobi tries to go for backdoor. Immortality is there. It's getting popped. Nandayo gets put down. Hanji killing spree for Cyrus. Astra gets put down as well, and Cyrus cannot backdoor it alone. Shut down goes to Zion, and suddenly you should be looking towards Ake's base, because Eternal Oblivion are so back in this game. And if you look at how many towers are still alive for the side of Ake, they will make a bank from this push.
There's one of the big things. Yes, you've got to try and take down those structures, but at the same time, Sheehan needs to step up in those damage numbers. 82,000 damage being dealt by just Origami. On this eve, this man is being absolutely annoying. But then you've also got Nandayo and Kyusen up in the mid pack, 72 and 74,000 respectively. So now Sheehan needs to be the one to move all the way up, but here we go.
Kyusen, his immortality got popped. No. Oh,
Yeah, it actually did.
It got. It confused me a little bit because he immediately jumped out. So Houston will be alive. That's super big. That's super important because possibly Eternal Oblivion could have been going for an ending play if Houston didn't survive. So I'm not sure if it was a swap. If it was a swap, that's nicely done. If it wasn't, well, still luckily for him, he had the immortality available.
But now he'll not have that for the next team fight, right? That's going to be a bit of a problem. Yes, you can say that there is the Wind of Nature available for that man, but apart from that, I don't really see how he can sustain through that magic damage, considering the Blood Wings and the Holy Crystals have been made by Origami. He can literally utilize that range and bully Arke. And this is what I was mentioning, that they've got to poke them down first with the executionable HP, and then they can go in for those fights. Nandayo has also gone for his own build though, but I personally feel that he needs to go for the Holy Crystal instead of the Genius Wand at this point. That item does not give you a lot of utility in terms of the late game. It's already another 20+ minute game. Okay, even yesterday, that's where they dropped the ball, right? And guess what? The goal lead has been lost.
No, absolutely. The goal has been equalized since Eternal Oblivion were able to pick up some towers, some shutdowns, and they are absolutely back in the game. And now they are dancing around Lord. No one wants to make mistakes. And Henji is looking to make something that could have been a mistake or a great play.
I want to see how Arke can eventually pull themselves back up now this time. Because, let's be honest, Astra is not able to tank that much. And Cyrus, he is getting chunked down so quickly.
Professor Black bursting down Kyusen. Kyusen is still alive, but barely. There is the Black Dragon form swiping around everyone, but he goes for Astra. That's not the best target. Kyusen gets put down though, because Origami was able to burst him down, but Professor Black goes down as well, and now it has been traded. Kyusen for Professor Black. And honestly, dancing around Lord, you take those odds if you're Ake. You now finish the Lord. Hanji will have to probably say something about that if he wants to turn the tide of the battle, but it looks like he won't be able to. He gets zoned away by Astra as Nandeo finishes Lord, and Ake could be marching into the opponent's base pretty soon, and Base Crystal is already getting hit up by those minions.
Exactly the big problem that Eternal Oblivion had to deal with. It was the minions in the far lane. But the good thing is that for the next 24 seconds, you will not have Kyusen in those fights. That man has a Wind Talker too, and that is just to add on to a little bit of that, let's say, extra basic attacks in. But hold on a second, Astra.
Mountain Shocker getting popped by Zion just to zone Astra. Henji dancing around, trying to make some space, make some time. Oh, big play from Toby. He gets the initiation going, but he gets pushed down. He gets put down for his actions, and now Lord is alone there. Basically, Professor Blake trying to play it out. Big petrify goes for Nandeo. Nandeo is dead, and now it's Astra trying to run away. I don't think he will be able to. Zion tries to go for him. Immortality is still available. Cyrus is the only one there, and he should be leaving the base because he needs to protect his own. 60 seconds on Astra, 48 on Nandeo, and 37 on Toby. Eternal Oblivion could be looking to try to close out the game in their own terms.
The mid-wave can actually hop in the next 15 seconds, so that's going to be the big timer on the clock. You already have 25 seconds, or rather 30 seconds now on the clock. That means in the next 11, your wave will spawn. If they can hold down for that amount of time, I think so Ake will be able to defend, because then Toby will be back in. But there we go, the last chance.
Cyrus has to keep frying. He needs to keep playing. Bravest Fighter buying a lot of time. Bursting Zion actually down. Cyrus, what a play. This man holded the gates together with Kyusen, and they didn't let the Dragon and the gang through.
How many times has it been that in Thunder Division, we have seen this Lapu Lapu being such a good utility in terms of clearing those waves? And this time again, the exact same thing happened. Cyrus, my man, legit saved the game along with Kyusen for Arke. Otherwise, this could have been an end. But now, it's going to be another focus point. The far lane not going to push away, at least for the next few seconds. So Arke will be looking to stall the slot for a longer period of time so that that wave can move to the other side. But now, since they have actually seen Hanji on top, I think so they would really want to go in for this fight just because they have the advantage.
Toby has immortality available, though. Super important cooldowns. Nando will just have his flicker up right now. Everyone on the side of Eternal Oblivion have their spells, but Cyrus, he is missing that crucial spell. He doesn't have it. And Kyusen, no Petrify. He needs to be super careful, because if Professor Black finds him in the fight, it will be bye-bye. Back in base, Kyusen.
It's again going to be that stalling time for both of these teams. Kyusen still needs his Purifier, which is going to be up here in the next 1 second. So he will have a little bit of a leeway to work with to try and save himself from Hanji. If Sheehan or Paxi or even Professor Black can force out that Purify, that's when Hanji can pose a big threat. Look at the damage numbers. Again, there's a big difference, but finally, Sheehan is also popping up. But hold on a second, look at him.
Astra with a burst together with Nando on Zian. Zian is gone. He is done and dusted, and now Super Paxi is the next target. He's bursted down. Professor Black trying to play it out, but he gets put down as well. Kyusen got put down himself. It's now on Cyrus and the rest of the band. Can they finish this off? Can they go for Lord finally? And possibly try to close it out, because this game keeps on going, keeps on giving. 26 minutes. First game of today.
Oh my goodness gracious, what a way how this one's been flowing through right now. Hanji, he's here, he's been struggling since the first minute of the game. Can he make something happen? He's trying to roam around. Nah, he's gonna be pushed up in the corner. And this is Ake with the discipline. Third Lord, 26 minutes. 20 more seconds for the Lord to spawn in. Eternal Oblivion, I think so they will get their players back. Look at the sandbagging that's been done by the mid-pact here. 206, 191, 185,000 by Toby, as well as Astra and Cyrus. This is one of the big things. This is the barrier that Eternal Oblivion is not able to break through.
And if you look at the items once more, Hanji is still sitting on just Brute Force Breastplate, and even his shoes are not the defensive ones, so he's super squishy. Like, you basically look at him wrong and he's dead.
Oh my god, hold on a second. Hold on a second. What is Origami doing? Oh my god, I so love this idea of 3 holy crystals. You don't really need the wishing lantern right now. You're not dealing damage to heroes. You need to clear those waves as well as the Lord. So he just hops in 3 holy crystals to get a burst of magic damage. And I'm pretty sure now people are gonna think, why is Origami with the void crystal dealing as much damage as a Farsa with her bombardments? All the minions hopping in. One last chance. There we go.
Big removal manipulation trying to cut off the rest of the fight. Cyrus getting super low. He needs to retreat with the bravest fighter, but now they try to go for base. Kyusen gets put down. Lord is still alive, and the hope is still there. No, Nando gets put down. The hope is slowly dissipating and disappearing as it's being ripped from the hearts of Ake, because they really thought they could end. No, they could not. Because Eternal Oblivion stand tall. And as I was saying, that before Ake were standing on top of the hill, sustaining and being protected from all the big gusts of wind coming from Glitch Call, now Eternal Oblivion are standing in the same way. And maybe they could even deliver the victory for themselves.
My god. This could very well be an end right now. 40 more seconds for the people to spawn in, but you still have Cyrus. This man can still clear out the wave. The AOG, it misses the mark though.
Bravest fighter popped, removal manipulation as well. Minion is gone. Now next wave will be coming soon. Though Kyusen and Nando won't be alive yet, but the ultimates are gone. Professor Black is nowhere to be seen, so only ultimate available is on Hanji. Can he make it count? It looks like they won't be making it count, because now Lord has been spawned again. And this will be... How many Lords did we have? This will be the 6th Lord of the game. This is crazy scared.
It's absolutely insane coming in right now by both of these teams. 3 more seconds for Nanda to hop in, but the Lord is going to be taken in by Eternal Oblivion. Everyone zoned out perfectly. No chance of backdoor as well. And this seems like another game where Ake, they could have taken this one home, and now on the verge of losing it. 4 or rather 5 turrets remaining, all on the side lanes, but the Lord is going to march down through mid. The only big thing that I can see Ake now doing is that they divert the Lord from the mid towards the bottom inhibitor. That's the only way where I can see them surviving. But they are definitely losing all of their outer turrets. And if this push is proper, Eternal Oblivion might be able to steal in the inhibitors as well. But this is one last opportunity. Nothing that you can do is now going to make a difference in this game. Holy Crystal by Nandayo as well. He's got a lot of damage. Shastis Pauldron being brought in by Toby. I really want to see his stacks right now on the Thunderbolt right before we go into this fight. But again, one last chance for these players. 48 freaking stacks, almost 50, but here we go. How will Arcade defend? We'll see it in the next few seconds.
They will be trying their best. All the spells are available across the board, but it looks like Eternal Oblivion are not very hasty going into this fight. They are all buying immortalities. It's all available. AOG misses completely, but initiates the fight. Rival manipulation is there. They try to go for the base. They try to clean it up. Now Professor Black is dancing around. Origami gets almost killed. He gets popped into immortality. He's still alive. Kyusen dancing around. Is he still alive? No, he's gone. Henji finally making a redemption story arc for himself as he makes the comeback for his team. Even though he dies, the base crystal of Ake explodes as they go into the land of 0-2s as Eternal Oblivion move into the land of 1-1s. What a game, what a story this was. And if you were telling me before this one that it would be 30 minutes long and Eternal Oblivion coming out on top, damn, I wouldn't trust you. But after what I saw, Eternal Oblivion are so back.
I am... At this point, I'm holding my head because this has been like, what, third time where we have seen Ake having full control of the game, having that 8,000 goal lead, and then all of that just flowing right out of their hand. And the reason being Eternal Oblivion and their tenacity. They just never give up whatsoever. Throughout the early game, it was seemingly looking like, yeah, I don't think so they'd be able to pull this one through. They lost the full control, lost all the inhibitors. If anything, their base was 3 hits away from being taken down. And then came the resurgence. Sheehan on the Ascension, finding his own opportunities, his own timings. Even though he was picked off multiple times, there still was Origami on the eve. If I were to give an MVP to one person, I am pretty sure Origami would be in that list. Because this man, with the constant swaps of those items, triple Holy Crystal, which should not make sense in any game, made sense in this one. And it worked out wonderfully well.
I mean, what a time to be watching competitive MLBB, right? The team that should be winning early game wins early game a little bit. Then they proceed to lose mid game. Then they proceed to lose the late game. Then they come back in late game and win the game in the end. What a sight to behold. What a performance. It was absolutely wild. And what a game to blast open today's matches. Because, oh my.
At this point, if this is how we're starting things off, Warren, I am already sorry for your throat, considering the amount of play-by-play you'd have to do in the next few games. So that's going to be another thing, another story out there. But man, oh man, Ake, in the late game scenario, I thought maybe they'd still have the opportunity. But when it went to the super late game, that's where you could see some of those loopholes while having the Lunox, right? Because in terms of range, you need to have a mage who can create that gap and stay a little bit far away. But when you're playing on a Lunox and the kit of the hero works in a way where it requires you to dive in the enemy backline, you only have one chance to pick them off. That is the Ruby DD combination. If that doesn't work for you, then everyone is going to just pick you off because you'd be a standing duck in that scenario. And that is what was happening certain times. We were seeing Origami create that gap, Sheehan as well just moving all the way far back or being in certain positions where he could eventually bait out the rest of the members and then they can eventually capitalize on his own death. So there were a lot of moments like that. At the same time, there was a bit of a disconnect between Kyusen and rest of the members too. Just trying to move all the way back in, but MVP of the previous one, ladies and gentlemen, will go to Paxi. That man just absolutely never dropping the ball for the team, carrying everyone on his shoulders in terms of the damage being tanked. A full build out here with the blade armor, dominant size, as well as the Chastis Cauldron. This man was just out there to counter Kyusen.
Honestly, if you look at him, he kind of looks like Gato. Like look close, he kind of looks like him, don't you think? Like he kind of looks like Gato. Like if you compare the faces, yeah. Like
in terms of the aura, that man is absolute Chad.
He is him. He basically played himself, so of course he performed. Well, let's go over the medals that got awarded. Richest guy was Zion. He was farming like a maniac through the whole game. We saw that happen. Even though he got killed a couple of times, he was still obtaining this goal. I believe he was the first to reach 6 items, full build. Carry, of course, goes to Origami. To who else you want to give it? He is rocking damage numbers that you usually see in damage taken department. He has 227,408 damage. That's damage that I see in my ranked games that play for 40 minutes because no one can go for Lord and finish it off. But this was a competitive game and he was able to do this much. Jesus. What a performance from Origami. And also, I didn't quite notice it in the draft, but now thinking about especially the last fight, honestly, Kyusen was quite countered here. Because think about how he wants to play the fights. He wants to hop in, hit the most of the members of enemy team, but they positioned perfectly. Everyone from Eternal Oblivion except Origami was in his ult. They were standing in the ult. So if Kyusen wanted to hit them with his low range, he had to be in the ult. And Origami was popping him instantly, especially with those, in the end, only 2, but at one moment 3 holy crystals.
One of the big things that also happened was the fact that Professor was always there trying to petrify Kyusen whenever he went in for the Blazing Duet. There were so many moments when Kyusen could not really do anything just because there was a black dragon up in front of him. And yeah, as much as he could try and guide around him, Hanji was there with the damage build show to try and way of the dragon him out of existence. So I'd have to say, even though this show seems like very underwhelming in terms of the performance of 3, 6, and 8, the impact that it had on the minds of Ake, that was much more than sufficient to disrupt their own damage flow. Now you can see 162,000 by Nandayo, 103 by Kyusen. Double that up, that's where Origami stands, 227. Not a single member hitting 100k in his team.
No one is in the same ballpark. Like, it's basically you are studying the elementary school and he is up there doing second degree on a university with his damage. Like, look at that. Those are crazy numbers. But I have to say one super important thing, and that is, honestly, I would kind of flame Kyusen a little bit because I feel like even though he had it hard, he kind of lost his patience there, because especially not the last fight that was really hard to play out, but the fight before that, he went for the base. He was too overzealous and he got separated from everyone else and just got bursted. I believe he hit the base like 2 times. So honestly, if he had a little bit more patience, and that goes to the team as a whole, definitely, I think patience was the name of the game, especially in the last like 4 minutes. But I feel Kyusen, I had to single him out a little bit because that play near the base, I didn't quite like it.
Yeah, there were a few question marks that happened eventually there too. And again, whenever you are Claude, you want your entire team to be diving on the enemy backline. That's when you're free to go in for your Blazing Duet combinations. If that is not really the case, then you'd again find yourself isolated on an island surrounded by 5 of these enemies. That was one of the big problems. And as you said, we had back-to-back lords. This was the 6th lord in the game, and only the first one for Eternal Oblivion, which was just enough to end this entire one on its head. 100,000 gold for the side of Eternal Oblivion. I mean, you could really see that this game literally sucked out everything that these players had in terms of how long can they sustain. And guess what? It was again Eternal Oblivion putting the game back in their back pocket. And now this kind of clear-cut indicates us that if you're Ake, then you're struggling to finish those games. You're struggling to end the games.
Oh, absolutely. It's super important point that they definitely need to work on. And they will have a little bit more time if they are able to survive through tomorrow, right? Because I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe tomorrow they could be already... I don't think getting outed, but they would be pushed even further down into 0-3 ballpark, right?
Yeah, that's elimination only. You either win 3 and you qualify, or you lose 3 and you get eliminated.
Yeah,
So
yeah. That's
it's a do or die for Ake now, and not just one game. Every single game for them is going to be do or die for the next three. And here's the good thing, that all of the games for them now will be a best of 3, considering they're already on the verge of elimination. But I wouldn't still say that it's one of the good things, right? Yes, you've got some opportunity to play around in the next few games, but it's tough. Where you could have just won 3 and qualified, now you will have to win at least 6 games.
That's rough. If you put it into numbers, that's quite a count. 6 games. Honestly, I'm not even getting that many win streaks in my ranked games, and I'm just mythic. So yeah, 6 games in a row. Of course, it doesn't have to be in a row. You can still kind of sneak in that one lose in between each of those. But definitely closing out those games. For a second, I thought I could be a little bit more hopeful for Ake, that they kind of have a little bit more space, because I wasn't sure if they could go into the 0-3 and then still make a comeback. But yeah, you confirmed my my fear, and that is that tomorrow could be the last day. They could be already out of the whole regular season after this if they don't succeed in delivering. And I mean, it's very hard to say that because they delivered so much, but then it slipped out. Like yesterday, Nandeo slipped. He got caught. Today, Kyusen slipped. He didn't got caught per se, but he got a little bit overzealous. So it's just rough. It's just rough to be seeing this, especially since Ake were in the same composition, like same players, for the longest time. But right now, let's not talk about Ake. Let's right now talk about our dear host for our interview, right? That we will be getting that we will be getting interviewed over here.
Yeah, it's
Oh, of
Professor.
course.
Hello. How you doing, Professor?
Hello, I'm doing well.
Man, you know what? First of all, tell me, how are you feeling after that 31-minute game? What was going on in the team? What were the communications looking like? Take me through that journey.
Okay, so early game, everything was fine, right? But we started messing up. I mean, I personally started messing up a lot mid game. And until then, everything was kind of quiet, you know, because I don't think we thought as a team that we were going to win that game. But I don't know, something happened when we started defending Lord after Lord. And then everyone started getting hyped. We started shot calling basically everything because we did not want to give them a chance to win the game. So actually, by the last team fight, everyone was screaming. It was absolutely insane. Actually, I don't think we should have won that, to be honest.
That's so pretty to see, to be honest. To just even think about what was going through those communications between the team, man, you need to be on point to make a comeback like that. I'm flabbergasted at this point. Warren, your questions.
Well, I mean, I am sweating over here, and I was just casting the game, so I cannot imagine how rough it must have been for you. So once more, I will congratulate to you on your victory. It's super important for you. As we spoke about it before, you could have been moving into the possible elimination, right? So now you're a little bit more safe. Honestly, if we go over the matches that will be happening today, who are you hoping for that you will be getting tomorrow?
Wait, just remind me who's gonna be playing.
Well, of course, we have Omni Knights against Misa esports. We have Memento, Mori, Glitchko, right? We have Metashift, Stolen Angels, Jackpots, Minerva, Fury, Void Kids, Teeny Bamboozle, Honor Renta, Fake Time Inventory, right? So, like, from the possible 1-1 scenarios, right? Would you hope that you will be matching? Basically, is what I'm asking.
I kind of want to go against Stolen Angels, to be honest.
Okay. I mean, that is the only team that did not really play yesterday. So, any particular reason why you want to play against Stolen Angels?
Yeah, because they have an interesting lineup, right? There's someone who you could consider the best mage in Europe, which is Enzo. Pretty solid round. Their XP lane has been in an international tournament too. So yeah, I really want to face them. And I have Urek too, really good marksman.
That's fair. Warren,
But of
anything else you
course-
want to ask?
But of course, that would mean that you kind of wish a little bit of misfortune towards them because they would have to lose this one clash they have before of them. So, anything you want to deliver to anyone watching, like some message that you want to deliver, it's yours.
Well, okay, you can expect our next matches to be a lot better than this, right? It was probably entertaining towards the late game, but we're not going to be as messy as this anymore.
Looking
All
forward
right.
to it. And to be honest, yes, it seems like you were messy in the earlier phases, but you pulled everything back up in the late game. So I'm still looking at it as in a very optimistic way, and I absolutely love how the entire team is also looking forward in the same direction. Professor, congratulations for this win, and I wish all the very best to Eternal Oblivion for the rest of their journey.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. It was a pleasure. All right, man, Warren. Everyone was calm, and then slowly and steadily, they were like, at the last team fight, we were screaming. We're back again, people, and I really appreciate all of your patience through all of those tech issues which we just faced. You've been very supportive audience out here. A shout out to all you guys. Now we're back in the MLBB European Championship. It's Warren right next to me. I'm scared yet, and we've got the games between Omni Knight and Misa Esports. Now both of these teams, Warren, again, and I have to say, Misa Esports yesterday, we wanted to see them, but unfortunately we did not. I'm really hoping and praying that today is not the same case.
I'm definitely in your boat on that one. I'm so excited to see MLBB and how the whole team can cooperate, because there was so much hype around the team. So I'm very excited. It's like you are being told that there is a big birthday party coming for you, and then you kind of just roll into your house and you get pancakes and like you play Scrabble. Like, it's nice, but it's not what we signed up for, right? So we were expecting the big birthday party. So possibly I am hoping for that we will get it today.
True. I mean, I'm also hoping for the exact same thing. On the other side of the spectrum too, right? I want to see a little bit more from Omni Knights too. We did see them perform yesterday, and let's be honest, I think so they've got a lot more potential, and I'm really hoping for this team to pull a little bit higher in terms of the entire game too. It was a nice one that they actually played, but at the same time, right, if you really think about it, I think so Misa Esports can actually bring in a big upset out here. Yes, Omni Knights has been a team that qualified all the way from the Thunder Division. They were performing pretty well. Misa Esports on the other side, they have qualified from the open qualifiers, so their journey hasn't been easy either. It's going to be a pretty fun game to watch, to be honest.
Also, there is another story that you have to tell for sure, and that is MLBB getting swapped into Misa Esports, or more so him leaving Void Kids and going into Misa Esports. He was already qualified in Thunder Division. He didn't go in promotion relegation, he just went through last chance qualifier. So how much confidence he needed to have for him to do this swap in the team as a whole? That's just speaking so much. That's just speaking so much belief that he has in the team, so much trust that there is, so, and how highly he views the roster that they have on their hands. So I think this is telling you already that this will be a tough battle, very tough battle. And if we will piggyback off of what Sin said yesterday, Misa Esports should be very dominant team over Omni Knights, because rank-wise, they should be probably aiming for this top 4 or something like that. And Omni Knights, from the performance yesterday, they are not aiming for that. They are right now aiming to survive.
Yeah, here's the thing, right? I mean, even yesterday when we saw their entire game, I'm expecting them to kind of go in the similar direction, but at the same time, we're really... Here's the thing, man. Omni Knight's potential that we saw in Thunder Division, there was a time when we saw this team to be up in top of the charts, where everyone was expecting them to pull through. Maybe we were seeing that they'll finally move all the way up, but that did not really happen, and they eventually fell down. They could not win out their own game. If I'm not wrong, it was against Meta Shift, right? Where Meta Shift closed out the game, easily winning that one.
Yes.
At the same time,
yes.
yeah, at the same time out here, again, another team from the open qualifiers, which we think have got a pretty solid potential. Omni Knights, I want to see something new from them. I want to see something surprising. And Broken Walls could very well be one of those maps where they can pull something like that.
Honestly, for me, the power scaling is so surprising, since honestly, through my own lenses, when I was watching the last chance qualifier, it definitely felt like overall level and skill is lower than from what we saw from Promotion Relo and from Thunder Division as well. So I'm quite surprised by how strong the teams are showing, especially Meta Shift. Since from Mesa Esports, I kind of was expecting a lot already, since MLBB was there. We already know how well he can play. He was kind of tested through the Thunder Division, how much of an improvement he was when he joined White Kids. So I expected quite a lot from him, but I still didn't know. But then they went through, so I was like, all right, yeah, they will be probably a strong team. But Metashift, what a surprise it was, because Omni Knights, I was definitely feeling like they could be aiming to attack the top 5 or something like that. But after yesterday, it looks like their spot will be taken by Metashift, at least right now.
Yeah, that's one of the big things, right? we are already seeing some of these new teams that showed up all the way from either the promotion relegation or also from the open qualifiers to perform really out of their mind. Even Eternal Oblivion showing such a good skill against Arcade. That was a team that played all the way in the Thunder division, then also in the promotion relegation. Eternal Oblivion, they bested them. Yes, it was a 31-minute long game. Arcade dropped the ball too, but Eternal Oblivion held on till the very end. That tenacity is something which we always look forward to whenever we are talking about a champion team. Now, out here, I could see the same thing in Misa esports too. And they're actually playing with a sub right now, right? We are not really seeing Cupcake out in this game. We've got Pancake, yes, we've got Danny, Tezuka, My Lobby, and Wise, or Weeze. Again, we'll have to get the pronunciation on that one. But on the other side of the spectrum, Slarky Boy, Vansky, Nizu, Yang, Leandro, we have known these players. We know their potential, specifically Slarky Boy. But this time around, I kind of want to see his impact on something apart from Moscow. Yes, he's been pretty good on that. In terms of pushing as well, he does a phenomenal job. But I want to see a bit more of a carry potential from him.
But honestly, the story of Moscow should be right where he scales up into late game. He's super strong, but from what we saw yesterday and today in a lot of those games, the team that didn't necessarily have late game comp was able to win in the late game. So I don't know, it kind of gives me a very interesting idea about how the games are being played, because what a surprise it is to just kind of be in the feeling that you kind of just write off one of the teams because, oh, they got outscaled. But we just saw the upset yesterday and today in the last game, where we thought, or at least I thought, all right, Ake got it in the bag. They are outscaling. They are the stronger late game team. But suddenly the 3 holy crystals was there. The damage was there as well. And well, look at it, what happened. Then we have Professor Black on the interview telling us, yeah, we got it. It was a wild game. But well, let's refocus on some other red team that we have in front of our eyes, and that is, of course, Omni Knights. As you were saying about their whole roster, they should be putting definitely up a fight, because there are very sounding names. Vansky, Slarky Boy is the names that when you say people should know, because they were with us for a very long time. They were clashing under Search a lot. Vansky pulling up his signature Khalid quite a lot of times. What an exciting time it was to be a caster. But right now they need to pull out, if the same thing, then they have to play it very well. Because if they will not, Misa will destroy them. And they are already dominating the draft through a pickup of Yuzong, which I believe, at least from what we saw, should be one of, if not the best XP laner.
And he's been working out really well as soon as the fighter meta has eventually popped out, right? When both the double fighter meta in the lanes has been coming in, Yuzhong has found his way to move around. But here we go. You prioritize the Yuzhong instantly for My Lobby. There's an answer in the form of Eve as well as a Gado Gacha. Here's the fun thing. Normally, Yuzhong is the counter of an Eve or a Farsa. But this time around, it seems like Omni Knights don't really care about that. And considering they've picked up the Gato, which has been one of the most picked roamers throughout the MEC till now, they still have kept their entire draft open, because that still is a flex pick till the very end. On the other side, Misa, Lancelot has been banned out, Harith has been banned out as well. I don't think so they're going to go in for a Granger right away, but if they want to deny it to Slarky Boy, they can actually put the Granger in the hands of their own gold laner. Though I still feel it's not really going to be outranging an Eve in any circumstance. So it just gives you a snowball potential early on. Nah, it's a Haya and a Grok.
Yeah. Oh, it is. I don't know if I quite like Haya. I know that he is very successful in the jungle right now together with Lance. Of course, Lance being banned. So I kind of see that, and he can be very successful at aiming for Eve and getting on top of her very easily. So Omni Knights right now need a big and strong response in a form of a hero that can push away or keep away Hayabusa from Eve. So the ball is kind of on their side of the field. But still, I don't know if I quite like it this early in the draft. I feel like for Haya to go well is for you to see that the opponents are definitely on the squishier side with their composition. But right now, your only real target will be Eve And well, if Omni Knights go the way of fighter gold lane, even though CC and Ruby, the most typical fighter gold lanes, are banned, well, we saw Henji play with Cho, and even though most of the game he wasn't shining and he wasn't making the flashiest plays, he was there, he did his job, and in the end they secured it. So there is still possibility for Omni Knights to go that fighter gold lane, and then Hayabusa will have only one target, and Eve can always just go Winter Crown or something like that, and Hayabusa is negated through it.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Winter Crown is going to be an item that's going to be brought in the 4th slot, right? For the first 3, you need to build up your Glowing Wand. You need to add in a bit of a Wishing Lantern too, considering the Grok and the Yuzhong on the other side will annoy the hell out of you. So that's the scenario where you can, after that, go in for another utility item. But before that, Hayabusa will eventually target you. And if Misa esports are able to farm their Hayabusa up very quickly, then he's going to become threat very early on in the game itself. On the other side of the spectrum now, just to try and deal with some more threats on the other side, you've got the Kimi as well as the Yi Sun Shin ban. And it falls down to the same category, right? Where you don't want to allow the other side to pick up a marksman in the mid or the jungle position so that they can't really go for a double fighter. But we have seen multiple times that regardless of that scenario, teams really still sometimes go in with those fighters by just having some late game potential. And that one of the late game potential is somewhat I see in a Farsa for Misa. It should be either a Farsa or a Lunox.
Could be, but I'm a little bit worried about Lunox since she's a little bit more on the shorter range side of things. So of course she could deal damage to Labu, she could deal damage to Gato, and maybe possibly someone else on the team, but definitely not an easy way of approaching Eve that she has in her arsenal. Of course she can like iframe through it and kind of get on top, but possibly that will not be her job. So I feel like I dig Farsa much more. I think she should be the mid lane to go for. Though right now the pick is on the side of Omni Knights and they will be going for their own guy. And right now it's definitely torn between, do we show the cards and we go for gold lane, but we can still kind of steal away something from the side of Misa esports, or will we wait and possibly go for that fighter gold? Well, right now is definitely something that Omni Knights are considering. They are still thinking through it. They are taking their sweet time, it looks like, because this is not quite a quick draft. So the way how they approached it, they were able to ban out Kimi, they were able to ban out Valentina. So they were definitely looking out for this mid lane. But of course, when we were speaking about Farsa. Farsa being super useful for Misa. So right now this pick is still in their hands. They could still go for it. And right now we have confirmed that it will be Fredrin. So honestly, something I expected. Not exactly Fredrin, but something like Fredrin. Because right now, look at Misa. There is Yuzhong. There is Hayabusa. They deal very easily with targets that don't have that much defenses and that much HP. So if you go for Fredrin, then you make it so much easier for yourself, because there is only one hero right now in your lineup that will be threatened by the Hayabusa and Yuzhong. Because those three, well, yeah, Yuzhong will be healing, but he won't be bursting them down. There is so much time for them to play around it. And honestly, if it comes down to push and shove, Lapu is still able to deal huge amounts of damage to Yuzhong. Right now, Misa will actually go for the Lunox that you spoke about before. So you called it Scare. So in the bingo game, in the prediction game, yeah, you are up there with Sin possibly.
If only it was more about the heroes rather than the victory charts out there. But I was thinking now, considering the draft of Omni Knights, they were really going for a conventional marksman. I was thinking what they want to go for. Slarky Boy had the Moscow open. He decided to go for it. I don't know, man. I'm not a big fan of Moscow in this case. There's Yuzhong on the other side, Hayabusa. Yes, you can push them away, but how are you going to push 3 people who will be diving on your head? My Lobby, Pancake, and Danny. It's going to be rough for Slarky. I'm pretty sure his main focus is going to be the side lane push, but now considering there's a Hayabusa in the hands of Wise, it just doesn't seem possible for me. it's going to be pretty fortunate if he's able to actually get some push on towards those sides. Otherwise, it's mostly looking like a game for Misa esports. The draft is set and they seem pretty fire, ladies and gentlemen. Just like this opening segment of the Surge Esports MLBB European Championship. All the towers are ready. All the buildings are leaning. Let's see if it's in favor of Misa or will it fall towards Omni Knights.
Well, Big Vol already started up from Bumblebee. He was able to build it quite quickly. Or look at Vori, I mean Mansky, he is getting chunked up pretty heavily. Honestly, I would like a Grok in my life. Like the way he is able to build walls immediately. Like if I compare that to workers in my state at least, like they don't work that fast at all. Like I heard in Japan, they are kind of quick with that. Oh, wait a second, talking about quick stuff. Now he has to think about getting quickly out of this situation because he got bursted down. And even though my lobby didn't get the gold crab, so that goes to Nizu, well, he got the HP.
That's the thing, right? It kind of matters. Just surviving out there, winning those early skirmishes. Not a kill in anyone's favor. Still going to be a pretty slow game technically, developing not that fast. Misa esports, they've got the Granger, they've got a bit of an early priority, but considering Wise and Danny are on late game heroes, I don't think they would want to be taking any early fights. Hold on a second.
Oh, Vansky needs to run away, but it was just a little play time from Wii. He was just like trying to jump around and kind of spook members of Omni Knights. It looks like Misa Esports should be in the better position for this first turtle since they already have their ultimates available. Right now, Fredin finishing his ult. Oh, that will be a Nizu going down. He even flickered. Honestly, what a waste. We were talking about patience before, and this wasn't patient at all from Nizu. He should have kept it.
Yeah, oh my god, look at Tezuka.
I think
Lucky.
Tezuka's is fine.
Yeah, he's going to be fine right now, but will this buff be? It's a bit of a question now. Leandro is able to steal that one away.
And there is big Black Dragon form coming from my lobby as he will be going for the backline, but gets taunted up by Vansky. I mean, still have to get over the fact that he has a different name in the game than what his name is actually. Why you do this to us, players? Keep your names, please. Alright, this is just a quick message as a caster from me to the players, but let's refocus on the game. The game state, honestly, not looking that bad, but Misa is probably 500 goal lead.
One of the big things is Tezuka has actually got that pick on Slarky Boy, so that's big one, Danny.
Oh, and the Spear of Destiny misses, so now Vansky is in big trouble as he gets pushed away by Tectonic Charge through Bumblebee. Oh, Leandro is in the thick of the fight, but I don't think he should want to be here. But luckily for him, Bumblebee, I mean Pancake, is not Toby, so he won't be killing him now.
My goodness, that's so fortunate for him to run away, but Wise.
I mean, he's still alive, he's still fine, he even gets it. Honestly, anything that Waze came for was just big chunk of damage in his face.
Lucky that he was still able to take that one away, considering the HP that he gained back, Leandro. Hasn't really had any impact in those team fights, and Wise is the man who's actually a bit more ahead, but when it comes down to gold, it's just a minuscule of difference, a creep or maybe a minion, that's about it. But when we go on towards the damage taken department, that's again where Leandro will lead. So these graphs, they should be the way how they are, and top, it's going to be a zone out for Tezuka.
Though I have to say, it's super important in especially those assassin to tank matchups that Leandro is right now playing, and he's on the tank side. Obviously, we would be building Hayabusa tank, right? Scared that you saw this in your rank games? I hope not. But back to my point, Leandro is the tank. So if he is on same gold as we, that's super good. That basically means he is winning his job. He's doing his job, right?
For now, yes, but hold on a second.
Right, Taunt going for my lobby. My lobby puts Petrify down. There is Vansky in big trouble. Leandro's still alive. Who gets the turtle? It's we. We gets it. And now there's big Black Dragon form. SOD connects. Will he jump in there? It doesn't look like. Yeah, he forfeits. He leaves his team to die, but he gets some money in return. Would you sell your mother for a tower in topside?
My god, it's gonna be a difficult out here. Heavy. It's gonna be moving back as well. Out here, here's the big thing. Slarky Boy was able to quickly get a ton of gold towards that top tower, but the bottom one, it's not even falling. It's the mid one that's actually going to be prioritized. And Wise, Still going to be running back in. The tower has been saved. To be honest, I kind of like this trade coming in from Omni Knights. Taking the tier 1 on the top side, saving both mid as well as the bottom one. And now Slarky Boy is also going to hop into that far lane too. I'm liking the way how Omni Knights are playing. Not really focusing on those fights entirely, but rather those objectives.
Right now, they are definitely trying to make some plays happen. But talking about plays happen, my lobby and the rest instantly bop and Yang. And Yang is off the board, cleared like that.
And that's exactly what Misa Esports want to do right now. They want to get this snowball into effect very quickly. Because if it goes to late game, Slarky Boy can be a problem.
I mean, he is not the problem. He is in problems, in big problems. He is dead again.
Here's the thing. Slarky Boy getting picked off like that twice in this game, that is not good. Omni Knights don't have any damage source apart from Yang on the Eve. It needs to be Slarky Boy who farms up fast in this game. If that doesn't happen, then it's just going to slip out of their hand. It's a 7-0. Misa Esports, they don't even feel any competition in this game. Omni Knights are struggling.
Well, but let's look at their comp and talk about it, right? Because Moscow, he should be coming online later in the phases of the game. So if you can keep it steady and don't fall too far behind, it should be right in your hands. Danny could be getting caught off. He gets definitely stunned up, taunted up, and gets destroyed. Slarky is here, and he is ready to retaliate as they get turtle in. No, what? Wait, the wall does damage? The wall does damage? I didn't know. Wait, well, but it does like one, no? Alright, Vansky fighting another fight in mid lane. Now CY with a flicker needs to run away. Vansky is in big trouble, needs to run away. Bumblebee getting pushed away. Vansky trying to just waste Tezuka's time. Or maybe getting a one-up on him. Vansky, he is stiff. But unfortunately for him, Danny will pick him up. Though I have to say, it's maybe a little bit better for him to get picked off by Danny, not by Tezuka, since Tezuka wasted his time so hard.
It's still fine though, but that pick going in for Danny too. You don't really want that Lunox to farm so very quickly. And now they're just trying to steal every single camp away from Leandro. He's going to be struggling a lot in this game, and now even the top tier 1 is going to fall. So all tier 1s going down means the jungle is accessible for Misa Esports, and they want to fight more.
CY got destroyed even before the fight started, but Tezuka almost gets put down by Nizu. But Nizu now needs to run away, and unfortunately for him, he burned his flicker for that. Though, he got Tezuka's.
They're not even going in for one-for-one trades out here. That's the big thing. Misa Esports, they're doing whatever they want right now. The only person who's eventually fallen was Danny previously, and he's also going in for the glowing one. So a bit more utility after the genius one. So a good amount of damage he will have in those team fights, specifically on Yang and on Slarky Boy. Slarky Boy will not join in the fights. He'll be pushing on those side lanes, considering he's still building out the third item of the Trinity. That's the DHS. And I don't think so Omni Knights can actually take any fight without the Moskov.
Oh, for sure. But right now, Moscow is over there on his grind. He is reselling those shoes and doing stuff like that and getting his pockets full of money, right? So Slarky Boy can be a threat that he should become. Right now, Corrosion side, Golden Staff looking towards his third item, and Yuzong will be the one protecting him. And between this time, Misa Esports will be taking the first Lord of this game. Right now, looking at the game state, it's a little bit rough for Omni Knights, but honestly, they are holding together kind of strong.
I mean, it's again the same very strategy which we've seen from them all the way in the Thunder division. But Slarky Boy and Moscow, 4 people play together. Slarky is just constantly going in the side lanes, pushing them. And at this point, Misa Esports don't even care. They've already taken the Moscow down twice in this game, slowed down his farm. And on the back of it, Tezuka, along with the Sky Piercer, I'm pretty sure he's got 1 stack on it already. If he gets a couple of more kills, then I feel Omni Knights will lose on all of their win conditions.
Well, talking about win conditions, Hayabusa is trying to turn himself into one. Ooh,
oh my god!
Jumping around, but he gets sent to the wall as he gets put down, taunted up, and Slarky gets the kill. But can he survive the rest of the fight? Because there is MLBB. Petrify still available. He gets taunted up, CC'd up. He cannot get out. Oh, Petrify hits Slarky. I think this is the death for Slarky Boy. Killing spree for MLBB. And there is Pancake with his big walls as the Zuka tries to chase for more. But there is, of course, Yang trying to keep his team safe.
Pancake has been such a fantastic Grog player, man. It's not your tectonic charges that make you a very good Grog player. It is the walls that you put up. Those small utilities which you bait out from the other side, which puts your team in such a great spot. Those are the micro plays which a lot of players miss out. And this is one of the reasons why I always talk about Toby's Grog, because he's always on point with those balls. But I'm pretty sure he's getting the good competition right now from Pancake as well as Kingster in the size of Jackpots. Trying to steal up with a buff as well. I don't think so they were able to take this one. I think Omni Knight's got that. Yeah, Leandro. He's having that. He used up the Retribution on time. 3,000 goal lead for Misa Esports. Omni Knights, the only win condition, Slarky Boy. I think so he should have completed his Trinity by now. Yes, going in for the next one. Warren, it's interesting to see that he's not going in for the Malefic gun, but rather is going in for the Wind of Nature right now.
Oh, he is. That will be super important item, because if he completes it, then he will be able to mitigate or completely ignore some of the physical damage during the time. Always gets bursted down, almost bursted down, though it's still Hayabusa. Guys, you shouldn't be going for him, though. I like the idea, because they still get something out of that, and now they are trying to get out of there. But there is Pancake, his big walls, he is building them up here as he stops the recalls. Nizu gets put down, killing spree for Tezuka, 4 seconds for Lord, and this is bad news, as Nizu tries to run away. I mean, Nizu cannot run away, he's gone. But the rest are trying to run away, as Slarky Boy is using this time to get orange buff for himself.
Yeah, that's the main thing, right? And at this point, it just seems that Omni Knights don't really have a lot of things to work with. The only win condition that was Slarky Boy and Yang, they're not really getting what they want. Everyone is being zoned out by just Bumblebee. A little bit of a timing mismatch out there, so Slarky Boy could not really land the SOD on the Lord, but that was a little bit too close for comfort for Misa. But it's fine. The Lord marching down from the bottom lane. All they need to do is manage the waves properly, and if they're able to do that, it's going to be a smooth sailing. Because again, there is no penetration item on Slarky Boy right now.
Well, there is not a penetration item, but there is Wind of Nature, so MLBB, say bye-bye to your damage, because for 2 seconds, Slarky Boy can just ignore it and laugh in your face.
It's one of the big things, right? If you're able to hold this one down for a long time, the wave clear is there. We've seen the potential of Eve in terms of clearing out those waves. So it's not going to be easy to break through the main crystal, but yes, the inhibitor should fall without any problems. Nice wave management by Misa, and now MLBB goes in for the Black Dragon form.
He goes for Slarky, Petrify still available. MLBB understands that he shouldn't over-chase, but maybe he overdid it, because MLBB gets put down. Now he is dead on the floor. Pancake trying to run away. Danny is dead as well, and suddenly Omni Knights, they are fighting back. And if you compare this to how the game was for Eternal Oblivion, when they were kind of in a similar spot to Omni Knights are in such a better spot, because the game is not so much difference in the form of gold, and talking about difference of gold, it will be even lower as they pick off Wii.
Big pick out here coming in. Not something that you would have expected out, but there we go, another Eve game, and this time it's Slarky Boys holding it down. Look at mid, they want to seize the second one too. Whose Lord was it? It's a rhetorical question, no need to answer. But man, that's a nice push coming in from Omni Knights, I'd have to say. Yes, they've lost their side lane inhibitors, but they've also pushed Misa Esports to their own inhibitors. And as we have a look at the items right now, almost everyone's been building up to their last few items. Divine Glaive being picked up early on for Yang, along with the Wishing Lantern, so he will deal a ton of damage, considering there's just one Radiant Armor. And interesting to see that Pancake does not have any major magic defense. Just a Silence Robe along with the Tough Boots. That's about it. Nothing else. He's still able to soak up all of that and is surviving with a 107 scoreline. Man is playing pretty good.
Malefic gun for Slarky Boy, so some more range on Moscow, which typically lacks that range, so that will be helpful for him to kinda stay away, or maybe, I'm not sure with the numbers, but maybe be not really on par with Tezuka. I believe he should be still outranging him, but maybe be a little bit more on par. But talking about being on par, we should definitely understand that he was in a very bad position, though he survives. Oh, but not anymore, because Slarky Boy connects with the big SOD, and what a spear of destiny it was. Changing the destiny of this game, at least for a minute, because right now my lobby wants to change it back in their own hands. My lobby is still Petrify available, he puts it on Slarky Boy, but Slarky Boy uses Wind of Nature, so he's still alive, dancing around. Mega kill goes for Tezuka though, because he is there, ready to rumble, but Landshaker lands on top of his head and rumbles him to the ground as Omni Knights suddenly with a gold equalized and a game not firmly but steadily in their hands.
The only reason why my lobby and Pancake are alive there is because there was Danny with the Chaos Assault on Yang. Had that not been the case, Yang would have not dropped the real world manipulation. Still, Wise is gonna hop into this fight as well. Slarky Boy wanted to make that nasty outplay. He did that too. But the retaliation from Misa esports, just willing to take the fight to them. That was big. Now it's going to be this Lord Dance. It's a 50-50 retreat chance, but from the angle Wise wants to hop in, he will have 3 beefy front lines up in front.
Honestly, Misa esports kind of succeeded because the Lord was half HP gone, and now it's reset, so they have time for Tezuka to join in. So I don't believe that Omni Knights should continue to push onto this Lord. I think they should regen up. I don't think it's a good play anymore.
It's just a poking game. They're trying to go in for the poke, but there we go, the Black Dragon form in the backline.
I mean, is this really poke or is this a full-on engage? Sevi almost dead, he couldn't even ult. I mean, he ulted in the last second, but he dies anyway. Slarky dies as well, and it's just 2 members, Leandro and Vonsky. Can they change the tide of battle? I don't think they can, and suddenly, just like that, Misa, with a beautiful sweep, coming on the heads of Omni Knights, sweeping the victory from their hands.
For a second, it did seem like we will see another epic comeback, all thanks to the Eve, but Misa esports holding it down till the very end. Absolute perfection. And the fact that how Danny was eventually pulled in the mid lane, right, instead of Cupcake, he performed super good on that Lunox. There were multiple moments when I thought that maybe, Danny might not be able to pull this one, considering he was getting outranged by everyone, but he still was able to bring himself back in this one. I really liked it. And just to break down that last Lord fight, right? The only reason why Misa esports went all gung-ho was because of the death sonatas by Granger. He actually caught Yang 2 times with that, and Yang was dropped down to half HP. And as soon as that happened and the Bloodwing's shield passive was not there, the information was given to the team, and they were like, all right, we're going to go all in on the Eve. We'll take her down first. We'll follow up with the rest of the members. Moskov hasn't really been a big problem for us. He's not really having a long range. And that was the reason why it was a 3-2-1 go signal on Yang. I loved the call.
And when we are speaking about things that we love, I love Pancake being the MVP because he absolutely deserved it. From the Turtle Steel to every wall that he plays to tectonic charges that he didn't even have some crazy moments of, but they were on point when it mattered. But those walls, it really came down to the walls. I think if he ever wants to stop being an MLBB player, he can just switch to a house builder, and I think it would go really, really well for him. Because those wall building expertise, I mean, he got it.
Oh my god. That was one of the most annoying part when you're facing a good Grog player, right? Those annoying walls, those barriers that are always on your face. And Pancake was doing that. That was what kind of created a lot more problems for Omni Knights. Slarky Boy was doing his own job, 4 kills for him, but he was picked off 5 times. You see, this is what I always talk about. Moscow, yes, he's got a lot of damage. You can always keep on pushing those side lanes, but when it matters in those team fights, that's where you need a lot of range right now. You cannot hop into the kill box, and Moscow surviving through that becomes a little bit more difficult. But I did understand the idea, and there were a couple of moments when Omni Knights actually pulled themselves back. After that first slot which Misa Esports took, Omni Knights knew how to defend, and their re-engage was very good. But then again, it did not really just happen over towards the later stages because Misa Esports knew how to circle around Slarky Boy and how to actually pick Yang off in those fights. They were able to easily convert this one.
Also, it's super important to say the way that probably a lot of people are feeling, at least like from what do you know about the power of players. Misa Esports being in this group of 0-1s is kind of fake, right? Because yesterday they didn't even play. If they played, probably they would be able to beat Stolen Angels. So for Omni Knights to be put into this position after already being 0-1 is very unlucky for them. Though it shows one super important thing, and that is that I have to say, I was really hoping for Ake to be that team that really stepped up, because yesterday it looked like it. But today, the mistakes were shown. But Omni Knights, they stepped up crazily from yesterday, because what a game this was. I know they lost, and it's 10 kills difference, but the gold is almost equal. The way they were able to play the game, get some objectives on the other side of the map, get the gold plating, get the towers, get something in return, and still be afloat and still be able to play it out. If the last fight wasn't a clear wipe, if someone died on the side of Misa Esports, or if they died a little bit slower, if they didn't overextend the Lord, this game, I'm not saying they would win, but this game could have been very different.
I agree. They could have gone for a little bit longer, considering, again, you've got the Eve, so you've got the defense and real-world manipulation at your base. And Slarky Boy then can just auto-attack and get that extra advantage of that range thanks to the Malefic gun. But that wasn't really just happening. That's the main thing, right? Misa Esports were not allowing Omni Knights to play their game. As we have a look at the highlights as well, ladies and gentlemen, Pancake being the MVP, 2-0 and 12 for this one, was an absolute beast. He was a Chad throughout the game. And you could clearly see his entire performance, always being present in those fights, landing in the tectonic charges when it was necessary, landing in the walls too. Look at that. Couple of man knocker, followed up by the rest of the players, always being that one spearhead of the team. He was making sure that it became easy for the rest of the members to set things up.
Absolutely wonderful performance. He was playing it so well. And the turtle still on top of that, that was just so lovely. That was just so lovely coming from him.
And that was one of the turning points in the game too. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it was. With the good roamers, it always feels like you cannot play the game. If you play against very good roamer, it almost feels impossible. He's all the time everywhere you go. He is all the time in the right spots, and he is making your life miserable. And this is exactly what Pancake did from the first second of the game to the absolute last minute and moment of the match. He was there. He was there where it mattered. He did everything correctly. I think he would have very hard time to try to find some big mistakes, maybe some little ones, but some big mistakes from this guy, especially in this game, because what a performance it was. Even there at the end, I believe 4-man, 3-man tectonic charge. I was before speaking that I didn't see that many big tectonic charges, but this one, for example, was just great. True. And the walls, man, he was building over there.
Those tectonic charges were absolutely annoying as well too, right? Yes, we've seen a lot of players landing in, but this one definitely is going to go in that highlight play. And here's the fun thing. After all of that, I thought maybe the coordination between Pancake and Danny would not be that high, considering we haven't really seen a lot of performances from them. But you know what? I'd have to say I was really impressed with the way how everything went down. Danny was following up Pancake throughout the game, and he made sure that every single time this Grok wanted to go for the engage, the Lunox was there for the support. And that's something which I'd have to say is only built up by a good amount of practice. And on the other end of the spectrum now, looking at how Misa Esports stand 1-1, they just need 2 more wins to move all the way up in the playoffs. Yes, they've lost the chance of being seeded to the higher stage, but it's still fine. A 3-1 record is also going to be pretty good. And considering how the team is looking right now, I think so they are a force to be reckoned with.
Oh, absolutely. And especially if you take into consideration, then this should be their nerfed form. It shouldn't be their main form since they don't have Cupcake, right? Because Cupcake should have been the main roster. She should have been the part of the main squad. So for them to perform this highly with Danny just speaks a lot. But again, I know this should be all about Misa Esports, but I still have to give a big shout out to Omni Knights. But let's get back to Misa Esports because my lobby is joining us for an interview. And what a guy to have on the interview. My lobby, I have to congratulate you on your victory. Unluckily, very luckily today you were able to play the game. So unfortunate for you yesterday. Well, there was many things being said about your transition into Misa Esports. Were you really that strongly believe in your performance that you just knew this is the right team and I want to swap in there, even though I am risking my qualification? What was the thought process behind it?
It's long story behind it, but basically, personally, I don't feel like playing with Void Kids anymore, so that's why I'm joining another team. But yeah, so long story short.
Thanks for summarizing it up. Of course, every time you are like, sometimes you just feel you belong somewhere else, and you definitely look like you are loving to belong in Misa Esports. You are looking very nice, very sharp. How do you view your chances? I know it's the beginning, but I have to ask you yourself, because people are speaking about your team as one of the strongest teams that we have here in the regular season. Do you view yourself this highly? Would you place yourself among top 3 or top 4, something like that? Can we expect you landing somewhere here? Of course, I know it's early to say, but I just want to see how you view yourself.
That's really hard to say, but obviously we're gonna do our best, and I guess we're gonna go for top 1.
Oh, all right, all right. I love that answer. Well, to you, Scared.
All right. I mean, my lobby, we have seen a lot of picks from you, right? Tell me which one is your favorite to play in this game. We've seen your Alert, it's insane. We've seen your CC, it's really good. You picked up Yu Zhong in almost every other game when you were playing in the open qualifiers too. So tell me which is your favorite pick to play in the EXP lane right now.
Yeah, it's Yuzang.
All right, fair. So can we expect other teams to ban it out just for a respect ban? Because if it's open, I'm pretty sure I'm expecting you to pick it.
I don't know, it's up to them. If they wanna face my Yuzong, they can leave it open.
You've been performing phenomenally well. Is there any specific EXP laner that you would want to face up against now that you're a part of Misa Esports back in the game? Who do you want to face?
I don't know, maybe Rusik, Baba Rusik. I think he's the most stronger in the Europe, so yeah, it's really fun to play against him.
I mean, he's also in a part of a lineup where, you know, the team that qualified from the open qualifiers now.
Yeah.
Apart from every other team that is here, any specific team you would want to fight in the next stage?
Not really. Doesn't matter what we face, we're gonna try our best to win it. So, no.
Right. All right, Warren, back to you.
Well, since we were asking about some spicy picks, is there something that you kind of found out through the new patch notes and you are feeling like, all right, that's a pick I'm going to bring out? Is there something in your head? You don't have to tell us what is it, to not leak it, but is there something that you are feeling like, oh, that could be great?
I think I can leak it. It's fine, because I think that Thomas is gonna be meta because he counter a lot of meta heroes. So I think he's the worth pick, even in the tournaments. We tried some games in ranked. It's worked really well versus Alice and others.
All right.
Right? Yeah, that's
That's-
exactly that's
yeah.
exactly the matchup that we saw. Thank you for the insight.
All right. You know what? I mean, Mairovi, we've been taking a lot of your time. Is there anything that you want to say for your fans out there? Because a lot of people like to see your gameplay. So, any message for them?
Yeah, thank you guys for supporting, and yeah, I hope you enjoy our game today.
All right, my man. Looking forward to your games in the future as well, and good luck to Misa Esports for making it.
Thank
And
you.
see you tomorrow, man. See you tomorrow.
See
Thank
you,
you for
see
having
you.
me. Thank you
Bye,
for being
guys.
here. Bye bye. All right. Straight up answer. You know what? His Yuzhong is a treat to watch, and I would want to see as many times as possible to see this man play on that Black Dragon, because it doesn't matter who is in front of him. Once he pops up in the sky, you know that he will go in the enemy backline and he will get at least 2 people up with those petrifies.
Honestly, I quite liked his setup. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this was the first time it was played here under Surge's wings, where he went Warhammer into full tank and he just waited to complete. I believe he would probably go Hunter Strike in the end, and he waited for that until complete end of the game. I believe he didn't even finish it. So that was quite exciting to watch. I was a little bit worried for his damage, but he did his job perfectly.
Here's the main thing, right? It's not like he is the finisher of the team. All he needs to do is just get those knockups in. He just wants to make sure that the Eve cancels out the real world manipulation. And he was doing all of that. Slarky Boy did not really have a lot of things to work against the composition which he was facing too. So apart from all of that, he made some good outplays. There was a moment where Wise was eventually picked off by the Moscow. It was right at the edge of the wall, but you know what? Sometimes those things happen. Even after all of that, it was still Misa Esports smoothly steamrolling through this entire game. One question that I actually missed out was the fact that what happened after that first lot, man. I wish I could be here again so that I could ask that question. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen? It's absolutely fine. We've still got a lot more games remaining right now. It is only the first 2 that's been over. We still have a lot to go on forward with, but all of that will happen after the short break. You guys don't have to go anywhere. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. I know, man. I'm really glad that that previous game was not really a 30-minute long game as well. But guess what? We're back again for another exciting match, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be Memento Mori taking on Glitch Code. Now, here's a fun fact. Memento Mori yesterday won out the game, and same was the case with Glitch Code too. So the winner will move on to the second victory point. You'd need just one more win after that to move all the way up. Out here, we already had 2 games all the way down from the bottom games. Now we're going to have a couple of them from the up top. Memento Mori, Glitch Code, ready to take on their opponents. Memento Mori were the ones who sent Eternal Oblivion all the way down. And Glitch Code were the ones who sent Arcade down, right? So if you really think about it, Warren, both of these teams should be very evenly matched.
They definitely should. They definitely should. At least from what we saw, Eternal Oblivion against Ake, even though Eternal Oblivion were able to pull through in the end, Ake were still showing up a great fight from their side. And honestly, with the addition of Samo into the composition of Memento Mori, I'm so hyped for this roster. I liked the roster even before. I think the roster was really well put together, but it was just missing this little tiny piece. And I think Samo brought even a bigger piece through his performance. Because yesterday it was a show. It was a show in his own hands. Honestly, everyone played very wonderfully from the rest of the squad as well. Tracy and everyone else. But Samo, I kind of had a magnifying glass on top of him. I was just like looking at him like that, like, all right, will he perform, will he not? And even Synth hyped me up and he was like, well, he is a professional player, so it should be very good performance. And he delivered on those boards. So I'm very hyped. I will be very closely watching the matchup in XP because I expect a lot from Samo again.
I'm hoping for the exact same thing out here, right? Because, again, both of these teams, they're so evenly matched up out there. If you talk about the gold lane, even if you talk about the jungle, I could see those players being there always on top of their performances. Now, coming back into this specific one, here's the thing. As we've been talking about it, the winner moves all the way up. Just one more win away from being qualified into the playoffs. And when you're at this stage, you'd not want to give it up whatsoever. And Samo pairing up so very well with the entire lineup of Memento Mori, it makes this entire roster even more strong. When we were actually, watching the promotion relegation, and when we all were having the discussion as well, I think so the main storyline was that Memento Mori, as strong as they seemed to be, the performance was not really coming out on those levels, right? It could be the fact that maybe everyone was expecting a lot out of them while they were still learning how to piece every player together. It seems like we were judging them based on how high that tower of cards could go while they were still working on their foundation. Now I feel like they've kind of worked upon it, and considering this regular season, you don't really have so many opportunities per se. You'd need to get your 3 wins before you get those 3 losses. This is the perfect time for them to pull themselves out of that hat, right? Be the rabbit, pull yourself out of the hat, and then maybe perform out there. But the same could be said for Glitch Code. This team is very strong.
Oh, absolutely. If you would listen to Synth, what he was saying yesterday, he was glazing them very hard. Honestly, I think they have it playing on repeat before they go to sleep, because yesterday for like straight 3 minutes, he was just saying how good they are. So this matchup should be hyped. This matchup, possibly, if it wasn't for Minerva Fury against Jackpots, I would say the best match of today. But there is still Minerva Fury against Jackpots. So I will leave it to them to be the best match of today, but it's definitely the second best match of today, at least in my eyes. It will be so hype, it will be so crazy, and I'm so excited to be here with you, Scared, as we are approaching into the draft, and we will be looking on the first bench and kind of trying to piece together the puzzle that will be building, that will be built in front of us through Samo, to Dracy, Noel, and everyone on the roster of Memento Mori, where Glitch Code, of course, will be responding. We saw crazy performance from Vlado, and I think it will be super exciting, even though I will be specifically looking at Samo in his respective matchup. You should definitely keep your eye out for Vlado against Racy, because there is a lot that can happen. And if Vlado will again deliver the crazy game he delivered yesterday, it will be very hard for Racy.
Yeah, Samo against Gabri is also very good, and Dracy up against Vlados. See, it's going to be super fun to witness. But here's the fun thing, right? Who is going to stop Throwboy? We know Throwboy has been pretty solid in the lineup. and 6 really needs to be, let's just say, the throw boy. Again, he's the man who's actually playing it out here, right? It's not really 6. So you know that this man, every single time he performs, be it on the Yi Sun Shin, be it on the Lancelot, you have to respect him. You cannot leave him unchecked. So if anything, I really want Memento Mori to actually pick some early game heroes out here and not really let Throwboy play his own game, because if that happens, making that comeback is going to be difficult.
I agree. Throwboy was definitely performing, and even though we still have in our minds kind of burn it into our gray matter of the brain, the moment where he was so far ahead, but then he unfortunately fumbled it and he got caught off. Maybe because he fumbled it, maybe because they outplayed him, however you want to put it. But still, the way he was able to get in this position, to be so far ahead, and I love what you said, he always performed. He always performed. If there is a guy that's the most consistent there is him. He always performs. Like, yeah, sometimes it's shaky in some seconds, in some couple of fights where like he will maybe be overzealous, but every time when the mistake like this happen, it's not like he is 3-3. This mistake happens and he's like 6-0.
Yeah, he's absolutely been on point till then. Now, looking at the bans, Lancelot, Yusun Shin banned out by Memento Mori. Good respect being shown for Throwboy. They also take care of CC. It's a standard ban, but the Basha is open. The question is, will Throwboy pick it, right? We've seen him on those damage junglers. Now, it could be possible that they might pick Basha up and then they can pick up the Hayabusa in the second picking phase to throw out a surprise for Memento Mori. But you also have an opportunity of picking up a Kimi right now, since it is open. But here's the thing, Warren. We've seen a lot of times that the Kimi has been left out. It's actually a Grok pick. They've left everything up on the table, right? They're like, all right, you guys go whatever you want to go. We're going to pick up the Grok for the first one. Godzi, it's a prior pick for him.
Well, I have to check. I have to do the math in my head quickly. But like, the amount of times Grog was picked up, he was picked up 7 times, right? And if you take into consideration that I believe we have 8 games every day, and right now we are in 3rd game of today, so I don't know what the percentage would be, but that's pretty high. That's pretty high. He's super contested. We saw so many good plays, and especially this last game, the crazy walls that were being built. I have high expectations on Guodzi, especially after yesterday, because he needs to redeem himself. Even though, in the end, he was the game maker, the play maker, and he caught Nandayo. Other than that, his performance wasn't really that shiny. So I'm really looking forward to him on the Grog, because it's not like Kalia. He cannot make one tectonic charge and win the game. He needs to consistently be making plays to get his team ahead.
True. I'm actually thinking about what glitch code will pick right now, considering the Basha has been picked up along with the Harith. You can't really go in for a Granger right away because that would still be a losing matchup, though the idea would be the same. I'm thinking of a Hayabusa maybe for Throwboy if you want to keep him in the comfortable hero pool, but you know what, there's been something that's been going on in my mind, Warren, with how quickly you can actually get the Coherence Inferno on Thams, and with the recent buffs that he's received, I wonder how will he actually do in the jungle. But you know what? I'm going to throw all of that things away out here. It is the Hayabusa, finally, and we're going to see, if I'm not wrong, the Phobius. So you're going to be happy. I mean, guess what? The hero that you love is finally picked up after a long time. It's the first appearance out here in the regular season, though. But I really like it. There's a Harith on the other side, a lot of dashes, so Gabriel's going to have fun time in the EXP lane.
Honestly, I was quite on a thought roller coaster over Fabius, because at first glance I felt like, all right, yeah, there is his kit, that's how he's played, and there is not really that much depth to it, but oh, I was wrong. So especially after this realization that came to me, I'm so excited to see and look at all the micro mechanics that Gabriel will be showing us, or showing me especially, of course, right? Since I can then translate it into my rank games, of course, definitely not to the degree agree that Gabri will show us, but at least I can steal something from that gameplay. So I will be looking very tightly, even more. Even I said it before, I'm looking for Samo, I'm looking for the matchup into Gabri, but now especially even more. I would just love to have a spyglass to just constantly look over on the XP to catch everything. But, well, Juxin going through the draft so deeply, that's quite interesting.
That's exactly the point I wanted to mention too. Jushin going all the way through till now, that is criminal. Should not have happened, but it is Memento Mori finally picking her up. Now, the draft actually looks pretty good. Good amount of poke. You've got nice scaling as well into the mid. But you need someone to actually dish out a damage, right? You've got the Basha up in front of you. You've got Fushi and Racy out on their own picks too. So you need something that can actually take control. I don't really see a way with the Joy. Just because, again, that is going to make things a little bit more rough. And if you're putting a Basha in the jungle, that means you might want to go with a utility roamer out here. But who's going to be a utility? That's again a big question mark. You need your EXP laner right now as well. I don't see a lot of damage coming in by Memento Mori early on to deal with glitch code. So I'm trying to find that angle. Yu Jong and Arlet have been banned out as well, so you don't have those playmaking capabilities in the EXP lane either. Seems like glitch code are actually winning out on the macro scale in this game.
Right now, ooh, Terizla, yeah, that could work. That could work. That will be exciting to see this matchup. From what I understand, it should be a little bit more Terizla favored because Favos will really struggle to finish him off, so probably Favos doesn't really have that much kill pressure in the lane. But of course, typically when we are looking at competitive XP, it's not really about those solo kills. If you are not that much better than your opponent, you don't really usually risk it. You just are trying to take the small victories, gold grab some minions or something like that. Of course, if you are not Tamus from yesterday that just decided to steal away the cannon minion from Elise and be like, all right, yeah, that's how the game goes. So that just shows you the power of the pick. I'm sad for you that you were thinking about the Tamus jungle and it will not be happening, unfortunately, Scared.
I mean, that's absolutely fine though, but I don't really like the Terizla that's been hopped in through.
Oh, you don't?
Yeah, no, I don't technically. I think so. I would have rather gone in for an Alice to be picked up, and then you could have gone in for a physical damage, or rather, you could have gone in for a physical damage jungler by keeping the Basha into that room. But I don't personally see a way for them to make this one. It's a Khalid to wipe things off. And again, they're kind of forced into picking those physical damage dealers because their first three are the magic damage. And they've decided that Basha is going to go in the jungle. There could be a possibility if Jushin and along with Warpath's Scimitar, they eventually pull something through. But I don't see any early way of winning for the side of Memento Mori. There's a heavy late game scaling composition for Glitch Code, though, with the Farsa, Hayabusa, as well as the Irithel. And I'm really liking them, as they will have their winning lanes. Memento Mori, they need early snowball through mid, and they need Racy to farm very quickly on this Harith.
Oh, absolutely. The early game will be super important. The first 4 minutes of the game and the first turtle fight will tell us so much. Because if Memento Mori are not coming as favorites into this first turtle fight, or if they don't win the first turtle fight and get a big advantage or a reasonable advantage, it will not be easier for them later in the game. And Warpath already trading super aggressively into Gvodzi, and losing basically half of his HP, though say is not really good for Weather as well.
That's the big thing. Yeah, I mean, Sei has lost a bit of HP, so the river control will be taken by Memento Mori. Now, the thing that works really well for their composition is their river control. They can constantly harass Godzi as well as Sei. Oh my god, that's a very early flicker utilization by Godzi. Wasn't really expecting to see that happen. That's fine. It's going to go in with the double movement speed out there in the Emblem 2, so want to rotate very fast, trying to catch up with the rotation speed of Warpath. I like the idea. But the same thing is with Fushi as well. They want to be really active in this river and around the map.
I mean, Fushi got the gold crab, right? So this is already a little bit of advantage for Memento. No, I believe no. That shouldn't be the case. Just glitch code are 400 ahead. Warpath getting super chunked. Honestly, I don't understand why Say didn't go for the finish together with Gwozi. Though Gwozi was missing the flicker, so that could have been the case.
At this point, I just felt they did not really have an idea of where Noel could be, so they didn't really want to risk it. But interesting to see how Throwboy has gone for the rapid boots in this game. Not something that we normally see on Hayabusa, so it's probably something everyone's going to be focusing on as well. The mid again, quickly cleared off by Memento Mori. They have the river control, but this is the first turtle which we want to focus on. Level 4 already being secured by the Trizla. You want to have Gabri hopping in the fight as well as quickly as possible. Right now, the control is with Memento Mori.
Oh, and they want to control even more as they put Gwozi on half HP. Further airstrike goes through, and Samo half HP. No, he's almost dead. He tries to run away. He gets put down. He's gone. Warpath now trying to drift away. First blood goes to Vlado, and Vlado is again on the carry duty. Absolutely smurfing from the first second of the game.
That's the big one, right? Irithel is going to have the advantage in those rotations because of the movement speed. Flicker was also utilized now. Racy not being able to match that one up. But on the other end of the spectrum, a big retribution win by Noel. He was able to quickly grab that one, and then his entire team got that shield as well. And that was the reason why Warpath even survived through that onslaught. Otherwise, it would have been a 2-for-0 trade. So the gold still stays just the way how it was before that turtle fight.
Oh, absolutely, but Memento Mori is running out of time. Until that first item, they kinda have the time to do something. When the first item will be completed, then they slowly start running out of the time. Because when we move into second, third item department, then it will be very, very rough. Because Say will come online, Gabri will be very big menace, Trollboy will be coming online as well, and Vlado as well. So this will be super rough. Say, oh well, now he's getting bursted, Fushi with big ultimate, and they get the kill. What is super important is that Warpath didn't take the kill, so it went to the carry. Noel taking this one, alright, yeah, that can happen, but still, it's at least on your jungle, not on your roamer, so it's always super important. Memento Mori is suddenly waking up.
Finally, they're slowly and steadily hopping in this one, and this is the game that I wanted to see from them. That early game aggression, the mid priority. You have got the Khalid, you have got the Jushin, you will have that priority out there in the river. And on the back of it, Noel can also hop into those fights. We're finally seeing all of that happen too, and Dracy is making that rotation first this time than Vlado C. Oh, hold on. It's safe, it's safe. She's safe. Okay.
And next turtle will be spawning, so that means Memento Mori need to take this one home, or at least take the fight home, or ideally both for the price of one.
Yeah, they're easily going to secure it. And the fun fact is, Glitchcode don't even want to fight for this turtle, because even after all of that, they're not that far behind.
I mean, don't get overexcited, scared. Fushi should be absolutely fine. We are not really in the moment of game where Trollboy should be bursting down the targets that easily. I believe he is still not with his first item completed, so still there is time for that.
I was actually expecting Say as well to hop into his Feathered Air Strike form, or maybe Godzi to make a play, but yeah, both the flickers are out, so can't really move all the way up out there. In terms of the mid-game scaling, again, Dracy will have the advantage. There was a bit of a nerf coming in on Vladosi, right? But, or you could technically say a bit of a rework, a small nerf and then small buff. But look at the bottom side, Samo, he's fine. He's a big beefy Terizla. Can't really take him out of that hammer though.
It's kind of rough because Terizla has mana pool, whereas Feveus doesn't, and he is not your typical hero that relies on these big cooldowns, because usually if a hero doesn't have mana, then he usually has big cooldowns. But Feveus, since his first spell is kind of low cooldown, he doesn't really suffer from that heavily. And of course the passive is like extra spell that you have, because every time it's available, it's like a dash for you. You get this, you get the shield, you get the extra damage. So definitely rough for Terizla to play it, just through the fact that he has the mana pool, where Feveus doesn't need to care about that.
That is one part of it. We also have the comparison between both of the players, and Samo is tanking a little bit more. He's taking a lot of damage out there in those 1v1s. But it's fine. He can heal himself back up, clear those waves quickly. As the turtle now spawns it all the way up top. But there we go. Throwboy does not commit onto his own ultimate, but maybe this time Say decides he wanted to. And I think so this could very well be the reason why Memento Mori could get this turtle for free now.
I absolutely agree. I think Glitch Code wasted their spells. They shouldn't be in a good spot to do it. But they are definitely looking like they want to try it. Throwboy half HP. Will he throw it or will he play it? Fushi getting bursted down. Noah secures the turtle and Throwboy gets put down himself. Warpath dies for his actions, but doesn't matter because the rest will finish it off. Double kill for Dracy as Dracy makes her name known. But luckily for Glitch Code, there is still Vlado, the big boy himself.
But this was the main time I wanted to see Memento Mori take that charge. Finally up that turtle, realizing there's no feathered airstrike for Say. They did not really care about any more damage because if it's not Say, then Throwboy and Vlados haven't really scaled well enough to burst down that front line. And considering now it's going to get even more tanky with Samo building up the Black Ice Shield and Warpath now taking in the Anti-Cuirass, it's going to get even more difficult for them to actually burst down through that one. So Say needs to be the person who keeps his feathered airstrike safe for as long as possible. But the jungle access is now being taken.
But can Say stay safe for long enough? Feathered airstrike doesn't really hit, and well, it hits. But what I meant is that it doesn't really do anything. It just kind of forces them away. Though it will be in time for the first Lord of the game. That will be spawning around 9th minute mark. Right now, Memento Mori are in a strong position, but they need to keep up the pace and they need to keep tying up the knot towards ending the game.
Yes. I want to have a look at the items of Vladosi right now. I'm pretty sure he's already gone for the Harsh Claw. Harsh Claw and Vent Talker. Not enough damage considering the Berserker's Fury is not there though, but a lot of movement speed to work with to kite around those chrono dashes of Tracy, who's already completed the Feather of Heaven along with the Stallium Sight. So 2 main core items completed. Now going in for probably a bit more towards that utility with the Blood Wings. Or if she's feeling fine, maybe go in for a Holy Crystal to have that extra bit of burst. But Throwboy again, you need to focus on this man now. He's probably prioritizing the Malefic Roar instantly right after the Hunter Strike. So a ton of penetration early on.
Well, right now, Gwaz is trying to penetrate into the river department, trying to get through the team of Memento Mori. Right now, they are in a firm position to keep holding this Lord in a chokehold. Oh, Fevo suddenly breaking the silence with a big engage on Fushi, and Fushi was forced to use his ultimate, though ultimate should come sooner than the flicker, so makes a lot more sense to use the ultimate and keep the flicker. Though Memento Mori should be the ones making the plays and not the ones receiving them.
Oh, I so love that wall from Godzi. Just stop both the players from moving towards the tower to clear that wave. And because of that, Vladosi was able to land in a couple of extra basic attacks onto the mid tower, getting it down to half HP. It's going to be the game of the far lane though, which is stacking up in favor of Memento Mori. And for a little bit longer, it's going to stay like that. This Lord Dance is going to continue. 24k to 27k, just 3,000 gold difference, or 2.5, if you really think about it. Looking at the total teamfight participation, it's still same. 20% for both of the players. Throwboy really needs to step up his game right now. He's got the Malefic gun, so they can actually go for this one.
Well, big tectonic charge going on Samos. Can Samos still play it out? Yeah, he goes in. Big initiation coming from his side. He is able to retaliate as Gabri is down himself. Now Gvodzi is trying to run away. Drace with a follow-up needs to flicker away into safety, but she was able to do enough of damage for Fushi to finish it off and get a double. So this means Memento Mori are advancing. They will be going for Lord, and they will keep tying up the knot of the game.
Big penalty zone coming in from Samo, just forcing Say in an awkward place because of that flicker. He could not really go in for the feathered airstrike early on, and then as soon as Throwboy hopped in, he was instantly stunned for a second, and his HP bursted down, so he could not even commit for his own Oogie Shadow kill, and that was the main difference maker. Again, that 3,000 gold difference has increased to 4,400 now. And you can see the difference in items. It's a Holy Crystal for Dracy, while Vladosi was still struggling to make the Berserker's Fury. He's finally completed that, but there's already a Cauldron on the Pauldron on the other side. You've got the Dominance Ices along with now the Blade Armor being picked up for Samo. If he picks that item up before this Lord strikes till the inhibitors, I think so this could very well be it for Glitch Code.
Also, talking about Vlado, you can kind of look at the gold difference and be like, well, he is not really doing as well as he was yesterday. But the thing is, Memento Mori have 3 towers, Glitch Code have 0, and they also have 3 turtles. So that means this is basically the vault difference between Dracy and Vlado. So Vlado is still doing pretty well. I don't know if it's just enough for this game to be kept afloat, because right now Memento Mori are charging in their base. Samo with a big engage, there is Tectonic Charges and disengage, but Warpath and Dracy are nowhere to be found. Samo gets put down, he dies for his actions, but now there's a mega kill for Fushi as he goes in with Zhuxin and finishes the job. Gabri traded for Samo. Honestly, a little bit better for Glitch Code.
Anything that Glitch Code gets is right now going to be better for them. That's the big thing. All they need to do is also shut down this one. Jushin again. Say, I'll have to say, Say is playing with fire. The only reason why he's left alive in that spot is because Memento Mori decided to let him go. Considering there was a bit of a backup available as well though, but Godzi would not have been able to do anything to save him. Well, again, the Bloodwing's already picked up. He's now trying to prioritize his own Divine Glaive too. 30 stacks already for Fushi on that Sky Piercer. So it's again one of those classic Jushin with a Sky Piercer glowing wand build, and no one is actually able to reach him till now.
And reaching, that's an important topic in this game, because right now Memento Mori are reaching deeply in the pockets of Glitch Code. They are taking all the money, in the piggy banks. Everything is being stolen from Glitch Code. But honestly, even though the lead looks massive, if you look at the minute that we are being at, 5,000 in 14 minutes, it's really not that big.
The only person who's actually got a lead in terms of the gold from Glitch Code is Throwboy. And he's built up some big items right now. Blade of Despair along with the Malefic Gun. You already had the Hunter Strike previously, so that's going to add on to a lot of burst damage. So Dracy along with Fushi will have to be careful. But considering they've already picked up their own Bloodwings too, that's going to be big. Oh, Throwboy.
But this is just enough. This is just enough what they wanted, because now Memento Mori has free reign over the Lord as they will pick it up. This is the second Lord of the game, and Memento Mori will keep going for those pushes, and they need to keep doing it, because if they give a second, just a second, a fraction of a second to Glitch Code, they will bounce back.
6,000 goal lead right now for Memento Mori. But yeah, I don't think so that is just enough. Vladosi has completed the Malefic Gun. He will be able to deal a ton of damage though, but Throwboy not really landing in his own shadows onto Fushi. That could have been a game changer maybe, if you would have been able to pick him off. But again, you already have the Crimson Beacon, you have the Flicker available, so Fushi's running. He's being happy. He's also got the Brave Smite, so a little bit of extra HP back after his skills hit as the Lord finally marching down in mid. This could be a make or break fight for both of them.
Right now, Noel is kind of turtling around, driving around as a hedgehog. Sonic himself will be popping his ultimate. Predator's side doesn't really hit anyone. Honestly, say, even though he had a rough game yesterday, he was still, oh well, now we are talking big engage coming from the side of Memento Mori as they approach enemy's base, they push everyone away, but Warpath is the first member to die though, and no one gets killed in retaliation for the side of Glitch Code. Though they got 2 towers, so honestly that's all they wanted.
Gladosi trying to guide around though. Samo should be taken down instantly thanks to the Yugi shadow kill. Noel could not really save his man, but Memento Mori got what they came for. They got 2 inhibitors in this one. The only good thing for Glitch Code is that the far lane is still even. There's still minions out there. The inhibitor is still standing up. So they can still try and fight for that Lord. But now with the Guardian's helmet being picked up, Godzi is going to be a little bit more tanky. Now Tracy and Fushi will start to face their problems in terms of bursting through this front line.
I agree that the front line is kind of rough to get through, but still you have Trollboy that will need to get up close and personal for him to deal damage, so you can still go for him. If you look at the itemization that Gabri is right now running, even though he is going for the defensive items, he doesn't have warrior boots, so he doesn't have that extra armor towards Samo, so that Warrior X will, and together with that true damage especially, it will be dealing damage. And since staff boots don't really work as effectively into magic damage, I don't think even Dracy should be carrying this much. Also, he has Athena, so those as extended fights where Harit excels at. Honestly, I'm not quite sure if I like the Athenas. Don't you agree with me that it should have been Radiant armor?
Depends on how you're looking at it, right? I think so. For now, Gabri is just considering the instant burst of Dracy because of that Chrono Dash and the Cosmic Fission combination. So I think so in that term, since there's a Holy Crystal on the other side along with the Blood Wings, that burst is going to be instant. He just wants to sustain through a little bit longer. But yes, I understand. Radiant Armor could have also been pretty decent in this scenario, considering Fushi is always going to be on top of your head, trying to poke you down. One of the big things is, oh, look at the position of Warpath.
Go boy. Trollboy got caught. He needed to use Yugi Shadow Kill defensively. Fushi's trying to chase for him. Flicker towards the ultimate combination. Now Sei is getting caught. Killing spree for Bracy. Trollboy gets put down. Noel picks him up. And now they are trying to fight, but I don't think this is a fight they should be fighting. Gabri needs to run together with Bodzi and the rest if they want to keep their base alive. Bodzi gets pushed back. He gets pulled back into the rest of Memento Mori, and Memento Mori look like they want to be ending this game. Two members are missing and you don't have enough damage to clear the waves. Vlado almost getting killed, and there's Dracy in the thick of it. Can she survive? She's still alive. Gabri dies for his actions himself, and Samo finishes him off, and another wave is coming in. I think this could be the end. Looks like Memento Mori don't think so. They don't agree with me because they are looking for the safer way to go for Dart.
Phenomenal positioning coming in from Warpath in that one. He was just sitting there waiting for Throwboy to hop in for his own buff. He was waiting for him to clear that wave too. No one actually checked that. And Throwboy hasn't really been looking like himself in this game, let's be honest. Eason Shin, yes, it was on top, but this time he's been struggling. And Racy has also picked up the Wishing Lantern now on this Harith. So there's the big damage number that we'll finally see on even on Gabri and Godzi now. That extra damage because of the HP. I like this build from Dracy. On the other side, Noel has been super good in terms of catching Throwboy after he's used up his shadows. And that timing which he's picking up, it all coming down to that coordination of Memento Mori. I'm loving the way how they're playing right now. And they could very well end the game with the lead that they have.
They could be looking for that, and they will probably be looking for that. Curse haven't picked up for Warpath, as now they are trying to look for that possibly. And big pool coming for Gabri. Gabri, no flicker available. Gvodzi is trying to defend the base, but there is someone. He will already start hitting. No, he starts going for Vlado. Vlado gets pushed back into the fight. Shut down. Noel for a killing spree, and now they try to finish the base as well. Unstoppable Fushi. Is there someone to hit the base, Crystal? Of course there is. There is Racy. When you thought that you survived, you did not, because Memento Mori are back in action, and honestly, what a game from them. And I think it shattered so many expectations coming from everyone that was watching.
I mean, I'd have to say Samo on the Terizla changed the entire narrative of the game. Every single time he is catching the people, he's making sure that his presence is seen in the game. You could talk about Vladosi being in certain positions. Samo is ready to capitalize on that. He's always ready with the flicker penalty zones. Even in that last fight, right? Vladosi was just trying to clear the way, being on the left side. Samo took the path from behind the...
Oh, he did. He indeed took the path behind, and he got exactly where he needed to be. The gameplay for Samo was just insane. It was exactly what I expected after his performance yesterday. It was absolutely gorgeous to look with my own eyes onto that once more, and I'm so excited to see Samo running through the rest of the tournament. He's definitely up there for me in the term of tier list of players that I want to see, because I want to see more of him. His plays are so great. The Terizla combination of Flicker with ultimate, always going for the right target, especially in that last fight, going for Vlado. So Vlado had no business running out of that, because he realized, well, Vlado has no Flicker available.
Yeah.
There's no mobility for him, so there is no way he can go out.
True, I agree, and that's one of the big things that happened in that one, though. But I'll have to say, Tracy performing on that Harith was one of the highlights for the game. 3-0 and 7 against a Hayabusa, against a Phobius. That's a big performance coming in. Now, on the other side of the spectrum, I'd have to say Memento Mori is finally looking super solid in this game.
Oh, they absolutely are. They absolutely are. And suddenly the whole narrative and the whole story behind, oh, can Memento Mori step up to the alt name, step up to the alt legacy? People were questioning them. People were saying, oh, they cannot. They probably won. They don't have it anymore. The only member that was left in the roster built everything from scratch again. But he made it work. Or at least now it's working. Now it is indeed working. And this Memento Mori, well, it could be attacking the higher echelons of the leaderboard, because this team is very strong.
I'll have to say they looked in control throughout the game. Not a single moment was there when we thought maybe Glitch Code would be able to pull through, right? Yes, a couple of picks coming in for them here and there, but apart from that, nothing. And the fact that Vladosi QT went in for the Malefic Gun instead of a Malefic Roar. I understand the idea you'd want some extra bit of penetration, considering Noel and Samo was super tanky, including Warpath, with the Justice Pauldron, Dominance Ice, as well as the Blade Armor. I still personally feel that because of that, he did not really have enough range to run around and kite around those players. I mean, it seems like there was just enough AoE for Fushi, Dracy, and everyone else to eventually push him down in terms of that HP. All in all, though, I'd have to say, if that game could have gone a little bit longer, or maybe Say would have worked around with the positioning of Godzi, this could have been pretty different. But Memento Mori winning the game because of their win conditions, they were able to fulfill them perfectly. And on the back of that, they eventually got this one easily. I'd have to say, Memento Mori, with 61,000 gold overall in this game, all turtles taken, all the turrets taken, that's something that clearly shows you this team not to be messed with so easily.
Absolutely. And the story of the whole game is definitely being set in the stats, where you can see only 5 kills going over to the camp of Glitch Code. And the goal difference, it's 10,000. Yes, the game was 20 minutes long, and I was saying for some moments that, yeah, the goal lead could have been bigger. But honestly, if you look through and through and you put it into context, they kind of played it out very similarly to how we saw the last game go from Misa esports, where the game was really in their control. They were slowly building their lead. Well, then some fumbles happened, but but other than that, it was kind of the same idea. Always in control, making the plays how you want to play them, and then closing it out.
Playing the game to your win conditions. That was the main idea. And let's be honest, man, this entire draft with Fushi picking up the Jushin, it changed the game. Along with having the Khalid in the mid, you had the priority in the river, and they were rotating faster than Glitch Code. Glitch Code couldn't really do anything in that game. Radosi, yes, from the gold lane, he was trying to make a difference in those turtle fights, but apart from that, he was not really being that impactful in this one, because again, you could not really go in for those rotations. You couldn't play in for your own win conditions because Memento Mori were fully controlling the river. And that was one of the big reasons why we saw them easily taking over in the entire Land of Dawn. Yes, there were certain moments, maybe Godzi tried to go in for some of those tectonic charges in the backline too, but he was not able to soak up as much damage as he thought he would, just because Memento Mori had 3 frontliners.
Exactly. Exactly. Definitely the front liners were the thing where it fell apart, because for glitch code you couldn't really went through, and this was exactly what I was speaking about during the draft. I was saying, I see why you would go Hayabusa. I see that it makes sense for your players to go for that, especially Throwboy, right? He's very successful here, is very confident on that pick. But even if you are very skilled on a hero, if you put yourself in a very unfavored draft, well, you are making it super hard for you. And I think I would even go as far as it being a disrespect from Glitchko, because I don't think you can try this stuff on Memento Mori, at least in their current form. You could maybe try that on some other team, but I don't think you can try it on them, because they made you eat your own draft.
It just seems like that right now. They won out in the draft too. I'd have to say I was doubting that draft early on, specifically for its potential to win out those fights. When it's a head-to-head 5v5 fight, would it be enough? There's a Phobius on the other side. Yes, you're running with the Rizla, but he is pretty slow in those rotations. But with the way how Memento Mori played, right, it was absolutely good. Samo, you mentioned about him even yesterday. He was a big difference maker in the game too. So he clearly showcased his style. And this Memento Mori is stronger than the one that we saw in promotion relegation. I'd have to say this is looking pretty open now. And if anything, I think so. Yes, Jackpots is one of the top teams. And then you can also have Minerva Fury, but Memento Mori is in my top 5 right now in the regular season.
And also I would add on top of that, and that is Bobber has a competition, because he should be looking left and right, because Samo is there, Bobber. You need to keep looking under your bed.
That's the thing, right? There's a big benchmark being set in the EXP lane right now. So if you really want to be on top, you have to perform like Bobber Rusik. And Bobber Rusik is that main benchmark everyone is trying to achieve.
True.
Even my lobby said the same thing in the interview, that I want to face Bobber Rusik. It's pretty fun to play against good EXP laners. So I'm pretty sure once he plays against Samo, he'd say the same thing. That was super fun out here. But coming to this game, we will have an interview with Fushi, ladies and gentlemen. So I know you're really excited to see how that Jushin eventually played out. So we're gonna welcome Fushi out here. Hello, Fushi. How are you
Hello.
doing, my man? How are you
I'm good.
feeling?
Thank you. I'm good. Thank you so much. I'm feeling well.
All right, all right. So you're facing Glitch Code, right? And you've seen this team through the promotion relegation alongside with you. So were you excited for this matchup that we finally get to face them? Or were you like, yeah, it's fine, another day at the office?
It was another day in the office, but we are a bit excited as well to face them because in the previous games against them we lost, so we wanted a rematch and we did so.
Fair, because you were looking really fired up in this one. All right, Warren, is all yours.
Well, with the addition of Samo, your team looks so uplifted. Is it something that, like, is the reason just Samo's gameplay? Because all of us, we can clearly see that his mechanics are definitely up there. He's approaching the fights very well, and he has the right ideas. Or is it also that, like, he's inputting into those shot calls and he's kind of creating the game for you as well?
When we got Samu into the team, every person in the team also got more confident because we thought we were lacking some shot calls from the XP, some rotation, some engages. And when Samu came and played with us, he's helping us a lot, and he clearly makes a difference, not just for him, but he also makes a difference on our gameplay on the other 4 members.
Exactly
Right.
as I see it, because I wouldn't dare to say that it's just Samo. Your whole team really seems uplifted, so I'm glad to hear that's how it's going on. Back to you, Scared.
All right, I mean, Fushi, we've seen a lot of double fighters coming into play, both on the EXP lane as well as in the gold lane. Now, my question is, how deep is the hero pool of Dracy in terms of picking up some of the fighters as well to add some more depth in your draft in general? Do you think Memento Mori is ready for that kind of draft?
Yes, we sure are. We have a lot of one good thing of us is the big hero pool we have. JC, like you mentioned, she can play other stuff, not just marksman. So we are ready for every possible draft we can put in.
Are we going to see some Thams as well coming in from your team? Because I am really excited to see if that would be possible. And my lobby said in one of his own interviews that Thams plays really well against Alice, so it is possible for him to be picked up.
I mean, when we were drafting this game, the XP pick, we actually thought of Damas, but we still went to Teresa, but he was an option. Yes, maybe we can see some Damas later on. Maybe.
Looking forward for it, man. Warren, you got any last few questions?
I mean, yeah, I'm very excited about Tamus, but right now I will kind of throw you the same question that I already thrown once today, and it will be, who do you want to match? Because right now you are in this 2-0 ballpark, so who is the team you want to go for?
I think we want to face every team possible. Of course, there's some better teams. We all know that. But we want to face anyone and win against everyone. So it's not a preference team thing. We just want to fight everyone and win every game.
All right, strong words coming from you, Fushi. I love the energy. I love the spirit. Wish you the best. That's all from me. Scared back to you.
And that's about it, my man. Fushi, thank you so much for hopping here. Again, a very good play with this revitalized Memento Mori. Looking forward to more from your team. Good luck for the future.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being here, my man. It was a pleasure. All right, that's about it, people. And here's the fun thing, right? Yeah, we're waiting for Fuji to hop off. He's really liked this entire desk so much that he decided not to go off. All right, fair. We are back again. Warren, next match, another one. It's gonna be pretty good though. But yeah, I really enjoyed Memento Mori taking their revenge on Glitch Code.
Oh, truly. It was a great story being told, where it definitely should have been much more emotional than what Fushi was showing. He kind of came into the interview and he was just like, yeah, we played, yeah, we beat them, yeah. Well, like we weren't worried, yeah, we just like came to play, yeah, that's it. So I was honestly a little bit confused by him not having that much emotions. Of course, it could be just like someone is a little bit more camera shy or something like that, right? But I was really expecting him to just go in here and be like, oh, damn, we beat them. We showed them who is better, you know, like kind of those emotions. But possibly it could be something that he is thinking, he is feeling. But definitely I like the difference that Samo is making. Honestly, for me, it's kind of a same feeling that I got when my lobby went into Void Kids. It's so funny or so interesting that those explainers, at least here under Surge, are making such a big differences. So that's telling me a lot about the level of explain in Europe. Because if those explainers can make this big of a difference, well, the level of those players is so high. And talking about level of players that are very high in XP, we have to talk about Metashift and we have to talk about Bober Rursig himself, right? Because he will be defending the colors of Metashift as we will be jumping onto the Land of Dawn pretty soon. Right after the draft, we will be having Expanding Rivers and they will be fighting Stolen Angels that we didn't see fight yet. And someone could say they stole the game from Misa esports. Well, kinda Misa esports stole it from themselves, right? Because they weren't ready, technical difficulties and this stuff. But we saw them ready today. I'm so glad for that. But right now it will be all about Stolen Angels and Metashift. Can you tell me, Scared, who do you feel like will take the victory in this one?
There's a big question out here, man, because again, both of these teams are pretty good, and we are yet to see how Stolen Angels are going to perform. Again, the lineup is changed. You've got Urek, Orange Bob, Pem, Enzo, Levi will be here. It was Yuichi who was in the gold lane previously, so we're not going to see him right now. Again, the synergy is going to take a little bit of a hit. I want to see how well that's going to pan out, because on the other side, we already saw how Metashift played yesterday. Boba Rusik, he already has an experience playing with Pelmetronio too, so pretty solid lineup coming in for the side of Metashift. I'm excited to see how they're going to be playing this one. On the other side of the spectrum, yeah, Stolen Angels, they'll be starting on the blue side, ladies and gentlemen. Metashift on the red side, and that could be pretty crucial in terms of dictating the draft.
Absolutely, and especially in those BO1s, the side difference can make a lot, since you don't have the chance to play the other side or like the same side once more, right? It's already set in stone. It's the BO1s. So I'm just on the blue side, so they will be making the decisions. They will be dictating and kind of dominating the draft, whereas MetaShift will be on the receiving end. And honestly, from the depths of hero pool that we saw from Bulber, I wouldn't be surprised if he would be one of the latest guys to pick up his own hero, because we saw so much from him, though Yuzong is super hot stuff right now. So maybe they would put him as a prio for Bulber, because if there is a hero that you kind of connect with Bulber, it's definitely Yuzong.
I think so. I'm also going to give it to Arlet. He plays his Arlet really well. And then you can just keep on picking those heroes though. But in the draft out here, Lancelot banned out first. No Jushin going to follow through in this one. It's going to be taken out by MetaShift along with the Grok. Interesting to see these bans now. CC, Basha, both of them open. I don't think so we're going to see the Yi Shin ban this time around, considering there's no throwboy on the other side. that also leaves room open out for some of those gold laners out. Maybe the Rubies. Maybe you'd want to ban her out first, to be honest, or even the Kimmy that's available. Eve. Interesting.
Well, if they are going for a Eve ban, that already kind of tells me the story that they want to play a more typical front to back, because if there was something else than that, I don't believe Eve would be such a high priority. Or maybe they believe that Enzo, one of very good mid laners that we have here, could be playing here.
Could be possible. But it might also seem that they want to go a little bit more towards the Kimmy Farsa engagement, which we normally see from teams. Hayabusa banned out. The only good jungler remains is Abasha, Yi Shin, Fredrin. So the idea is going to lean around two of them. You ban one, trade one for one, the rest two. While in the mid lane, you would want to be the one to pick up a Farsa. So with all of that idea, I think some MetaShift want to pick up the Farsa along with the Garrot catcher. They want to let the Kimmy flow through.
True.
Never mind,
The jungle is pretty open. Oh, Kimmy is gone. So now I feel like Farsa is pretty high up. And honestly, I think it could be a trap. Because if you look at what MetaShift is cooking up, they banned 3 mid laners. Maybe it's a plan, honestly. They want... Honestly, I don't feel very safe about picking Farsa if I was Stolen Angels, because this looks like a bait. And if I am a fish, this looks like there will be a hook taking me from the pond.
I think so. They should probably go for a Basha right now. Let the Farsa through. You also have an opportunity of picking up the Valentina later on, so you will have that feathered airstrike for yourself if in case MetaShift decide to go for it. The priority is obviously going to be that jungle. There's the Yi Shin available too, so we might potentially see all of them too. But here we go. It's the CC. Finally left open after a long time. Picked up instantly by Stolen Angels.
Exactly, Scared. I just wanted to say, how blind are we that we are so used to Ruby and CC being banned, each on their respective sides, like one team bans Ruby, then the other bans CC, or the other way around, that we completely forgot she exists. But here she is, though after big nerfs. So I don't know if she is the way to go, though it opens up big space, because Stolen Angels can either put her gold lane or XP lane.
It is just falling down to the fact how well you can manage your stacks, right? Normally it was 1 stack taken away per second. Now it is 1 stack taken away per 0.3 seconds. So you're going to lose technically 3 stacks in 1 sec. So that's something you'd have to work around with if you're Stolen Angels with that CC. Now, Basha was left open, so it's instantly a Basha Garrot catcher. And since a Garrot has been picked up, the only other option that remains in the mid lane will become the Lunox. I think so. They could have also gone for a Valentina. That kind of would have made sense, but considering they're going for a Fredrin jungle to pair up against that Basha, it's fine. They want to go for a bit more DPS in the mid.
I don't know if I quite like what MetaShift is doing right now, because even though I think they are the favorites in this matchup, if I'm looking at the draft, they went with Gato and Baksha into CC, and CC is the most known tank shredder there is, possibly. So for you to just kind of surf into what your opponents are doing, yeah, maybe it's like 6D chess and it's another bait on top of the first bait, but I'm not quite sure about it. don't like it, I have to say.
It's a bit of a question mark for Metashift right now. I think so they're just picking up some priority picks instead of leaning into a specific idea for their composition. Banning out the Harith, Kalia, making sure that Pelmetronio has the priority in the gold lane, along with not giving them a lot of leeway to work with in terms of the roam. They also can pick up Arlet for Bobber Rushik if the Basha is in the jungle and the Gato is going to go in the roam position. But considering his damage nerf, you will have a lot of CC, but you will lack damage. So they need someone that can deal the damage while also frontlining a bit. Lapu Lapu is the next best option in my head. Rather you, Jong.
No.
You called out for it. Yeah, you called out for it, Warren.
Yeah, it's Yuzong, but yeah, when you were speaking about Lapu, could have been Lapu, but since Yuzong went through the vault draft for so long, I actually forgot about it. I felt like, oh, he has to be banned, because then they would have picked him for sure, right? Well, that wasn't the case really. And since Pelmetronio, of course, went for the Granger, they had the option to ban out Harit, though I don't know if I quite like it, because as I said, Stolen Angels can always go for CC gold line, so I don't feel the Harit ban did really hit them that much, because they already had Lunox, so they have a strong form of magic damage. And even though it probably would be risky for her to be a sole magic damage dealing hero, well, Stolen Angels are taking the risk, because they go for Franco together with Lapu.
I mean, there's no Kalia available, so they decide to go for the Franco. But he is a stationary target once he uses up the Bloody Hunt, so that's going to be a bit of a trouble. But the pick-off potential is definitely there. But they don't really have a lot of early game damage, right? So let's be honest, Urek on the CC will need to make those rotations. It was a Valentina. There was no other option remaining since the Farsa as well as the Novaria were banned out. They had to go for a Valen in this case. Unless they wanted to go for a Kagura. Out here, draft looks pretty decent for both of them. You've got a good amount of damage from Meta Shift, but Stolen Angels, it is difficult to pull what they want to pull. But if they are able to land in those iron hooks, I think so Stolen Angels can take this one. But all in all, I think so Meta Shift have got an easier to play composition.
Right. That's the important word, easier composition. Of course, if everything works perfectly and those iron hooks hit a target after target after target and then base crystal explodes, and that's the end, yeah, then Stolen Angels have a super good composition. But honestly, if you look at it, other than Lapu, there is no one to really start the fight. Like if Sissy just jumps in menacingly, everyone will just run away.
That's the big one. Everyone would need to run back to safety out here, ladies and gentlemen. But this time around, no safety out in this land of dawn as Stolen Angels will take on against Meta Shift, a team that has not yet seen defeat apart from facing Misa esports in the open qualifiers, still on their winning streak. Well, Stolen Angels want to reach their former glory which they had in the Thunder division. A bit of a difficult one to pull off though, but if they do, and this would be one of the biggest upsets out here in the regular season.
Right now, Meta Shift. Oh, and talking about hitting those iron hooks, honestly, Pam, that was on point, because now they cannot still evade the Guardian Golem. They will try to do it furthermore, actually. No, he got enough of time. God Believer pushing Enzo away, actually. Enzo needing to use his Flicker so early on. So that means for the turtle fight, it will not be available.
That's a big util out here though, but good communication coming in from Stolen Angels. Making sure that they're letting their mid laner know of the rotation of leave me there. That could have very well been a first blood if not for that flicker. Stolen Angels for now, they've got to work around with Levi getting that farm. It's again a tank jungle up against a tank jungle. While in the EXP lane, won't really be a boring matchup though, because this is again a Lapu Lapu against the Yu Zhong. So it's a matchup of the outplays. It's going to be pretty crucial to look around with. But head towards that gold. Urek against Pelmetronio. Pelmetronio should have the advantage against the CC.
And right now, Turtle has been spawned, so that means first fight could be coming online. Metashift are definitely in the better position, just based upon Pam being super low and Enzo missing his flicker. Ooh, big iron hook, but hits Bubba, so that doesn't really mean anything, because Metashift should be taking this one home. First blood for Bobo Rusik as he secures himself as the strongest XP laner, right? As we rightfully spoke about him, he gets the first blood home.
Big one, Metashift winning out that fight out in the bottom lane. Levi could not really do anything. And this is again that damage numbers which we were talking about. Enzo does not have enough right now in this early game. And oh,
Pelmetronio almost getting caught, but luckily for him, his hands were ready for that flicker to survive.
Was able to flicker out of that harm's way. It's not yet over though out in mid, and this one's going to be a pick onto Pim. He cannot run away. Enzo, the only man remaining, still trying to get some HP back. Brilliance hops in as well. God Believer, no mana for him as Levi instantly goes in for the retribution. Wants to catch in the ages, has been used up. God Believer wants to run away, will be able to. Wobble over dub as well with the AOG. Denies anything to Levi.
Oh, and what a fight it was. Metashift already with 2,000 gold lead almost. So super, super important stuff happening for them. Because if we look at the team comps that they are running, it's super important for them to stay ahead of the curve. If they fall behind, and especially with this Valentina, since literally her whole passive is all around that XP lead for her to gain extra damage, this early game is exactly what they wanted.
And for now, the audience actually wants Stolen Angels to win. 51% are predicting a win for Stolen Angels, while only 49% for Metashift. But looking at the way how this early game is going, I am pretty sure those odds are going to be changed up pretty soon. Rapid Boots picked up by Pim. He's going in for the Fleeting Time as the first item, or probably the Winter Crown as the first item. I've seen a lot of times how those could be one of the most annoying plays in the game, but there we go. The Golem stolen yet again.
Oh, big play from Pam into Bloody Hunt. Enzo picking up the kill, and first kill for Stolen Angels finally. And right now they will be paying for it because big AOG comes through. Levi gets put down as he goes down. CC Immune Lapu won't survive the damage though, because CC immunity doesn't keep you alive when you get focused by 3 members of Metashift. Well, right now, looking at the state of the game, definitely looking much better for Metashift, since they will be getting the second turtle of the game, as they will probably be getting the third one. Call me crazy, but I'm already calling it, because right now they are in super good spot, and Stolen just have it super rough for them to play. And Pam, even though he found a gorgeous iron hook, he cannot do it again until 70 more seconds. Ooh, unluckily, Orange Bob was killed in the bot side, and Big Town going for Urek. Urek is still trying to stay alive. He jumps away and he keeps his own head on his neck. But Pam gets bloody hunted to Oblivion. No, actually, he bloody hunted to Oblivion. Yeah, sorry, I got that mixed up, right? But Vabba will be dying, though Pam will be dying as well.
Big one coming in out there. Back and forth trades from both of these teams. Finally, a couple of picks going in favor of Stolen Angels. Weren't really expecting that to happen early on with the way how things went, man. But again, it's not really the greatest of the game for Levi. He is struggling. You can see the teamfight participation as well. Leave Me is having a big advantage there, and he's already got his Radiant Armor too. Oh, another hook.
Bobber still has the Black Dragon form, so I think he will be alive. He is healing up and he is just running away.
Big one. My man is going to be safe from everything. And this is the thing which I always talk about. Whenever you've got a Yuzhong, you've basically got a jail-free card if there's no suppression on the other side. Pem, he's actually landing some good hooks though. If one of those land in a pretty crucial team fight, then Metashift would not really see it coming. But Stolen Angels need a lot of them. They cannot win those straight-up 5v5 fights. They have to go for pickoffs. And until that happens, it's going to be pretty difficult to work with. Oh, another golem stolen. They just want to make this early game even more atrocious for Levi. Look at that. is only dealt for
He's the hook.
1,000.
He goes into Bloody Hunt combo, and Bober is now in big trouble as he dies for his actions. Urek picks him off, and now suddenly Stolen Angels are back in the action. They get a double kill for Urek. Unfortunately for them, Leave Me was the whole time getting the turtle down, but the cult shifted a little bit towards Stolen Angels. Not really that much, because if you look at it, 4,000 still for meta shift. Rough game for Stolen Angels.
That's been pretty rough, I agree. And what an iron hook coming in from that man. And guess what? They're gonna hop in the bottom lane.
Leave Me between 4 members, but now he gets pulled in, and the Bloody Hunt, even though it's not available, his hooks are on point. And exactly this is what I was speaking about before. God Believer got pulled in as well. He died for his actions. I don't think you want to play the fight, Bober. Are you sure? Are you sure you want to 1v4? Because he got suppressed, he is still alive, he is healing up, he is petrifying. Yeah, maybe he is quite sure about this fight, because he gets 1. Can he get 2? Doesn't quite connect with the second spell, so he cannot pull to Levi. So, whoa, wait a second. Orange Bob going in. He doesn't care about his fighter combination with Raging Slash. He goes back in with the passive. Unfortunately, misses the Land Shaker, so Bober will be absolutely fine.
And all this time when this entire chaos was happening, Pelmatrone decides to push over in the mid lane a little bit. And liking that though, has already got 20 stacks on that Sky Piercer. As much as we've been talking about how Orek has been pretty active in this one, Pelmetronio could be one of the key game-changing players. A Divine Glaive picked up early on by Enzo. Wants to burst through this chunky, beefy front line. But he'd need a lot more than that. He'd need a Wishing Lantern. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, talking about Wishing Lanterns, I think Pam should have wished for him to not be in this spot, or maybe he should have wished for his Flicker to be off cooldown, because he got caught, and he got caught bad, because now Lord will be spawning, and I'm really strongly believing that Metashift will be trying to take it home.
At this point, I don't really see any way for Stolen Angels to make this comeback. They do lack that damage. Enzo 2-0 and 4 is still there, but I don't feel that is enough. Orange Bob is struggling. Orek, yes, he's got a couple of kills, but nothing apart from that. And now their front line is just being poked so very quickly, and that too so much with this 5,000 gold lead of Meta Shift. It's gonna be tough for them to defend this without losing an inhib.
Like Dragon form just to zone them away, scare them from the tower so you can get it freely. Even before the Lord spawns for you, Metashift 5,600. It's not even a competition right now. It's 10 minutes of the game and Metashift are showing up super strong. And suddenly it looks like that Metashift are the better team compared to Misa esports, because just think about what happened when we saw Misa play. They played nicely, but not this nicely.
This seems to be tough. They're slowing down the Lord as well towards the top, as the minions are not being cleared yet. So he's going to take his own sweet time. And I don't really see a very good wave clearance coming in from Stolen Angels. They have to take this fight.
Big engage going in. Leave Me leads the charge. Pam is the first target to go down. Killing spree. Pelmetronio still alive. He's kiting around. No, he gets killed by Orange Bob, so he gets the shutdown. But still, 2 members for 1, and Lord is marching into base.
So that was a lot of resources being burned up just to take down Pelmetronio, but you had to get those Sky Piercer stacks off of him. So I still like the idea of them committing so much, but the question is, can they defend till then? Enzo needs to be the key player out here. The front line is being done from Levi, so the Chaos Assault will help them out clearing that wave. And the inhibitor stands as well, so that is a good thing coming in from Stolen Angels. But Metashift as well, playing the discipline game, playing the slow game, will take all the resources away from Stolen Angels. No buffs left. Only the Gargoyle up top and the Golem down bottom lane. That will also add on to this goal lead even further. Malefic Roar picked up, going in for the Blade of Despair as well. Pelmetronio is just farming up now. Already has got the highest gold in this game. Orek is slowly trying to catch up, but you don't really see a lot of damage dealing CCs in the late game with that beefy front line on top.
Right now, it definitely doesn't look very good for Stolen Angels. Metashift firmly in the lead, and I believe not even a greatest hook there can ever be from Pam will change the outcome of this game right now. The only thing Stolen Angels can hope for is to duck into their base, kinda defend themselves for long enough to get their items online. Pam unfortunately missing Bulber just barely, but I don't think it would really matter that much since Bulber is already rocking that Oracle. He has the Dreadnought armor and Warrior Boots completed, so he should be pretty tanky. Big engage from Babalabadabda going for Urek. Urek already needing to pop his Vengeance. Fight is happening. There's negative energy jumping in. God Believer suddenly getting killed himself, and big suppression coming from Pam, forcing Palmetronia away from the fight, but Bulber is still there, and Bulber is ready to carry the game. And if you thought that this game will be going in your hands, you have to think again, because Bulber is the guardian angel, you can say, of Metashift's success in this game.
I mean, one of the big blunders from Orange Bob, missing the Land Shaker on a stunned up Pelmetronio. That lost him that entire fight because he could not really go in for the Raging Slashes. And then, as you said rightly, Bobber Rusik doing his own things. Was finishing off Enzo out there with a full Petrify combination. And the fact that he's also gone in for that War Axe, extra damage coming in on top of the Fury Hammer, it's been causing a lot of problems for Stolen Angels to deal with. One last look at the items is what I want before we move on to the next Lord fight out here. Major items being picked up. The Dominance Ices are here. Not a lot of damage yet again. The Blood Wings is prioritized by Enzo and not the Wishing Lantern. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough.
Talking about tough, this fight will be definitely hard pill to swallow, because it could be a game-ending fight. Stolen Angels, half of the kills of Metashift, but not even catching up with the gold. 7,000 gold difference for Metashift as Pelmetronio and the rest are charging in. Leave Me is there, Babalabadabdab, and the rest are going in the enemy lines. Mega kill for Pelmetronio. Levi will be the next target. Babalabadabdab dies for his actions, but doesn't matter because the base crystal will be exploding pretty soon as Metashift take this one home. And what a game it was. Because honestly, before, when we saw Last Chance, I was like, oh yeah, Misa Esports is the team to look out for. But damn, Bulber joining this team and shaking things up together with his bro Pelmetronio. I'm loving what I'm seeing.
I'll have to say, even the rest of the members were performing really well in this one. To be honest, there was not a lot of damage on the other side of the spectrum too. Yes, you got a Lunox, but apart from that, no one really was able to dish out that DPS, which you think about it, considering there were 3 tanky front lines on the other side. But Pelmetronio finding time on that Granger, leveling up perfectly, building those items with the Sky Piercer stacks to Malefic Roar, BOD, he was there in those fights. And Bobber Rusik, always in that Black Dragon form, was ready to zone out everyone on the other end. This is the reason why we say that he is the pinnacle of EXP out here in Europe. 5, 1 and 10 on this Yuzhong.
I mean, you love to see it. And if you connect to that crazy performance, his smile when he's just like, oh yeah, I just did that. 5, 1, 10, yeah. Not even like my best performance, you know, like I can actually do even better. So that's just telling the story of being an XP laner in Europe is hard. Between like behind or I mean like under Bobber's shadow, it has to be tough. But honestly, as I was saying before, I think Samo is a strong contender. Also others as well. My lobby definitely will be looking out for that guy, but now it was all about Bobber. I don't want to say only about him because the rest of the team played very well as well, but every fight that was looking bad, that was looking like it might end in a comeback for Stolen Angels, suddenly you realize, wait, there is Bulber. And he is still on half HP for the last 10 seconds. And everyone around him is dying. They are bleeding out. They are getting drained through this dragon form. He is just sucking on their HP, getting himself revitalized. And most of those fights, he was ending full HP.
That's one of the biggest timings of a Yuzhong which you have to pick up, that you don't really hop in as the very first person in those fights. You kite around well in your Black Dragon form, and then you pop in once you know the enemy cannot really run away. And he was making sure that Enzo was picked off as soon as he used up his brilliance. He was struggling there in terms of keeping the composure because there's always the Yuzhong on top of him. God believer on the Valentina, I'd have to say. I wasn't really seeing a lot of things possible with that Valen in his hands, considering there were not a lot of good ultimates to be picked up from. You can't really pick up the Bloody Hunt, you're just a simple target to be picked off. The only few things which I could see was probably either the Raging Slashes from Orange Bob or maybe the Brilliance from Enzo. But he utilized all of that properly. I was really enjoying seeing him play on that Valentina too. And then Leave Me, Wobble Up Dub Dub, being on top with their performances, getting those neutral objectives, initiating those fights, and also pushing all of the members away once things got chaotic. Both of these frontliners did a fantastic job.
Though I have to give two shoutouts, even though to the losing team members, but I have to give because there is credit to be delivered, and that is to Enzo and Jurek. Because even though the game was tough, and you could look at their score and be like, oh, they didn't attend the fights, that's how they didn't die. No, they were in the fights, but they were playing it very well. They were deciding to engage at the right moments, to go for the right targets. So this is how they were able to end up only with 2 deaths all across the board for both of them, even though there was 18 possible ones that were taken away for the side of Metashift. So I just wanted to give those 2 little shoutouts to Enzo and Jurek because they were keeping their team afloat.
And to be honest, they did all they could. I'd also have to say Pem also did his own best, to be honest, getting some nasty iron hooks as well, along with the Bloody Hunt combination. And since he's got the Winter Crown, he would not be targeted properly. He'd be immune to all of that. And that's why we also saw Wabba Lubba Dub Dub when he hopped in to try and take Pem out, he could not really do it because Pem was invincible in that situation. So there were a couple of good plays, but they could not really replicate it that often. And this was one of the big reasons why Metashift still were looking in prime control even after those plays were made from Stolen Angels. That was because those were some one trick plays, were not really easily replicable in the entirety of the game. While it was easy to play with the win conditions of the other side. Now here's the thing, a surprise happening out there. That's normally what I do when my ears are paining out. But guess what? My heart is absolutely full of love with the way how Pelmetro played in that previous game. Because guess what, ladies and gentlemen? We'll be having him up for the interview as well pretty soon. Don't worry, don't go anywhere. So that's a sneak peek that you're eventually getting. But coming back onto the same discussion, Warren, this meta shift is looking like the prime candidate to be in one of the top 3 contenders of this entire regular season.
I agree, and what a surprise it was. I was hyping up the match that we had before, but just because it should have been more equal and it was a banger match that we got delivered. But definitely Metashift are looking very strong, and those 2 new additions that they got in the form of Pelmetronio and Bober, it's such an improvement. Like, I don't want to throw shade on the members that were there before. I'm not even discussing that. I'm just discussing how much the team was able to improve just through addition of those 2 members. It could be something mentally, it could be just better coordination, better communication, something there, or just the pure mechanical skill that we can see from Bolber. But honestly, it's not just mechanical skill. He always knows his limits. He always knows when he can go in, when he needs to go out, who he has to focus, and like all those little things that when you add it up, he is able to deliver those beautiful performances, and that's why many people believe that he is, if not one of the best, then the best XP laner that we have in Europe.
True. I mean, we've been clearly seeing all of that happen. But at the same time, right, I think so it's going to be as difficult as for teams to face Meta Shift. Stolen Angels need to level up their game as well. They got the win yesterday, but if you're really thinking about it, I will have to say that was a little bit difficult. That could have been a little bit more difficult because Misa esports, they're not an easy target as well. So Stolen Angels, they won out that one, but guess what? They had to face the man up in front of us right now, Pelmetronio, back up on the individual disc. Hi, Pelmetronio, man. How are you feeling coming back again?
Як ти почуваєшся, те, що ти прийшов знов сюди на інтерв'ю?
Хорошо, хорошо, я уже привыкаю понемногу.
He is getting used to it already. He is happy to be here.
All right, all right. And for the fun fact, people, yes, Pelmetroni is here. And we also have Dazai. He's also helping us with the translation. So, Dazai, how are you feeling hopping here on the interview desk for the second time?
I mean, I'm just already a translator. Maybe you pay me for it. I don't know. Please, just...
Oh my god, fingers crossed, my man. Fingers crossed. All right, Pelmetronio. This game was a pretty weird one. No marksman on the other side. So, did you think it was going to be easy once you moved in the late stage game because you had marksman and the enemy did not?
Коротше, це була дуже дивна гра, і чи тобі не здавалось, що це буде, типу, легка гра, оскільки там немає АДК, чи тобі було, може, страшно, що в лейті, точніше, чи ти був впевнений, що в лейті ви все рівно виграєте? Вот.
Мы понимали, что у нас стоит сильнее. Ну, когда драфтили, мы видели, что у них чичи, мы догадывались, что она может пойти голд. Но также у них мало быть флекс-люна. Ну, они пикали флекс-люну на голд. Поэтому мы не спешили с выбором Харита и решили взять Генку на третий пик.
Ну, ти був впевнений, що ти в лейті виграєш, да?
Да.
So they thought that they like knew on draft that maybe the CC is a pick for gold lane. They do not suppose already that it's going to be XP lane. They also see that there is Lunox, probably also a flex pick for gold lane. So they banned Harris for that reason, because they didn't know who is going gold lane. But yeah, they were quite confident that they're going to win a late game, even if it's gold lane CC. It's nothing strange for them for this draft.
All right, fair. Warren, he's all yours.
Well, I would love to ask, you're talking about it during the draft. Your first 3 bans were specifically aimed at mid lane. Was your idea for them to force them to pick Forza, because we were talking about it, or what was the idea behind that? Could you walk us through it?
Ну, ви зробили 3 бана мідлейнерів. Що ви хотіли цим зробити? Чи ви хотіли заставити їх пікнути фашу? Чи якась інша ідея була в цьому?
Насчет банов у нас просто... Мы, как можно сказать, что не особо знали, что банить, и забанили из меты мидеров, чтобы не было зона. Ну, типа, тех самых мидеров... Нет. Самых метовых мало забанили просто. По одной голе сыграли.
So they didn't have any idea. They just started banning meta mages because they are annoying. That's all.
Right.
Fair, makes sense.
Let's get to your question.
All right. Fair. I'll go for it this time. Pelmetronio, next game, Minerva Fury versus Jackpots. Who do you think is winning and why?
I think win Minerva Fury because he is strongest team and Jackpot.
All right, that's fair. A straight up answer. Warren, you got any last questions for the man?
Yeah.
I mean, I think everything I wanted to ask was answered. So for me, just thank you for the interview, Pelmetronio, and definitely if you want to shout out something to the people watching, to your fans, to your family, to anyone that's watching, it's all yours.
Можеш сказати будь-що своїм фанам. Сім'ї.
Хочу передать всем привет, спасибо за поддержку и еще спасибо за поддержку. Все, в принципе. Привет никому.
Hello to everyone and thank you for support, guys, even if you don't understand Russian language.
All right, that's so sweet.
That is so sweet, man. Really love that. Pelmetronio, it's always fun to watch you. Good luck for your next few games and thank you so much for popping here. Dazai, thank you to you too.
No problem.
Yeah.
All right, my boy is out here again. He said he's getting habitual of it, right? So I think so. That's a small hint that Pelmetronio will win the next few games too.
True.
Could be the possibility though. But what I asked for their expectations. Warren, what about you? Who do you think you've got winning for the next one?
Well, winning for the next one, that's a tough question to ask because I think it's very narrow. Like the skill levels are very close to each other. So I believe that honestly, I have to say, I think Minerva Fury will win, and just because of one fact, and that is Jackpots have 2 new members, and Minerva Fury have only 1 new member. And what we saw from Jackpots, even though it was a nice performance, I was saying that it felt a little bit shaky, not in a form of individual gameplay, but in a form of team coordination. And I think Minerva Fury will be much more team coordinated because of only one change, so they can have a little bit more synergy. So I think they have like a little bit more power in their hands, maybe like 10%, and that's how they will take it home.
Fair argument out here, ladies and gentlemen, because guess what? The next one is definitely a flagship matchup for the MEC day number 2 of the regular season. What's going to happen in Jackpots versus Minerva Fury? We will find that out after the short break. Don't go anywhere. We're back with one of the best matches out here, ladies and gentlemen, with one of the best players out here as well. It's Zakota along with me, Scared. And yes, we're missing Kronos out, but it's fine. Zakota can take his place for now. But, Zakota, tell me, bro, how are you feeling? And what's that in your background? Who's that?
That's in the background, you know, people have been saying to me, Zakota, your background is so boring. I bought a tree. His name is Gilbert. You guys cannot complain anymore. But yeah, thank you for the introduction, Scared. As you said, it's going to be one of the most exciting games of today. I mean, Jackpots versus Never a Fury, one of the strongest teams out here. But man, the games previously were so good. This first game, a 30-minute game, 6 Lords. Man, that was a very nice game to watch.
I'm pretty sure you were actually missing being on this there for that 31-minute game out between RK as well as Eternal Oblivion. But here's the thing. It's not really the first time that we have seen RK drop the ball like that. It's literally the third time in this entire event where RK have done something. And it clearly showcases us a big problem that they are not able to close the game. But guess what? That's not really the case with the teams that we have right now. Jackpots along with Minerva Fury. The record of both of these teams previously in the Thunder division was also 1-1. So this is a tiebreaker, my man.
Indeed, it is one of, I mean, the strongest teams in the tournament. I feel like Jackpots, you know, the star player roster, Kingsta, one of the best drummers from Europe, you know, previous champion, of course. But the map was expanding River. Will they maybe tap in that power of the river going a little bit bigger and rotating a lot more? Or will they just go for the conventional draft, you know, maybe even 2 fighters because you can rotate faster? But right now we're going to see the Gro getting banned first. We're going to see probably maybe the Juxin. They're going to give that on the hands of Minerva Fury. I mean, you know, it's a strong mage, so strong. And I feel, I mean, you know, praise the GOAT, Sensei my GOAT. I remember seeing him back then, I remember seeing him now. He's so strong, he's been keeping up, you know, with the program, the meta. Everything is so tank oriented nowadays. The new item change as well. Man, like I've been experimenting a lot. Honestly, right now I think Fred has been underpicked a lot because I mean they still favor assassin jungles because of the rotation speed, clear speed, you know, ganking, and objective. You know, I mean it's so much easier to go with the Hayabusa, get a shadow in and take the objective than a Frederick going in. But the Hilda is an interesting ban. I've seen a little bit about her. It's somewhat better, but in a sense it's weaker because of the passive nerf.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. They've kind of tried to buff her up, but because of the passive, it feels more like a nerf right now. So the playstyle needs to change around Hilda a little bit, which will take some time to develop. Interesting to see a Zuxin ban by Minerva Fury. Normally, you would want to prioritize the Jushin.
I think they want to go for the CC or Gatotkacha trade. I mean, one of the best picks right now on Rome, Gatotkacha, obviously. And CC, one of the best flex picks out here. I mean, you know, you cannot give it away for free. It's such a strong hero. So much burst, so much movement, so much damage. It's you know, unsustainability, of course. But of course, as it goes, and I think they're gonna take the Gatatkacha first pick, or maybe even a Frederin or something along the lines, even a Lancelot. Lancelot is open, Isunshin is
Lancelot,
open.
yeah.
But right now, I feel Lance is the strongest assassin jungler. I mean, honestly, I tried the old Tankselot build. It sort of works, you know, the full tank experience with no arcs, no nothing. But they're gonna go for the Alice.
Interesting. Normally,
Really,
we don't
really
really,
interesting.
yeah, we don't really see those Alice's first picks coming in. Yes, we did see it in game number 1 in the regular season itself, but that was about it. I thought it's a one-time thing. That leaves room open for a lot of picks now. I'm pretty sure Kingstar is going to lock in the Gato, while they can also lock in the Lancelot. I think so. Gato Lancelot look pretty decent right now.
Lancelot, Farsa, everything here. I mean, even, yeah, the Heart I was gonna say. It's such a
Yeah,
strong pick
but-
because it does so much magical damage. You don't have to rely on your mid as much. You can go for maybe like a control heavy mid, even a Valentina. I mean, it can all work.
True.
And of course, you're gonna have the push. I mean, some of these teams really don't like the double fighters. I mean, it's not harder to play, but you lack a lot of the damage. I mean, we've seen it previously. Urek didn't do as much as, you know, Pelmetronio. Pelmetronio was just slaying out there, you know, with the Granger. But even so, what's Macaron gonna go for? I mean, the Lancet is open. And I mean, I feel like Granger this early, I think, is gonna be okay versus the Heart, but still, it's too early to call. But there's the Farsa Fredrin combo that, you know, sandbox, just kill box, everything. You have a stun. Fredrin with the new dominant size, it's gonna get so much defense for free. It's 80 free defense from one item in a team fight. I mean, if there's 5 people around you, you're gonna be so tank. It's so unnatural, this hero.
True.
I think he's so uncontested, and it shows. I mean, we've seen it only once, I think, today. If I'm not mistaken, once or twice.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of times. The Fredrin is being picked up slowly and steadily now, considering teams are banning out the Lancelot and the Hayabusas. So they don't really have any other option, because then the Basha and the Fredrins are being traded. So right now, seems like a similar story. Fredrin picked up, you already had the Basha banned out. It's a Lancelot being taken away as well. I think so the next ban could be a Hayabusa and Minerva Fury, just to push Walkie on an uncomfortable pick, unconventional, like maybe the Joys, or pushing him onto a Kai, which does not really work that well though.
I mean,
One
indeed, I
one.
was thinking the Hayabusa as well. Yeah, Scary. That's a really good call. The one-on ban I don't agree with, because I mean, with the Fredrin you can risk to go for a carry or something along the lines. We've seen it in game number 1. I mean, but a new item, it's gonna be so, you know, anti-attack speed. I mean, it's 75% damage decrease. I don't know if it stacks. I didn't check it out. I was just in voice chat with my squad, as I said previously before the stream started, and I was thinking, you know, this item stack? Imagine minus 150 attack speed. You're gonna attack tomorrow. But right now we're gonna see the last few bans. The Matilla is there. I mean, what else? I mean, the Hayabusa is a right choice. They could also ban out a mid laner. Maybe even the Kim is banned out. What else is there? The Eve for the sandbox, you know, for the damage box is a possibility. But the Lunox actually is a great pick. I mean, I've seen today one of my friends, as I said, they played the Lunox and it does so much damage for free. I mean, it's so crazy. It's nothing changed with just, you know, the damage. The Twilight armor got removed and it's so much more popular now. It's crazy, really, really crazy.
I personally did not really like that Lunox ban, because again, just because the Eve was open, I thought Malfurion would want to go in. Killbox works for them too, along with the Gadotkacha's ultimate, and you have the slow from the Zaman Force as well. So Eve was making a lot more sense for me. And now they also get a pick on the Hayabusa too, so it's a straightforward composition of jackpots. Maybe Minerva Fury can answer back in a different manner, and I like it.
I don't know.
Natalia in the room? Alright.
Sphinxy, is this you, Sphinxy? Hello? Knock 3 times if it's you, Sphinxy. Those who knows, but like the Granger is a great pick, but the Natalia? I mean, to go for the sandbox to try to silence down the Lapu Lapu, I think it can work fine, but it's such an odd pick. Wait, it's
odd, yeah, I agree.
Really odd, really, really strong. I mean, you know, it's a strong pick in my opinion, as I like to say. But, I mean, Natalia, really?
I mean, let's go for it.
Wait.
I get it now. Consider me intrigued. I am on for it. Annoy the heck out of Hayabusa.
I get it now. Sakota understands. It's fine.
What about your
It's just gonna it's just gonna the tree. Gilbert says that Zakota is right because Natalia is gonna negate the damage coming in from Harit's basics attacks, so it can kind of work. If the Harit targets Natalia, I think it's Jover for Jackpots. Really, completely Jover. If not, the Natalia is gonna two-shot him. It's an underrated pick, honestly. It's an underrated pick.
I agree.
It's all over the map. You can see it from anywhere. So that's, I think, one of the biggest downsides of Natalia. But, you get what you see. I mean, now we cannot say people are not ulting air. There is Natalia actually in the game. So, if they ult the bush, if they, jump on air, it's, Natalia.
It actually is, though. Because this time around, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be moving in the land of Dawn to one of the most anticipated matchups out here in the regular season. The tiebreaker between Jackpots and Minerva Fury. A fight that has been lasting since the Thunder division will reach its conclusion now.
I mean, we're seeing both junglers starting on the blue buff, just allowing them to have that extra speed towards clearing on the Fredrin. Is going to work a little bit better because you can get a 10% cooldown reduction or skills. You're gonna attack faster, you're gonna clear faster. That's the idea behind it. But Kingsta is getting poked out a lot by Silencer. Look at damage, he's already below half HP on a Got Out Kacha. If they bait out or revitalize this early, I think it's gonna be GG for the first turtle.
That's why he's...
It's so risky, it's so hard.
It is, but again, he is moving pretty fast out here, so I'm liking what they're trying to do out in this moment.
I mean,
on the other side, Extril, in terms of that top lane, it's going to be one of the most boring matchups between him and Laito. It's just going to fall down to the poking mechanism.
I mean, they have enough crowd control. I mean, they have the Addis, they have the Fredrin, they have even the Farsas, the bird, the passive is going to stun a little bit. Natalia is going to go for the backline. I mean, I think they're just going to try to go and cancel the kill box coming in from Malfurion. I think they're just going to try to push it up. But look at damage on Kingsta.
A ton of damage out here now, and he has to go and recall. Fun fact is, Silencer is always moving in a direction where Walkie is, so wanted to go and steal that EXP crab. Could not really happen out there. And now, with that being taken by the Alice, Extril can actually go and move to that level 4 faster. But there we go, finally the main fight breaking out up top. Walkie instantly running backwards with his shadows.
I mean, Natalia is gonna silence people, so I think they're gonna try to shut down Walkie before he gets that,
Yeah, they're actually trying to shut him down instantly, though. He goes in for the Ugi shadow kill, tries to survive, but the first blood goes in for Sensei. Instant pick off. On the other side, the Laito answers back a jungler for a roam. Minerva Fury will take it any day.
I mean, they first thought a flicker coming from Alice as well, but it's still a 1-1 trade, but a turtle in favor of Jackpots. It's a lot. However, the lead is still for Minerva Fury. The tower plating they got in the bot lane, I mean, it meant a lot, and they abandoned some of the waves, and they didn't get it. But look at Kingsta, he's level 4. Silencer is level 4 as well. He's a bit more XP, even if they won the turtle. He's not looking great for Jackpots.
Oh,
Taunt
right
coming
now.
through.
Big taunt coming in, and there's the feather. There's Strike. Walkie is going to run back to safety.
AOG.
Lucky that he was able to survive. The AOG did not connect as Sensei was able to fly back away, but gets spot. There is the bomb coming in. Silencer still there, but they could not finish off Kingsta. Appraiser's Wrath, man. I'd have to say Kingsta just sidestepped for a second there and dodged the main damage of the Appraiser's Wrath.
I don't think it was gonna be enough to kill the Karakacha. He had the revitalized zone, he was healing, he could have basic attacked, and that's the end of story. That hero is just so tanky. I mean, it's just basically the same passive as Teresa, if I'm not mistaken. The lower you get, the more tankier you get. Just keep fight, and you're gonna get tankier. But look at Natalia, she didn't gank anything else besides the top lane yet. And right now we can see her, of course. The players can see Natalia moving on the map. Even if she's not visible via the eye icon, you can still see her anywhere on the map. I mean, check it out for yourselves. You just have to look around on the map with the camera, you're gonna see her. Even in bushes, I think she's visible. So I think the nerf on this hero is pretty big. But look at Malfurion, she's already trying to force her way out of the mid. Look at Laito though.
Yeah, there's another AOG. Macaron is able to just run back to safety. The fun fact, he still got his retribution up. I thought he might have had the movement speed buff coming in from the
river buff, expanding rivers. They took into consideration. They didn't need to use it, but look at that. They used already the AOG, the bravest fighter, and that's 2 big ultimates coming through. Of course, the Lapu Lapu is more expensive. But
yeah, the Thorn of Ruin coming in and pairing it up as well with a big feather air strike. Walkie instantly deleted. There's a full opening out. The light though steals away the turtle. The red tree working out. Macaron runs back to safety as there's still X-Trail who will run back too. What a chaotic fight happening out here as Silencer wants to try and survive. And look at that. Kingstar just trying to chase him down. That's a funny cat and mouse chase.
Look at she's just so fast. Look at her with a rapid boost as well. What if she gets wind off her? You know, full movement with build, like great dragon spear as well. You know, you're gonna run from like one side of the map to the other in 3 seconds. But look at Kingstar. He's gonna try to catch Pancrat. He doesn't manage to get a taunt on him. But look at that in the top lane. The Lapu Lapu did indeed manage to get a turtle objective from Macaron. He didn't want to use that retribution for some reason. I mean, he was getting contested, but look at Silencer getting poked out. Alice is there to try to support. Fredrin did invade the Hayabusa. He managed to teleport away, but the level difference is already showing. It's 25% more, or at least even maybe 40% in the favor of Hayabusa. He's 1 level ahead and like 1/4 of a bar there.
And the fun fact is Macaron still hasn't cleared out his own orange buff. Now, as much as you can say that it's fine, he's just giving a rotation up top, he is losing out on that farm. The later he picks that up, the later it spawns again. But Pancrat, he needs to run back to safety. But guess what? There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Kingstar soaking up all that damage. Jackpots are in the lead.
4-man rotation towards the bot side. Malfurion did not get an assist, but still, just the presence of her being there stopped Macaron from going in. I mean, I don't think she was spotted, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's so scary to, you know, go in a bush and you know there's an even lane team. You know, as a Fredrin or as anything, you're gonna get extremely. We saw that in game number 3, if I'm not mistaken, Origami. He had 3 holy crystals. No, that was game one. Game 1.
Game 1, 3 holy crystals.
It was a crazy game. I mean, he sold 8 items that game. You know, it's wow.
Oh,
Walking.
Pancrat. He needs to survive, but guess what? He's got nowhere to survive again. Getting caught twice in that bottom lane. Not something you'd want to see from the gold laner of Minerva Fury in this situation. But guess what? The fight still continues. Raging Slash is available for Light though. Not really committing for that as the Land Shaker misses out on Macaron, who wants to move back in. Taunt perfect. Not enough though. It's still just Kingstar. Next trail. He's showing why he's there in this lineup. Kingstar runs back to safety. Macaron opened up as with the Diamond Force. It is King who's trying to zone all of them, but that's the big problem. Sensei lands in with the bombardment. The turtle will be stolen again. That's the 3rd seal, and another Raging Slash as Pancrat wants to run for the 3rd time in his base. But guess what? He'll be sent back, packing in a coffin.
What a strong performance going from Jackpots. A 900 gold lead, increased by 1.2 thousand gold in just a few mere seconds. Of course, Silencer off camera, he did get 1 turret, but he got killed as well by the Hayabusa. Not a worthwhile trade in my opinion, but man, Zintril, they cannot do anything. He's gonna get poked out. Lapu Lapu.
Wow, I had no clue why Extrail was standing there. Realizing Malfurion has got the range advantage, he should have just
aura farming. He's aura farming.
He just lost aura in that moment though, but right now Macaron wants to try and fight some for his own aura. At least gets the red tree on point on his own buff.
Wow, a bit of shit coming from Scary Bear. I mean, then the Natalia really isn't showing, you know, her plays yet. So I think it was just maybe a hot call, I guess. I think Natalia's gonna work right here, guys. I'm gonna pick her, and it doesn't work that great, you know. But still, it's, you know, you have to try. Because at the end of the day, if you win at the game, you're gonna think, man, what if I had Natalia this game? What if it was gonna be easier? And the bot lane, Waki, gets punished a little bit. But he has the clones to get away. Bot lane, Macaron is there. Lapu is coming on the way. Natalia is gonna get forced out of positioning. But
OG! Big one coming in. The taunt as well lands it perfectly. He needs to run back to safety, but guess what? There's still King. You can survive from the chrono dashes, but you can't survive through the synchro vision, the feathered air strike. But guess what? You're all out open in mid. The nice Thorn of Ruin in the backline, but Kingstar with the revitalize was just able to survive through all of that. Extrail will be bursted down. 5 men, a bit too strong for the Abyssal Queen to sustain.
So much fighting coming in from Minerva Fury, and they're so far behind. Yes, you have to force a fight, but I think you're forcing a little bit too much. Just going one after another, just getting punished. You don't have enough actual front line to do anything. I mean, yes, you have the Fredrin, yes, you have the Alice, but Fredrin is still a bit squishy in the early game. You have the Impure Rage type of build. You don't have that full tankiness express. And
oh my god.
Walkie! He gets countered. He just went outside the, you know, the wall, the bird, and that's it. That's it. No more clone on you. Lighter is in the bush, getting a vision a little bit. King is out there melting the Lord. Walkie is there on his help. But what can they do here? What can Minerva Fury do to maybe try to turn it around? Imagine, Pancras from the base, he shoots one, deaths another, and he gets the Lord. I mean, right there I quit. But,
Man, the amount of Delulus that you are in is actually insane. Gilbert would say otherwise.
Gilbert cannot speak that much. He's very shy on camera. He said he's
off camera.
I mean, right now yes, but when he asked me to put him in the corner so he can be seen because he has fans already out there. I feel, but he's he's a little shy boy. He's not that he's still young. He's pretty young. He's a young protege of mine. I've been teaching him how to play Beleric a little bit. Florian as well. Look at Lido getting poked out, in and out. King is there to try to get that turret down.
Macaron is going to be troubled up. Instantly uses up the retribution. The backline opened up. The Walkie cannot go in, and it doesn't need to. They instantly take down Macaron out. This man could not run back to safety. The Feathered Airstrike used up preemptively. You don't have anything for the Lord now. AOG in the background. The Pancras wants to rush back to safety, but they cannot survive through the Lunge Taker. Had to use up the Flicker to maybe sustain some of that. The inhibitor taken out, and there we go. That is Walkie with the Hatake Kakashi play. Man is absolutely fast as the crystal is open, and Pancras can do nothing but play his violin in the fountain. It is Jackpots winning against Minerva Fury.
Incredible game coming from both teams, but Jackpots was the better of the bunch, and they managed to take the game by storm, just allowing them to punish so much, just fighting for sometimes no reason, trying to go one after another, just giving Jackpots a reason to keep going harder and harder. But I mean, look at Walkie. Every single objective stolen.
One of the time it was not even Walkie. It was Laito.
It was Laito, Absolute cinema.
It is indeed an absolute cinema, right? A big question mark on Macaron with not being able to use that Retri point 3 times. And one time it was not even contested with another Retribution. So that's again a big question mark coming in. And Laito, we talk about this man. He also gets the MVP of this game. 3-0-7 on that Lapu Lapu.
I mean, I told you the dominant size is so handy now. There's so much actual defense coming through from that item. It's out of this world. With the Warrocks as well, fully rushed just to get that extra healing, cooldown reduction, HP as well. It's the best XP item. I mean, even on jungle, on Fanny or Hayabusa, these types of hero, Lancelot, they're so strong because of this item, but the most damage dealt coming from Malfurion. 50 or 100,000 in such a short amount of time. The wall, of course, literally just going in and tanking with Alice, that passive coming in handy, and assists, of course, in the hands of Kingsta, the roaming goat of EU. And Walkie, the best farmer out here, 166-7 goal, 6-7.
Oh my god, just missing out by 2 out here. Fun fact out that I just got the information of, Walkie is the 59th global Hayabusa right now. So that man is pushing the Hayabusa, and you could clearly see that in his gameplay as well. I'd have to say it was pretty impressive. He was pretty fast as well. And considering how Throwboy was playing his own Hayabusa, he was getting caught a lot. Walkie, against a similar kind of lineup, was still able to survive through a lot of it. Considering that Silencer also had the silence in his kit, he was not able to catch on to this Hayabusa. All in all, Zakota, I still feel that instead of a Natalia, a Kalia would have been a much better choice.
I mean, a Kalia, they could have picked a Grok even earlier. I mean, just give the Alice up. It's, it's a good hero, yes, but like the Lapu Lapu is so much better, so much more versatile. You have him on gold, you have him on XP, he's gonna be fine. He's so tanky, he does so much damage as well. He has CC immunity, he has, just a ton of survivability as well. And the Frederian could have gotten a little bit more of an opener, because the Alice went in, but she's so slow on her ultimate, the Thorn. I mean, like, what can you do? You're so slow, you have to charge it up first, and you have to flicker, you have to teleport in. You have to do this with Lapu Lapu, you just go in, no setup required.
Yeah. He himself sets himself up for the success. Wow. I said himself multiple times in that one. The amount of time he lands in the raging slashes.
He
It's one of the
multiply.
biggest. It's one of the biggest things out here, man. With the Lapu Lapu, you can engage, you can disengage. You've got a full sustain in your own kit. It works out wonderfully well. And also, the Eve is going to get heavily contested in most of these games now, considering the success rate with an Eve. The teams, they're just absolutely enjoying it. You can abuse the fact that you can spam the Void Crystal from such a far away range, and you also have a ton of damage thanks to the Glowing Wand and the Wishing Lantern. So that constant burn chunks you down, is really good for poking the tanky heroes like the Fredrin in the jungle. I'm really loving how teams are adapting to all of that. But, man, Jackpots made this one a very easy sailing for them, didn't they?
I mean, 11-minute game, 21 seconds. I think the fastest games of today, no? I mean, you casted the previous, 31 minutes first game. I think the second one was 15 or 16 minutes.
17.
The last one, 17 minutes. Damn. Been a long day, scared. But it was, again, a pretty... I think it was just a draft. I think the draft coming from Minerva Fury was a little bit weaker.
Yeah.
Yes, Natalia can work here, but you have to play it perfectly, like picture perfectly. With the Kale, you can make mistakes. Just pick up the Hayabusa and throw him to the wall. What's he gonna do? You catch the Hayabusa, the Ferdinand is there, the Alice is there, the Farsa is there to burst him down. You can pick up the Heart, you can pick up the Lapu Lapu, the Eve as well even. I mean, you can argue Kalea right now is one of the best pick of rumors because she is. She is the only viable one besides Cho. But Cho you see more on gold right now than on Rome or XP. Cho gold, my gold.
I mean, we're not going to talk about the Cho'Gath. It's fine. I'd rather sit here and talk to Gilbert while not receiving any answer. Well, that Cho'Gath is again a big thing, right? I don't really understand the idea behind that. You don't really have enough damage. Yes, as much as you would want to go for those setups, Cho in the gold lane is pretty confusing to me. But guess what? One thing that's absolutely not confusing is going to be the answers we'll receive from Walkie, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a long time since this man has been here. Walkie, welcome back, my man. How are you doing?
I'm very good, guys. How about...
Having fun, man. Having fun. We're enjoying it. Specifically watching you play Hayabusa, global top 60 Hayabusa out here. You were flexing on them, weren't you?
What you say? I don't understand the question.
You're global 59 Hayabusa right now, right? If I'm not wrong, you've been pushing the Hayabusa rank.
Yeah.
It at a point in game, it literally felt like you were flexing on them.
I mean, the higher pick was very good in this game, and I didn't do so well on the first 2/30s, but I think, yeah, I have a team for that.
All right. I mean, you were facing the Minerva Fury. It was the Natalia on the other side. What was your first reaction after seeing that Natalia roam?
I thought like, okay, not the roam. First 5 minutes hard, and then after he's not gonna do anything to us. Like this useless hero. I don't know why they're picking it or they try it. It only works against normal enemies, I would say. But like against us, you need to prepare a better draft, in my opinion.
All right, Zakota, he's all yours.
Man, Walkie, on some of your streams, you said that you're gonna be playing more of the tank junglers, but we've been seeing you on the assassins. When are you gonna start Fredrin of yours or the Baxia?
We're gonna see it in the playoffs because right now it's best of ones, and best of ones I don't want to give, but like, I promised my viewers I won't lose a single game in this search.
I mean,
all right,
guys, you and Minerva, with Memento Mori, you have been, having a little bit of a beef. But how do you feel? You played with Noel before in a team, if I'm not mistaken. You were the gold laner, and he was your jungler. How do you feel about playing maybe versus him tomorrow?
I don't mind. I'm ready against anybody, and my team will smash anybody, and we win everybody. What should I say? Because I changed my lineup for a reason, right? And right now you see all the strongest players in one team, so who's gonna stop us?
Who knows? Memento Mori is looking strong, but a question off topic about the first match. Did you watch the first match where Origami played? What do you think about that match? The very first match of the tournament today.
I think like Aka played very bad because they had all inhibitors and they supposed to win. And Origami team got the Chu. And for me, Chu pick is useless. I don't know. It's just the way they play, and throw the game away. Like,
What if Kingstar picks
Yeah.
a Cho?
maybe this will happen. Let's see.
Inksacho is crazy. You guys don't know about it, but
I
all-
agree.
all the objectives were stolen. None of the objectives were taken by the side of Minerva Fury. Laito got the second turtle, you stole the first turtle and the third one. Do you think
Well,
maybe...
I didn't expect that Light gonna flicker there and steal the 30, the second 30. It was pretty good. And like if you lose with tank jungle in the first 30, the game is already over. So I don't see any point to pick that Fredrin there if you don't win early game. And you must win early game with tank jungle.
Also about the draft, in the very first half, the Lancer was open. How come you guys didn't go for it? You opted to leave it out to get banned. Lancer, I think, is the best jungler right now, one of the best assassin junglers.
Yes, I agree. But there are better picks what we prio and what's better for our team. Because like let's look, I have many options what I can pick, you know. They cannot ban second phase 3 for junglers, right? Only two bans. So what they gonna ban? And it's not gonna change anything what they ban, in my opinion. As long as I play assassin, all good.
All right. That's absolutely fair. And there's one more last thing before we actually let you go, Walkie. You've got King in the gold lane instead of Pelmetronio, and a lot of people out there will argue that Pelmetronio is one of the best gold laners out. So what led to him stepping away from the team, right? We asked the same question to him as well in the interview. He mentioned a few things. I wanted to know your side of the story as well.
In my opinion, like, if King is not better, why did I took him in my team? Simple answer is that if my Furion is not better than Damsky, why I take my Furion over him? You know, like, you need to think about it, because when you decide something, you don't just do it like because, you know, I like them more. It's, yeah, of course I like them more. Both are my friends. I have better connection with my Furion, but in my opinion, like, in my team, every lane is strong. Our mid trio is very strong, our XP is strong, our gold lane is strong. So whatever happened, like, we prepared, and I would be really grateful if I can play tomorrow against them. So I proved myself already. I don't want to wait until playoffs. You know, everyone can talk,
Alright.
everyone can talk, but I want to show it. And my team is not here for talking.
And I mean, to be honest, it's clearly being showcased out there. Jackpots is one of the best teams out in terms of the performance when it comes in. This was legitimately the tiebreaker between you and Minerva Fury, and you're finally winning it out. But, Walkie, it was an absolute pleasure to be here with you on this interview desk as well. It was super fun to watch you. Before we let you go away, any message for your fans or anything that you want to say to the audience or anyone out there?
Go support my team, Jackpots, and just watch us how we gonna get top 1. And
Looking forward to it.
I'm proud of my team. I want to see King with Pelmetronio. Pelmetronio gonna lose very hard against my team, and that's my message.
Okay. Big words out there, and hoping that you and your team would also be able to stand onto that one. Walkie, it was super fun. Thank you so much for hopping in. Good luck for your future games.
Can I?
If you wanted to say something, you can still say. Everyone can listen.
Yeah, can I say?
Go ahead.
Just be patient, guys. Be patient.
All right. We're looking forward to
see
it.
you. Have a good
Perfect.
cast.
Thank you so much, Walkie. Yeah.
Yes, that's all I say. See you.
All right. See ya, Walkie. See ya. Thank you. Holy smokes, my man really always hops in, gives us a lot of content, a lot of clips for the clippers as well to clip it out, and then just hops away like that. He's legitimately one of the best players out there whenever it comes to talking on those interviews, Akota.
I mean, indeed, he's a really fun person, but as he said on the next upcoming match, I mean, I have something, a secret. I've seen Team Mambusi prepare for this game. I've seen the scrims. I was in the voice chat watching them, and they're looking mighty strong today. I mean, I've seen some pretty strong picks, some secret picks. I'm not saying anything. I'm not spoiling.
Okay.
But I think they stand a really strong chance against Void Kids. I mean, personal opinion, personal opinion. I agree with Woki. I think Team Bambuse is going to take this game by storm.
It's an interesting take out there because guess what? I think so I'm going to double down on that one as well. And fun fact, it seems like no rest for the wicked whatsoever, ladies and gentlemen, because we'll be hopping right away into this game as it's the dangerous grass coming in. If only this was the previous Hilda, I would have said, people, please pick Hilda. But yeah, this time around, it depends on what you want to go for. But fun facts are got out here. I'm actually going to I will concur with you on this one. I think Teeny Bamboozle might have a slight edge over Void Kids because last time that they played, that was yesterday, they were not looking as they clean as I thought they would be.
Scared, you forget something. Dangerous grass, snakes in the grass. Snake equals dead Zedel. It's all a conspiracy theory, but even though, as you said, that's dangerous grass, I mean, the setters, I think they're going to coming into play. I mean, they got Kacha, the Kalea, these type of heroes, even the Grok. I think the Grok is a great hero here. So many bushes to hide in, so many spots to take from. And I've seen, Sakiwi, as I like to call him nowadays, not Saki. Sakiwi, strong name, really tough. But he plays his Grok really methodically. In the early game, usually as a Grok, you freeze the waves. It's a strat as old as water. Everyone knows about it.
True.
But he does it in a selective manner. Sometimes he freezes a wave, just a specific one. Maybe he freezes XP to let it slow roll. And he lets the other two go away. Maybe he freezes just middle and gold and lets XP go away faster. It's so methodical. He thinks about this, in a grand scheme of plans, He's thinking about it deeply. But, it's only one hero. Who knows? Maybe Grok is going to get banned. Of course, the best of one series. Pick your best, play your best, because you don't have another chance later on. Who knows, Scared? Maybe. Void Kids, we're all wrong. Void Kids, new lineup with Yang in that mid lane. A pretty strong player. But, I mean, I don't know about RM. I don't really feel he's that much of a competitive XP laner. I mean, you've seen a little bit more about him on the other day. So what can you say about the new XP laner? Of course, my lobby got replaced, and RM is now here.
I think so. There's some big shoes that RM needs to fill right now because let's be honest, the expectations for this man are absolutely skyrocketing. Because as soon as my lobby hopped in this lineup back all the way in the Thunder division, instantly we saw a change. Void Kids 2-0, and then at a point where we thought Void Kids would be eliminated from the Thunder division, they ended up being in the top 6. Right, and not even at the 6th spot. They were at the 5th spot, right? They could have almost got into that top 4 too. Now that is a big statement wherever it comes down for making a difference by just being present there. My lobby did that, and now RM needs to kind of do the exact same thing. Yankee as well. He's got a lot of things to do right now. You've got Zedel out here, who we saw yesterday on that Geese and Shin, one of the prime picks for him. He was not able to perform like we expected him to, or like how even he thought he'd be playing. So a lot of things that are happening here for Void Kids that are not going right. I think so it's going to be a difficult one for them.
I mean, right now with Dison Shin, it's such a hard state because he got nerfed super hard. I mean, only like 0.4 seconds of immunity is not 1 second anymore. It's so hard. No, it's 0.4 seconds.
0.4, yeah.
Instead of 1
less than
second.
half a second.
Well, yeah, less than half a second. It's people will say, yeah, that doesn't matter. You're gonna just dash in, but 1 second of CC is gonna guarantee the future of this machine because the after effects, let's say you dash away from a Gacha ult, he's gonna taunt you afterwards. If you don't react fast enough. It's so hard to play this machine in the new patch, but he's still one of the strongest junglers out here because his ult is extremely strong. You have that big AoE effect, you have a stun. On an assassin jungler marksman hybrid that does a ton of critical damage, so you don't have to build actual full damage items. You don't have to build pen, you don't have to build stuff like this. Only the hunter strike, maybe even the malefic roar if you're really, against super tanky enemies. But Isenshin is a pretty meh spot, so I can see why it's hard to play him right now. But in the bans, we're gonna see the Lancet following Chorador, Alice as well, CC Lunox Gato, leaving the Grok on the table, leaving the Fredren, leaving the Eve, leaving the Farsa, leaving the Kimi as well. I mean, it's one of the strongest picks. Yeah, Jukshin as well, Jushu.
What?
Gilbert, what do you say? Jukshin? No, Jukshin pick Gilbert.
All right. It's fine. It's still a It's still a Basha. Fair enough. One of the highest pick rates, one of the highest win rates for him as well. It's understandable why Void Kids would want to prioritize that, considering the Lance as well as the Yi Sun Shin were banned out. So you want to try and prio your jungler. Still a bit of a flex pick though, but it should be fair simple. Pick up a Jushin right here, right now. Jushin Gato has been banned out, so on a room.
Jukshin Grok, great
Oh,
pick.
Jushin Grok, fair, perfect.
I mean, right now, Xborg can work really well here. The Hayabusa as well, I was gonna say. Danzo played in the scrims, I think, out of the 4 or 5 games, I think he played it 3 times, if I'm not mistaken. So, he's ready, he's warmed up, everything is ready to rock and roll. But what will they pick on the gold? And I'm thinking, what if Tini Bambuse goes for an Xborg on gold? I mean, we've seen it a beat in relegation promotions, but into a Baksha, maybe into this heavy team composition, just a ton of HP, I think is gonna work pretty great, of course, with the new buffs on him. He's gonna do a ton of true damage, even if he doesn't activate ult fully, because if he has stacks, he's all gonna do true damage on the spins, everything, so much damage. It's so good against tanks nowadays. You just feel pain as a Freddy, and of course, with the new item changes, with the new dominant size, with the new extra effects of some of these items, like Guardian Helmet, you get so much heal back, but there is the Harit and the Kalea, both of them 100% win rate. 6 bans, 5 picks, 100% win rate. Will Xenox keep the trade going, or will he, ruin the win rate, as to say?
One of the big things now I'm looking at is what are you going to pick in mid? Because if your Basha is going in jungle, you need someone who can capitalize on the tsunami slam of Kalia in the early game. If you don't win the early game, Kalia is going to lose most of its value towards that mid to late game. We've seen that happen a lot of times. The only pick that I can think of right now is either the Farsa, since the Lunox has been banned out, and it's the next banning phase now, so Void Kids will not have an opportunity. Teeny Bamboozle can ban out the Farsa and can render this Kalia pick almost useless.
I disagree with that. They have the Kimi open, they have the Novaria open. Pretty great pick. Okay, the Farsa is gonna get banned probably because it's a really good pick against the Jukshin because of the zoning you have. But into a Hayabusa, you're gonna risk a Farsa pick. But Sake, Badang? Okay, strong warrior mentality. The Grok was still open, they're gonna ban it in the second phase, possibly. I mean, they're not gonna ban it anymore. Why not just go for the Grok to cancel the Kalea? I think it's just to push her back from jumping in, or maybe even to try to catch the Harit with the wall when it pushes Zaman's first. Maybe even to stop the Baksha. It's such a weird
It's more like,
pick.
it's a weird pick, but I think the idea is that once the Kalia picks someone in the Tsunami Slam, then you land in your wall to catch 2 or 3 people in that. You try and utilize their own ultimate against them. But that's pretty difficult to go for. You mentioned about the Kimi Farsa being banned out. So that's kind of fair. Now the only other option is a Novaria or a Valentina. I don't really see any use case of Valentina in this one right now. You don't have any proper ultimate to utilize.
Eve.
Oh, Eve, yeah, that's fair. But I don't see how with Eve you can burst down the other side instantly on the back of Tsunami Slam. I think so there's still a chance of survival.
You have the Harit, you're gonna have a burst on XP possibly. I mean, you can even, if you think about it, maybe Zeta is not gonna go Basha. He's gonna just give that to RM Bomba, just give that to the XP lane, just shove it the side, and pick an assassin burst. Even, Ling is open, one of his favorite picks. And Ling into Hayabusa works pretty nicely, of course, into Dank as well. Into Shukshin, not that great, but it works. What else could Zedel pick on jungle here? The Fanny is open, he's a pretty decent Fanny. They have the Kalia, they have most of the crouch control stuffs against the Fanny. I don't think Tini Bamboo is gonna go for a Cho on XP or even on gold.
That's not happening. Lapu Lapu, that's the only other pick I can think of right now. Could work pretty well.
Who knows?
Alert, there's also an alert available though.
We've seen a Natalia. Scared. We've seen a Natalia.
No, please, don't take that.
It's possible that anything that can happen will happen,
I got Hanabi at this point.
Hanabi is a great pick sometimes, even here I think it's gonna be great. But wait, Esmeralda is gonna be an Esmeralda, I feel. Void Kids Esmeralda? Just lock it in, RM. Make me proud, please. Lock in, you go for the Jukshin, you're gonna burst it down, you're gonna burst down the Badang, he's gonna get a shield. And whatever Nikki goes, you're just gonna counter.
I agree. That could very well be a possibility right now. Pick up an Esmeralda for the EXP lane, and that works really well into this heavy hard-hitting crowd control, or rather heavy hard-hitting stun composition. It's a Lapu though. A
Why
Lapu.
Lapu? Esmeralda would have been
Lapu and
so
a
great
Valen.
here. It works really. It's you know, even Steven straight into the Yuzhong with a shower residue. The passive is there, everything is fine. Into the Juxin, it works really great because she gets so much shield when she activates the Butterfly Goddess, you know, like so much overshield. And the Cloud, of course, Nikki did play it. As the people I was watching, of course, being saying my squad play. And they were saying, get that monkey, camp his monkey all the time, camp Dexter. Nikki was just getting away all the time, always and always. Just 1 millisecond, Nikki's there, he goes back, he teleports. View, I mean, you know, it's such a weird hero that he got, you know, better in popularity as the new items drop, because minus 75% attack speed is heavy, really heavy. Even a full build Moscow is gonna attack like no items. I mean, I tested, I tried it, I felt it. It's so it's strong. That item is really strong against attack speed.
I agree. That's one of the big questions as well now because of that Justice Pauldron. Most of the attack speeding marksmen, they're kind of rendered useless. Be it Obsidia, be it Claude, be it Moscow. It's I wouldn't exactly say entirely useless, but yeah, you could significantly see that difference. So you can't really go for those auto attacks now. You have to prioritize your target. Like, even if you're a casual rank player, you can't really play without those hero locks now. You have to prio your target just so you can be safe from all those passives out here. So it's going to be a bit more difficult for Nikki to work around with this one. But ladies and gentlemen, out here in the Land of Dawn, we'll be moving in for the 6th time this evening. The MLBB European Championship, brought to you by Surge Europe, is up, live, going, and guess what? Saki out here in the mid, almost getting bursted down in the first minute of the game.
So much damage. I thought the Yankee was gonna die at first, and I saw the HP on, you know, Sake. I mean, wow. The burst coming in from that duo on mid lane. Zeta, of course, went in with that backshot jungle. We're just hypothesizing, of course. But look at Skylove just poking out, getting the little under shutdown to not get that extra vision. Sake is gonna help Skylove clear the mid because Juxin's level 1 is pretty weak. But still, I think one of the strongest mages right now, just in zoning terms. But you know, it's a great show of how the items are gonna work on Baksha. I believe Zeta is gonna go with a new Justice Pauldron and of course the Dominance Eyes. Maybe even for the old jungler build, you know, with the Cursed Helmet type of deal.
Oh. Right now, yeah, there was a bit of a difficulty out here for the
Sake.
Hanzo, but guess what? Saki instantly taking off Isaac there. Roma battle, and the Kalia has been sent packing home. A level 4 being picked up already by ZL. So they're going to go for the counter jungling on the other part of the map, while the turtle is going to be spawned in the next 12 seconds. It's a good early game right now for Team E Bamboozle.
I mean, the meta right now is just ganking XP lane, and of course, if you have a Yuzhong with a Petrify, it's a free kill most of times if the XP laner is unattentive, or maybe even if their roams are not rotating towards the XP. The first turtle is so, you know, game-changing most of times. If you get it, you keep farming, you're gonna be in the lead for a long time, but looking in the middle lane right now, look at Karti.
Oh my god, big knockback coming in, and thanks to that wall as well, you've also got the Black Dragon form to zone them all off as the Hanzo will take the turtle, but a lovely play from Isaac, able to take Karti down out there in the open. Skylove instant for that trade with the Crimson Beacon. But man, this is Teeny Bamboos are looking pretty solid. Guess what? Down at the bottom side, Xenox can't really go in for those dashes. Doesn't have a proper cooldown reduction right now. So Nikki, just able to chunk him down a bit.
Scared. For a second on the mid lane fight, I thought the Zeta, I mean the Juxin had the flame shot spell, because I was looking at Sake, you know, with the skin. The face looks exactly like a flame shot. I was, no way he has flame shot. I was like, I was looking, I saw the Purify house. Maybe it's bugged. Then I remember, oh, he's the, you know, the golden skin. The same say golden skin. I was like, man, you know, it's so like convincing. It looks exactly like a flame shot. But looking at the top lane, Karti.
Oh, lovely stun. No! Oh, he missed out on the basic. Went on the minion, and now RM, he's going to be stunned up, taken down. An outplay coming in as Danzo picks up the kill. And he also used up his own flicker, but guess what? They want to go for the trade as well. Nikki Kichiki out here with the blazing duet, tries to survive out, cannot do anything as he's knocked up and down in hell with the Tsunami Slam.
So much was used, but look at Saki, he missed. Oh, the wall.
He missed out on the wall. That's a bit of a bummer along with the flicker too. But it's fine, at least they get those cannon minions in the hands of Skylove.
I mean, he 2 big minions and a tower in top lane. And I think they're gonna kill RM Bomba again. I mean, Kaiser? It's a strange name. I remember him when it was RM Bomba, but look at Carter, he's gonna get punished down. The Lapu Lapu is gonna get a shutdown. A bit of a greed coming through from Carter, but he did indeed push the turret before minute 5, so that's a big advantage going into Tini Bambus in the middle into the fight.
Yeah.
Isaac doesn't have the Tsunami Slam ready to rock and roll. Sake is there, Yankee is there. Who is he gonna copy? Will he get for the Butterfly Goddess, or will he maybe even get a Fist Crack combination to just stun them near a wall? We're gonna see that in a few itty-bitty seconds. But look at Tsunami Slam.
A big one on Saki as well. He gets in the wall though, but could not really land in the Fist Crack, so it's still a 5v4. You've got the Black Dragon hopping in all the way on top right now. Wants to push everyone back. Look at the zone coming in from Skylove. He's just trying to go in forward with the Crimson Beacon. Takes Isaac down. And now there's also Yankee who could be picked off though as Carty zones everyone else off. TNE Bamboozle with a man down. Turns the tides around. Nikki Kichiki. It's fine. We did not see that blazing duet.
I think the overlay got petrified as well. Just that big play coming in from the Yu Zhong stunned everything on the screen right now. But a big fight coming from Tini Bambus. Dragon just went in, cleared them out, you know. The snakes in the grass were not hiding anymore. Xenox had to back away, so did Zeta. So it's still a pretty favorable game for both of the teams. They have the Boxers, it's a bit of a slow starter, I would say. But still, it's not the end of the world. Sake went for the Thunderbolt item just to slow them down. 99% slow is still extremely crazy, especially into a Heart or even a Lapu Lapu. I mean, wow. It's a lot, but Skylove is gonna get a bit of vision going through just exposing Xenox in the top lane. Nikki is gonna clear that 3 waves on the bot lane already. Danzo is taking advantage of the 5-minute time pass, and it's just gonna help a lot. It's so helpful just farming a ton of XP for free, of free gold. I mean, there's so much, but look at that.
Oh, that could be a big pick out here. Danzo is still able to run back to safety. Oh my god! 2 flickers burnt up along with the Tsunami Slam, and Danzo still survives with just a dash.
I mean, that's the. I mean, that's just Hayabusa for you.
And there could be a pick out there.
No.
Yeah, it's fine though. He's able to save down the tower as well. And during all this time, look at the top side. Nikki has been free pushing throughout the time.
A tier 2 inhibitor, 6 minutes in, and tier 1 on the bot side. I mean, it is looking like a really good game for Team Bamboo, but in the mid lane, a few shadows land, but not that much to go for. The Tsunami Slam is not active. In a few seconds it will be. Yankee has the Black Dragon from Vel, but look at Sake.
Oh, lovely Fist Crack coming in as well as the support comes in with the blazing duet at the back line. Everyone wants to run away, but they have got no place in hell to run back to safety. A stun lands in with a Landshaker. Danzo was taking down the turret as Xenox shuts him down. And that is a big trade from the other side as they want to go in for a bit more. Skylove picks up Isaac as he's shut down as well. A back and forth trade now in a 3-for-2. But that still is in the favor of White Kids.
I mean, it's still 2000 gold favor for Team Bamboo. The turtle is going to go in advantage, so that's going to close a bit of the gap. But Nikki didn't fall. Nikki is still alive. He's still kicking. He's going to take that bot wave, that golden crab as well. It's been almost 7-8 minutes. That's gonna allow him to get so much more gold from the minion for the crab, because it gets bigger and it gets more gold inside of it by the time as well. You know, it grows it. It's a farmer. Even the crab farms itself. But right now, look at RM Kaiser. He's there. Xenox is there to try to add a bit of support, but Nikki has that BMI just ready to rock and roll. Tsunami Slam.
Another one right on top. Though Nikki Kichiki runs back for the blazing duet though, but there's no option for Saki to run back. The Zaman Force down below him, and the cross was made for him to not cross. That's the big thing out here. White Kids are finally actually winning out in those trades.
And it's still a good trade. It's still a tank only, and the marksman survived. Didn't have to use Purify, and it's still 1 second cooldown. He has it back. Notice in 60 seconds, so everything is fine and dandy. The turrets are still in advantage of Tini Bamboo. They lost only 1 turret, I mean a tier 1 on the bot side is not that much of a big deal. They didn't lose mid. However, look at the damage on the mid lane turret coming in on, Void Kids.
Yeah.
It's almost halfway gone.
That's a big thing. And now, as we have a look at the items as well. Oh,
But-
hold
oh,
on.
Conceal.
Yeah, that could be a big play right now. RM has got nowhere to run again. The wall's been taken down, but the backline is entirely open as Yankee will have to use up the Crimson Beacon to try and survive through Danzo. But guess what? Nikki has been taken down. Skylove out in the middle of everyone,
No!
separating this fight as Xenox will be picked off too, while Skylove zones everyone else. 1-for-1 trade, a gold laner for a gold laner. So it still is dead even.
Really big play coming in from the side. Oh, I mean, Void Kids. Xenox was 1 versus 3 and he survived so much and took Nikki down with him. But look at Iron Bomber. He goes in and forced to use that bravest fighter to just get a little bit of a warranty to just stay a little bit more alive. But look at mid lane turret. Isaac tries to catch down Danzo, but still not there. He has a Tsunami Slam ready to rock and roll. He caught the big fish.
Oh my
On the
goodness,
flicker.
Isaac. Yeah, he had to burn it up to go back to safety. No one was there to support him with the pick on Danzo. And guess what? With the flicker Tsunami Slam out, this becomes a free open turtle coming in for the side of Teeny Bamboozle as Danzo just plays around with his food a little bit. Knows there's no one who can stun him up instantly out there, but finally RM wants to jump in with a flicker. Landshaker coming in. He wants to try and catch both of them, but guess what? There were flickers available on the other side. Nikki hops in, gets deleted instantly as the Black Dragon pops in from the sky. Wants to catch all of them as they're all trying to run back to safety. No life inside, but guess what? His own is going to be taken away on the other side as the Tsunami Slam is on the turret instantly. Finishing off only for RM to fall to. Killing spree for Skylove. 3 items in, or rather just 2. This man is doing a lot for the team.
Down doesn't have his Ugi Shadow kill to clear that mid lane turret. He gets a Shadow in on Xenox to try to bait out the Baksha. He already suspected him, I am aware, but even so, look at that. The Xenon's force armor is gonna go down just to burst down the Lord. They're just waiting for a bit of an information. Saki is there, Isaac is there, just gonna heal a bit of that Baksha up. It's only 20,000, they're just baiting out. It's the old Lord dance coming through back again. But look at Danzo, he's gonna go on top it, try to defend, get that extra level up, maybe even hit level 13. Try to get
Lord.
And he does, but it's 5,000 HP on the Lord. Sake.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's going to be
he gets
taken. Yeah, that's the big thing. And Saki now out there in the open. He's left on an island. The dash is coming in from Xenox. I don't think so. He's got the Divine Glaive. He could not do any damage to Saki. He's got to go all the way back to safety. But that is a free Lord. And I love the timing of Void Kids on that.
I mean, still, Teeny Bambuse has advantage. They have the Cloud, they have the Hayabusa. They have this big, fast, clear, ready to rock and roll. The Hayabusa can just use his, his Ugi Shadow kill to melt down every single wave possible. But look at Isaac.
Seems to be a pick out there with the Tsunami Slam coming in as the Blazing Duet goes into the back line. They want to catch Xenox, who's pretty low in the HP. Is out open. Salmon Force used up. Nothing to be done. A double kill for Danzo. The Lord goes down in board, but they don't give a damn in hell for that. They want the passive out of the mid tower. And guess what? Maybe the life of Zeta as well.
Foreman down the top turret doesn't have the protection, but still look at that mid wave marching down. 3 seconds till the objective goes down, and they can maybe even push it down. Yankee up in 4 seconds. A ton of damage. Look at Lantern Flare.
Yeah, he's gonna be picked up though, but look at the tankiness of Zedel. That is so much. All the recalls now are going to be thrown back in the bin as the chase goes in. Zedel want to catch down Karti. The rock-up is there on a lovely dodge coming in with a Landshaker. Karti's been picked off. Void Kids answering back to Teeny Bamboozle.
Indeed, if you could take a quick look at the builds, I'm 100% sure that Zedel has that dominance ice. Never mind, he's building it right now as we speak, but he went for the first close time with Antique Warriors just to burst down, to take down the burst from Danzo. And of course, a bit of burst from that huge drunk. And of course, man, Harit did indeed go for that leather tunic just to give that extra physical defense in the early game. I was expecting him to go maybe even for a full leg, but still, it's too much gold to lose in the early game. But look at Tsunami Slam coming through, Landshaker misses.
Yeah, but the Purifier coming in as well by Skylar. That was a big one. This man knew that this Purifier is going to be the key for victory. But it is on cooldown for the next 80 seconds. Lord will be up in 45. They need this pick off. They need RM. They need to shut one person down to even the odds. But Teeny Bamboozle not getting what they wanted.
And it's 3,800 gold in advance for Dini Bambuse. They're better at team
Bottom?
fighting.
Oh,
He's fine.
Danzo? No, I
He's
don't
fine.
think so. I
He's gonna
don't
go
think
fully
so.
back. He's gonna go fully back, I think. No?
He can't. At this point, he absolutely cannot. And he's been picked off instantly. 15 seconds
to
to
load as well.
load.
Really big play coming from White Kids. I don't know if you saw that, but Isaac just went all around the map to try to catch him up. But Karti is there. He's gonna sustain a bit of damage. Sak is there to try to catch down maybe Isaac. Skylov won't have enough damage to burst him down. Nikki is there. He's gonna try to maybe go for a backdoor. They're not letting him recall yet. Yankee did notice that bot side getting pushed, so he went towards the mid lane as well. But Nikki has advantage on the Lord. 14 seconds till Danzo is up. The Hanzo God himself. But this time he's on the Hayabusa and he's not doing a really bad job at it.
The big question is what was Void Kids
Oh,
doing?
Tsunami Slam!
We have 15 seconds. There we go. Another Tsunami Slam with the Purify pops in from the other side. There we go.
Isaac.
And the Black Dragon up coming in. There's going to be a Petrify in the back line. Yankee was there. He used the Fish Crack though to survive as Nikki Gichiki still tries to get in some damage. Another stun on RM as they finally pick him off. And Siki surviving by the skin of his teeth is exactly what Teeny Bamboozle needed.
Lord gets busted down, Nikki's there, Danzo's there, Skylov is there, the zoning coming in from that beam AI is right and proper. They can't contest it. Zeta is just so far behind, he doesn't have anyone to open the map for him. Isaac is too squishy to do any of that. He was getting burst down just by the basic attack coming in from the cloud. He has the full Trinity build, he's gonna get that freeze as well just to be a little bit more tanky. Hayabusa's gonna go for the Blade of Despair, we're gonna see maybe some Blood Wings in the hands of Skylov, but I think it's a bit of a far reach. But Hunter Strike on the Yuzhong is getting a bit more popular nowadays with the new recent changes to how the itemization works, so it doesn't have to go full tanky. But look at Lapu. Lapu, he did also go for the extra penetration. I mean, I think that's a bigger mistake because Lapu has enough damage as it is because he has his enhanced ultimate form. He can use it every 14 seconds. I mean, there's no reason to go pen for it. But Kalea, on the other hand, went for the Oracle second item. I mean, it's so weird.
Interesting, I'd say. I'd just say it's interesting. And that too against Skylov, I don't think so that was really the right choice though. But on the other side, now all they need to do is sustain. Holy smokes, look at the damage! Isaac's been taken down. No Tsunami Slam to work with as the backline is open with Blazing to it. Karti gets a knock up too. Unstoppable for Skylov as everything's open, including their crystal and the backlines. It is Teeny Bamboozle sweeping the stage against Void Kids.
I mean, really strong performance coming from Teeny Bamboozle. As I said, that Claude just came into play and no one built a chassis Poltron. No one went with a new item scared. And it's meant to be really strong against anti-attack speed, anti-Trinity build Martian, because they've been so strong for a long time. And they got hit, which is huge shadow nerf, I would call it. But no one went for it. I was expecting a backshot, maybe go for a third or fourth item, just to, you know, renounce some of that attack speed damage coming from the Cloud. Of course, it's gonna slow down even his ultimate speed, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Everything gets affected. You don't really just affect the basic attacks. The ultimate is also considered as the basic attack. So yes, it gets affected as well. But it's, again, big question marks in terms of what Void Kids wanted to do in this game. I'd be honest, because Zakota, it just seemed that they were lost. And guess what? Skylov was finding those opportunities while the other side was lost. This man did not die even a single time.
Look at him. 3 times Nicky. I'm saying triple. I must be drinking the best, I think, goal in Romania. I mean, man. I remember playing a little bit with him. He is crazy good. He has really good macro mechanics and mini. I mean, like, he's so strong. I mean, on fighters, not that great, but on marksman, really great. 746 gold per minute. Most damage dealt, 66,000 damage. And the most assists is the roamer as well. He's not that greedy. He doesn't go for the kill. He gives them to Sky. Love. He's so generous. My glorious King Nicky. But
if only.
If only. You know, not that many impressive items. Of course, I was expecting the new item, Justice Ballroom, to be built, maybe even on Isaac or Zeta, just to slow down attack speed, but no one goes for it. I don't understand. It's such a strong item. Is it under the radar? people doesn't know about it. They think it's still Twilight Armor.
Let's just be honest, Akota. You and me are the nerds of this game.
You nerd? Maybe me, not nerd. But
Wow.
still, I mean, of course, I mean, yes, of course, everyone I think we're betraying the new items, but they're not really comfortable building and they don't know how to properly put them in their builds. So I kind of understand, but of course, the Dominance Eyes and Tank Junglers, I think it needs to be a first item. Keep that Cursed Helmet, don't build it. It's just negative defense down. It's -9 def. You just build a pen item if you really need that much def down. But I mean, Dominant Size gives you so much defense, so much hybrid for free. It's crazy. In the first few minutes, it gives you 80 magical and physical defense, both of them combined. And after that, it adds on as more you fight. Even the Black Ice Shield early game is a great choice of an item. Even back then, it gave so much anti-attack speed. Even it was better than main Dominance Ice.
I agree. And even right now, I'd have to say Dominance has become such a priority item. Even though they reduced 10 physical defense, but they added 40 magic on that. And who's not going to be happy on top of that, man? It's literally perfect.
Hard games.
On the other
hard
side,
games.
yeah, here's the thing. I mean, but Justice Pauldron needed to be there. It's the only counter item for a Claude on the other side. You go for Justice Pauldron. Don't even need to go for a Dominance Ice against him. Because he does not gain a lot of HP back. The DHS's lifesteal is not enough once you're there in those fights.
The Blade Armor is also counter to Claude, but Zeta got it extremely late. RM didn't have it. I think the Justice Pauldron was just a great choice. Of course, Zedel is gonna go. I mean, Zedel actually, yes. Is gonna go and try to face front Nicky's damage. Even, I mean, of course, I think everyone knows it. The more people that are in Cloudal, the less damage it does to everyone. So I think it's just better if you went for the Justice Pauldron, because he's gonna get attacked either way. Dexter maybe is gonna attack him. So it's gonna be just that anti-attack speed item is crazy strong. A bit of slowdown matters a lot. I mean, just try it out in Creation Camp or maybe in, you know, a classic game in even in a public rank. So you just get an idea of how the items feel like.
That's the big thing, right? I still feel that there's a lot of depth that needs to be reached by Void Kids in terms of understanding how this new meta works. So that's going to be something they'd be working on. Teeny Bamboozle on the other side, though, going in with some of their comfort picks, Hayabusa, Claude, a pretty solid late game composition with just two front lines, Karti and Saki. It still worked out very well for them. And Isaac is just going to be cursing those purifies on Skylove and Nikki. Every time he wanted to go for a pick, he could not do anything against them because they always had the purify. And this is one of the reasons why I said, Zakota, that you need to pick up a Farsa if you're going for the Kalia, just because you have enough damage in your mid combo that you can one shot or fully burst down even the roamers on the other side if you've got the support of your junglers or even the EXP laners in those picks. So you don't need to go for the people who have got the purify. You can simply go for those front lines. It's again something that we normally saw even last time, right? If I remember, it was the Kalia of Kingsta, which was working out in such a manner, and it was so fun to watch. But on the other side of the spectrum, as we have a look at the replays coming in for this previous game, Void Kids, let's just be honest, they started things off on a pretty good note too. They were going 1-for-1. There were some nice trades, but then during this turtle fight, it seemed like everything changed. At this 4th minute mark, they lost the tier 1 on the top side too. They lost the turtle as well, and then everything just kept on falling. Nikki Ikichiki on this Claude was working overtime, constantly jumping in those fights, getting in that damage. There were moments when we thought Void Kids are eventually coming back, but this was the time where I thought that they could eventually go for the Lord. They had the numbers advantage too, but I have no clue. It just seemed like Teeny Bamboozle were able to gain their attention a little bit, and that bought enough time for Danzo to hop back in this game. And then with the Lord, it was absolutely over. There was no way Void Kids could defend that one whatsoever because everyone was diving on them. No one had anything, or rather anywhere left to go eventually. So There were a lot of problems happening in, ladies and gentlemen, but guess what? It still was a big win coming in for the side of Team E Bamboozle. We're soon gonna have at least 1 or 2 players out there have to hop on the stream so that we can have that interview. We can eventually talk to them. But overall, if you're looking at the journey, right, the first one matchup of Team E Bamboozle yesterday was not really good. They did struggle. There were certain problems that they faced. I believe it was discussed by both me and Warren as well as how it was against Revenant Order where Team E Bamboozle could have got the win, but eventually could not close that one out. It was Revenant Order snowballing into that game and stealing it all away. The draft was there, right? It was the Lunox Granger draft which came in along with the Hanzo, but I just felt like Revenant Order were a little bit better. That one game was also kind of like that epic comeback game. So those were the few things that eventually happened, and I believe finally Zagota, my man, are you back out here? Are you done talking with Gilbert and discussing your strategies behind our backs?
Yeah, I was just gonna think what to ask the next interviewee. I was just chatting with Gilbert. I didn't want to interrupt, your analysis on the game. And like he said, he has a few interesting questions about the upcoming interview. Maybe we're gonna have 2. Who knows?
Yeah, that's the thing. It could be Donzo, it could be Nikki, it could be someone else from Teeny Bamboozle. I mean, for all the people out there in the audience, you know what? Type down your predictions in the chat. We've been constantly talking about who's winning, who's not winning. We've been having our own discussions. Type down who do you think will there be for the interview. Will it be Donzo? Will it be Nikki? Who knows? If you answer correctly, you might win something. Zakota,
What if
out
it's
here, who
both?
do you want?
I think Gilbert told me it's gonna be both of them. So it's gonna be a pretty strong interview. I mean, 2 great players. You take one, I take one. I take Nick, you take Danzo.
All right, fair. For that to happen, you first have to hop back here, man. I'm really waiting for you. I'm getting lonely, but guess what? I'm not lonely. I've got my hand. It's fine. Well, here's the fun thing, ladies and gentlemen. We are finally back with Zakota and his Gilbert. How did you feel watching that previous game after such a long time? Specifically now that you have the company of Gilbert.
I feel happy. I feel really happy.
Very nice, because I feel happy as well, ladies and gentlemen. We've got, for the very first time, 2 people lined up from the side of Teeny Bamboozle. We've got Danzo, we've got Nikki. First of all, hi, both of you. How are you guys feeling? Nikki, you go first, and then Danzo.
What can I say? I was waiting for this moment for a very long time. I'm very happy, to be fair, for now. And I must show this to everyone. I hope it's still. I hope everyone likes it. Like, I couldn't stop, but I had to do it. Well, that's my idol.
Oh my
God. Well, you can go on.
All right, Danzo.
Yeah, this game, I think everyone waited for that game. Like, after I made that statement back in June, I think it was, like, some people were criticizing me, like I was trash talking Zedel without any proof, like after only 2 games, and now I just proved myself once again, and yeah, I feel really good.
That was a big one. Zagota, they're both all yours.
Also, I thought one time you're gonna throw when you're on that bot lane and he got caught out by 4 members coming in, from Void Kids. When he got caught by Asek, he caught you a lot. I mean, what did you feel at that moment? Did you think, oh no, I threw the game?
I mean, in that moment, I knew I was dead, to be honest, and I was just wanting to make it like a funny moment, like just recalling and dying right after that. And yeah, that happened. So I think I did my job really well on that one.
I mean, in the draft, I feel that I thought Saki was gonna pick the Grok. Because in scrims I watched him pick the Grok. I mean, I think it was the last stream you guys had before you came on stage. And he went the Grok. Why did he go with the Badang? Did it feel it's going to be a better pick into the Kalea to push her back a little bit and maybe try to stop her from catching Nikki or from catching you?
It's more of a comfort pick from him. And he told us before, like, his comfort picks, and then we just went by the book, I would say, and we played what we know best.
All right, fair enough. Nikki, you know that gold lane is a very competitive lane out there, considering we've got a lot of players out. King from Jackpots, we've got Pelmetronio from Metashift as well. Who is that one gold laner who you want to face against?
Oof. From Surge, I think I want to meet the most Dracaris, for sure.
Okay. And
I
why
mean,
would that
everyone
be?
is making shot. I just want to meet her finally.
All right.
And
That's
not
fair.
Dracaris, but I think the other one I want to meet, maybe Garmadon. I really like his gameplay. I just want to meet him now.
All right. I mean, I'll be looking forward to that matchup as well, if in case that eventually goes through. All right. Now, Nikki, first you, and then Danzo. Same question will go for you. What happened wrong yesterday? What were the things that did not go right for Nikki, you, in your own lane, and why did you guys end up losing that game?
I mean, we could have won that game, but we just got dominated in the early game and mid game. Like, we lost every objective. We couldn't fight it that much. But we could actually win in the late game. We could actually come back. But we just didn't defend right. Like, if you see the Oblivion game against Ake, they just defend the right way. Yeah. This could have happened yesterday too, to be fair.
All right. Danzo, are there some new funky junglers that we might see from you, right? Maybe some more Hanzo.
I can't reveal it right now.
Oh,
so
okay.
you'll have to see. You'll have to see. I have some pocket picks prepared for you.
You know what? It's an absolute cinema. I'm looking forward for it. Zakota, any last few questions?
Yeah, Nicky, I'm gonna see you on fighter gold lanes. Or I'm gonna see you on CC.
Maybe you might see a Chu, Ruby.
A Chu?
Yeah.
Strong. I like it.
It all depends, but to be fair, I still prefer to play my ADC. But I don't mind playing Chichi.
I mean, Danzo does play a bit of more, unique junglers. He has this hero pool of his comfort picks, of course, his Hayabusa, his Hanzo, his Fredrin. Are we gonna see? I mean, I've seen in the screens you picked some interesting stuff. I'm not gonna reveal them, of course. I've seen it. I've seen it firsthand. I've heard the outcome of what happens. But will we see anything different coming in from Sake? Will we see maybe new picks? As I said, the Gurok, we didn't see a lot from him. Maybe even a bit of Kalea.
Yeah, we are practicing on like every meta hero, I would say, on every role, and probably in the near future we'll see more picks. Even like from me, Lancelot, I think I don't really play him that well, but I still can manage. Yeah, Kalea, like you said, for Saki. Yeah, picks that weren't really comfortable, like I would say, for us as of last week. But for now, we practice a lot more on new picks, and yeah, you will probably see them.
Perfect. Now, boys, we've reached the end of the interview, and we've got this one ritual where we always ask you guys if you've got any message for your fans or for anyone out there. Nikki, I know that you did it already, but if there's anything else that you want to say to anyone, now is the time.
Can I go first?
All right, Danzo, you go first.
So like everyone, I think everyone expects this from me. Like Zeta is still my pet, guys. I kiss you all.
Nikki, go ahead now. I'm not saying anything after that.
Just go and follow Zedel. I mean, you have to watch him, Danzo's pet. And that's all I have to say. Maybe next time, Zedel. Good luck.
Oh my god. All right, boys. All right. It's getting pretty fiery out in here. We've got to put some extinguishers on. All right, good plays, man. It was super fun. Teeny Bamboozle, Nikki, Danzo, it was super fun to watch you guys. I wish you all the very best for your future games. Man,
thank you.
They just went away. All right, man. See you guys next time. Good luck. My goodness.
Really nice guys coming from Team Bambusa. I mean, they did put a performance up to standards. Zedel is my pet, tough statement, really correct. I mean, he showed it. Zedel didn't play bad, but he still lost at the end of the day. He still lost. That's the one,
My goodness, bro. My goodness, that's all I'll have to say. But Guess what, people? After all of that, we might really need to take a small break just so we can have the refills of the water so that we can keep the environment calm out here. It's looking pretty fiery, and the next match is even more fiery. It's Honor taking on Renta. We'll catch you guys after this one. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back to today's game day. Second after the first, of course, well, logically. Tomorrow will be the third one, but this day is not yet to its end, because still, we have 2 more matches in front of us. I welcome you, Zakota. Well, you should actually be welcoming me, since you were over here with Scared. What a lovely games you had over there. We can quickly go over it, Void Kits and Jackpots. I got glimpses of that, but if you can just like reflect on how it went down for me.
Complete stomps. Jackpots completely annihilated Minerva Fury. Same with Void Kids. It was a bit of a close call in the later stage of the game, but still, Tini Bambuse just took everything completely by... I think, you know, if you asked Gilbert, he would tell you, but you're a new gen, you don't know who Gilbert is. You had to be told who Gilbert is, you had to understand. But the upcoming match is going to be Honor versus Renta, the invitees, the wild cards of the tournament. And then it's going to be Fake Time versus Revenant Order. But, you know, Warren, who do you have for winning the upcoming game? Honor versus Renta.
That's super hard to say, honestly, because both of them were matched against some of the strongest teams. But based upon what we saw today, the game you casted where Minerva Fury were beaten over by Jackpots, I think if we take this power ranking into consideration, that should mean that Honor should storm Renta, if the power ranking would work this way. But of course, Minerva Fury looked super good against Renta, and the same could have been said for Jackpots towards Honor. So really hard to judge. But yeah, as you were saying, it was definitely a very dominant show of force from Jackpots. I think it really kind of settled down with them, where they had 2 new players, but today they felt completely renewed. They felt so much more confident and so much more coordinated than yesterday. But let's refocus on what we have in front of us, and that's of course Renta against Honor. It's going to be an interesting one, definitely. Even though I said that the match of today was already, of course, it was Memento Mori against their opponents. It was one for the ages. It was a blast. Of course, against Glitchko, right? Still, this one should be super interesting as well. So I hope you are not sleeping over there, because right now in my place it's around 10 p.m. What time you have over at your place, Zakota?
11.
Damn. Okay.
I'm
You
working
feeling tired?
Yes, I've been up since 6 in the morning. But, you know, and I think I noticed it's Honor is a Georgian full squad, Renta is a full Polish squad, so, you know, it's a clash of countries. Of course, Ake is again a Polish team, and we seen them earlier today, and they had an amazing performance, of course. Bit of a misfortune, 5 Lords were in big long game, you know everything about it. I think you're gonna dream about it tonight, but first, let's get a bit into the ban phase. We're gonna see the Angela getting banned out by Honor, then the Bakshan Arrow goes out the door, Zhuxin is not out, Sisi is not out. Few interesting picks. We've seen Zane. He did really good on Isun Shin on the first time we've seen him.
That's true. That's true. He had nice performance. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't just quite enough. Though Zhuxin makes a lot of sense, but Angela ban, I'm quite surprised by that. I feel like Honor might be a little bit too deep in the latest patch, or you know what I mean? Maybe they got mixed up in the patch before, because I don't know about the Angela ban, since from what we saw from the teams, they don't feel that she's such a high prio as she used to be.
I mean, Angela can still work in an annoying team composition with a tank meta jungler back on the way. Frederick and Angela is still a viable combination. Of course, you can put her on the mid lane, you can have a Harit on the gold, and it's a mismatch combination. You have the damage coming from the Harit, the support coming in from the Angela, and you have an additional roamer on top of that. It's a pretty strong combination, but again, I agree with you, it's not a pretty good ban. I would ban a Grok, I'll ban a Galatacha, even a Lancelot, something along the lines, but still, Renta is going to get the first pick as they banned the Kimi, the last ban out. Will they go for the Lancelot locking? Will they go for maybe even a Lapu Lapu? Alice is left up on the table. I mean, the people from Honor, the XP laner is a pretty strong, if I'm not mistaken, Alice player. We've seen Michael in a bit of a few weird niche picks. We've seen him on the Ixia, didn't perform that well, of course. Really hard game, really hard team to play against. But why would they lock in the Dragon? Okay.
Well, he is
Sure.
definitely one of the most contested picks. As we see, 5 bans, 4 picks. This will be the 5th pick for himself. So let's see if he will up the win rates or lower the win rates.
I think, personally, Honor, I think is going to take the game by storm, but still, I have faith in Renta. They're pretty strong as well. I like how Zane plays jungle, but he really lacks a lot of the support coming in from the roam. That's what I feel from watching. But still, it's too early to tell. Of course, Asmodeus and Frisky are not next up on the chopping block. The Freddy is open. The Gatot is open. There are so many picks. The Lancer, the Hayabusa, the Yisun Shin. There are so many great picks. I mean, hey, you could go to Alice, but the Alice gets countered by the Yuzhong, so it's a pretty nifty pick. But they're gonna go look in the Grok and the Alice. 0 win rate, 5 picks, 3 bans. Wow.
Yeah, the Alice isn't really working out for the teams. One time she was matched against Tamus, so that was completely unplayable. Right now, Renta cannot do the same stuff that the team that used Tamus very successfully against Alice did. So right now they have the Yuzong matchup, but as you said, it's a decent matchup. Alice is more annoying towards the heroes that don't really have sustain on that XP. For example, Feveus is really annoyed through her. For example, Lapu Lapu before Vorax is really annoyed by her, but Yuzong has no such issue. He doesn't care. And honestly, if you put it into isolated 1v1, he is the stronger hero. And then when it comes to teamfights, honestly, he is once again the stronger hero. So right now it feels like Honor are kind of just picking the shorter stick purposefully, it looks like, for no apparent reason. I would really like Lapu Lapu more if you see a Yuzong over here.
I mean, theoretically, you could go for the Alice jungle, but it's still a really bad pick as it doesn't have that much clear as a Yisun Shin or Lancelot or Frederick. You don't have that much impact to the game because you're so reliant on your ultimate to do anything. Frederick, you have the S3, you have the S2, you have the S1, row cooldown, the ultimate, the press right is every 20 seconds, you're just fine. With Alice, it's so risky, you have that, ultimate, that big area effect so late, and if you miss it, you don't have a flicker to reposition yourself. It's such a risky pick. However, when it's the Farsa getting picked up, this is already telling us that the Eve is gonna go away. Most of the mages are gonna get banned out. Of course, we already know the jungler of Renta. Maybe, hey, I mean, personally, from what I've seen in scrims, what I experienced in games, Yuzhong completely destroys an Alice on XP. He has the Petrify, he has that, Furious Dive, he has so much damage skills. The Shard is due, of course. And in the meta right now, most junglers rotate for the XP lane. And when you have a Yuzhong with a Petrify and a Furious Dive, a knock-up effect, that's just a free kill in the early game. I mean, if you don't gank the XP and you have a Yuzhong, you're trolling. I think that's the biggest troll as a jungler. I mean, hey, you live and you learn. I also did it a few times. I didn't gank my XP. I got yelled at. I understood. You have to keep evolving, moving forward. But we're going to see that Lunox is getting banned out. One of the strongest mages right now in the current meta because Twilight Armor got removed. And I feel, that's making her popularity go up and up. But Warren, what do you think is going to be the next ban?
Yeah, there's definitely up in our heads, like what Renta want to go for. Well, it comes down to what is their composition really about. It's more about a dive-in. Like they are trying to go very crazily inside of the opponent's formation. So if you look at what they are missing, they are going for Lapu. So they are possibly thinking that it's Alice jungle indeed. They are for sure going this path. So maybe you were right with Alice being jungle. Alright, Lapu now makes a lot more sense. I was looking at her like they just took the bullet, they just bit the bullet and went XP. But yeah, as we both said, it wouldn't be making that much sense. And even though she's not the best jungler, it's definitely a better place to put her because she won't be immediately threatened by Jisun Shin since he just wants to farm for the beginning of the game. He wants to get level 4, he wants to get his first item roll in. Before that, he is not really that much of a threat, right? Comparatively to some other super early game junglers that would threaten Alice. So possibly in the jungle position, she could be quite decent. And if that's the case, if that truly is the idea, well then I'm feeling like Feveus should be your other go-to for Renta to ban out, because Feveus could play decently well into Yuzong. Like, he is not winning, but he's fine, and he can threaten Yisun Shin, always get on top of him.
I disagree on the Phoveus take, because the Yisun Shin is there, he has the immunity dash, he can just escape the Phoveus demonic charge. And the Yuzhong completely destroys the Phobios on lane, of course. But right now, the thing I was thinking about, I mean, right now they cannot do it. But if they didn't pick the Grok, they could have went for the Alice roam. It's, as I like to call it, one of the demon picks, you know, like stuff, it's really cursed, like a Hellcourt roam or a Hellcourt mid. It's a demon pick. But the Alice on roam can actually do a pretty nasty job. Organized Rhino's getting banned out as well, so they're probably looking forward to going for a really just easy game on the XP. But we're gonna see the Xborg getting picked out, and this is not telling us that many stories. He can go on the goal lane, and it's gonna be a pretty decent heroes. Of course, in the Gatkacha you have the Yuzhong as well, 2 tanky heroes. And, I mean, the Eastern Sheen, you can technically burst him down, but the Frag Armor is not a tanky in there, so, you know, it's a 50-50 chance. Of course, you have the Harsa to take in account for the zoning. But what will Lesina go for? What will the mid laner be? The Eve is left open on the table. I think that's just a pretty good take, but you have the Xborg, you have the... It's a really hard choice here. Give me Eve banned, Valen banned, Nox banned, man. Really hard choice.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't know if I feel Eve is very nice pick over here, because Xborg, Super Mobile, Elise, Grok, they are all moving around quite a lot. Of course, Grok not that much, and Farsa is staying really far away. And even though we saw Eve being very successful, all right, it's on. They put it right there. They put it in the basket. Well, Zakota, you can do air high five, Bluetooth high five to Synth with your predictions, because you are right on the mark with the Eve pickup. Truly, we will be having Ruby in the gold lane. We saw this combination of Eastern Shin jungle, Ruby gold lane many times. CC is gone, so of course you go for the Ruby. And as you said, you believe that she will be matching Xborg. All right, it's quite interesting, because I'm feeling like if we are talking like matchup wise, I feel like Xborg could fare relatively well into Yuzhong, because he can stay away, and Yuzhong has trouble getting on top of him, right?
I know the Xborg completely loses lane. Yuzhong is one of the strongest laners because of the Shara that you did so much. You get a Skrill tree, you're gonna be completely fine. And the last pick was gonna be the Marty's on the XP.
All right.
Okay, that's a demon pick right there. I love it. I love this team. I love Honor. The demon Marty's pick with the Alice jungle. This is such a demon time. Of course, it's later in the night. Maybe they're not taking it straight, but Marty's got a recent buff, but I don't know. What? Maybe if the Alice went XP, the Marty's jungle, you had that extra bit of clear, you went for a Skype, you went for a full tank, but it's weird, as to say. Very weird.
Yeah, well, I guess they saw the buffs and they were like, alright, it's on. Because he didn't only get buffed in his ultimate department, but he also got his passive buff, so he has even more attack speed. Taunt coming in over on Asmodeus, but doesn't look like... Oh, Lashina already flickering. I think that was quite hasty. I think he was quite alright. Or not like perfectly alright, but I think he could have kept his flicker a little bit longer.
Better safe than sorry. I mean, it's just a flicker. It's the early game, not important. He's still level 2. I mean, it's 2 minutes to get the flicker back, so it's not that big of a deal. But in the top lane, the Martyrs did rotate towards the mid to try to maybe fight a little before the Little Wonder. Of course, the blue side got it, Renta got it. But look at Michael. He is doing a pretty nice job, but he's going to get frozen. No. Really big mistake, but look at Frisky. He's going to try to use the red buff. Doesn't manage to Zane is there. He's going to get the buff stolen. Hennes!
You got it.
My goal. I'm telling you, the Honor, the demon duo right there, Alice jungle, Marty's gold. It's a really demon pick. But right now, the Marty's is actually kind of winning the Yuzhong. He's getting outpoked, damage coming in through, you know, that Mortal Koi with that crowd control immunity and the damage reduction, just pushing the tower. Come on.
What? Honestly, like before he gets his items going, ooh, that was quite close. Nightlove had to use his flicker, but he is alive and he has more HP than Misio. First turtle will be spawning, the stun coming over on Hennies, but he goes in with flated airstrike. He doesn't care, he doesn't look left and right. He finishes off the job. Leshina is dead on the floor. Flicker no more available, of course. And Angel could be dying as well. He will be fine. Luckily, but Michael is in big trouble. He needs to pop the Firaga armor to survive. I mean, absolute. I mean his ultimate, of course, right? And it got popped. Now he cannot join the fight for the more. Big Black Dragon 4 coming over here, trying to annoy his opponents, maybe. Shmeggy is here as well. They are playing it. Lashina with big ultimate revolve manipulation, pop in on 4. Immediately cancelled though, and now everyone is retreating in Honor with a lead of 500 gold.
I mean, a really good retribution coming in from Asmodeus. A thing I was gonna say. You have a way with words, the big black dragon. Really nice way of putting things over, but I mean, it was a trade, 1-for-1. Zane, however, was so far back and just gave the space to Asmodeus, but look at Hennes.
Great reposition from Hennes, but it's not enough because Lashina had his flicker available, so he slipped out of this one.
I mean, pretty good trade, but oh my god, miss you!
That's such a close one. Does he have to execute? I guess he used it, but the thing is, he got the kill and he has Sky Piercer available, and suddenly the matchup is looking very favored towards Nightlife. What an interesting 1v1 coming from him.
I mean, right now the patch just made Marty's all the dismiss stuck a little bit more with Sky Piercer, but look at Hennes, defender airstrike coming through Angel.
Angel BKOG using it as a disengage tool, so he will be alive, but the same might not have been said for Michael. Luckily for him, we can say that now safely because he is in his base already.
And he indeed is in his base, he's gonna walk out of there. I even forgot, what is the match modifier here? Oh, Asmodeus!
Ooh, big knockout, big tectonic charge, so Lashina gets popped just like that, and this means they are not really. I wanted to speak about the turtle, but turtle 20 seconds, so there's still plenty of time for Lashina to get back on the map.
You know, I feel a little bit silly. I was thinking, man, these broken walls look a little bit weird. What's the map modifier? But even so, just Night Lovell, I mean, wow. I mean, I was expecting the Martyrs to go jungle, as I said, but still, XP doesn't do that bad against the Yuzhong. I was expecting the Yuzhong to play a little bit more aggressive, maybe even go for that Warcry emblem just to get that extra 8% damage in the early game, just to poke him out a little bit better with a third skill. But even so, Asmodeus did an amazing play on the mid lane, just knocking up Listen, I'm just pushing down, but the turtle fight is here.
Black Dragon form pop, Revolt manipulation is there. Oh, Asmodeus gets the turtle, but Frisky tries to run away. Runs away with Tectonic Charge through Flicker. Asmodeus in everyone else's boots. He is right there in their faces. Tectonic Charge initiates. Back again. Double kill for Nightlife. Triple kill. He goes for more. Does he have the reset? Can he get more? He won't be getting more, looks like. Or maybe he is sniffing. He's waiting in the bush. Won't be connecting though. Whoa, what a game from Nightlife so far, 4-0. I really have to look into Martis and maybe add him into my champ pool, because this gameplay looks hella fun.
I mean, it's a pretty fun hero, but you have to rely on the snowball effect, and Nightlife is indeed taking advantage of it. But look at Angel, he's alone, the wall is there, just a block between his teammates and him. But what can you do here, right? You have advantage, you took the mid turret down. Zane needs to farm, he goes for the XP lane already, but Asmodeus is there to counter, but look at Frisky.
Michio doesn't have his ultimate available, so that means instantly popped, and Hennes with a nice kill for himself. Oh, Zane gets popped as well. Actually, 1v2 happening on the bottom side, but you know what's the weird part? Asmodeus was 1v2ing then under their own tower.
It's a good trade, he got the jungler, but he died. I mean, you know, it's a good trade of another day. But still, it's jungler for jungler, but the Ruby got a kill. If the tower got a kill and it went to Zane, I think it would have been a bit worse. But look at Mike, look at the healing. Decimation comes through.
Ooh, that was so quick that I couldn't quite even catch that. Great execution coming from Nightlife.
Look at, boom. He went for the fort, but he didn't get it. He didn't get a maniac ready to go. Look at Frisky trying to steal up that blue buff. In the top lane, look at Michael and Nightlife. Frisky is there. He's gonna get that Tectonic Charge up and warmed, just trying to look for someone in the bottom. We're going to turtle spawning in 5 seconds. Pretty good position coming from Hennes. This, I believe, was the IESF team of Georgia. One of the best teams out there. I watched them a long time ago and they impressed me even today. But look at Frisky, is going to play a bit of the zoning game. The wall is there to lock in. Oh, Asmodeus!
Oh, Schmeggy, he got disappeared like David Copperfield, just put a magic trick on him, and just like that magic trick with Schmeggy disappearing, Honor will make this turtle disappear as well.
Indeed, he does. Asmodeus is gonna get a turtle objective. Yeah, Frisky is gonna pull that bush, that buff into the bush. I was gonna say the bush into the buff, you know. Maybe the buff is a little bit hungry, he's gonna eat the grass around. However, the BOD picked up by the Martyrs, allowing him to do an extra ton of damage, just getting a little bit more. It got changed from 100% to 130, if I'm not mistaken, so that's going to allow him to do a ton more damage. And, you know, I think there's a secret. I think Martis is bugged, but I haven't tested it, so I'm not gonna say anything about it. But back then, when Martis launched, he could do a crazy amount of ultimates in a short span. So, you know, maybe they messed up, and I think they could do it in this patch as well, because sometimes when I play Martis, I lose my ultimate instantly when I do it. But I don't know, but look at Morius. One versus
Asmodeus getting taunted up, but still it's a Liz, he should be fine. And as you have rightfully mentioned, Nightlav, he has the Blade of Despair, so this damage, oh, he has it.
I mean, 6,000 gold in advantage of Honor, 7 kill advantage right now. The Asian just got his War Axe. No, it was the Yu Zhong, actually. Misyu doesn't use that Petrify up to his advantage, but look at Nidovel. He is so far ahead. Look at his level. He is level 11. He is one level higher than Zane. And Asmodeus is the same level as the Experience. Just that advantage in the early just proved so much. Of course, Glowing One in the hands of Farsa with a Genius, just allowing her to get that extra poke with that death down. War Axe in the hands of Xborg as well, Ruby, YSS, and Yu Zhong. All three of them have it. Hunter Strike as well, just for the extra penetration. But look at Feather Airstrike.
And big initiation. Hennessy going for Angel, even though it's a roamer, doesn't matter because 20 seconds for Lord. Michael is trying to run away. Big Petrify coming from Misio as he tries to go for Frisky, who needs to use his ultimate as a defensive measure.
I mean, it's a pretty good play, but look at Morius is going to camp out Misio. He's going to try to go for Zane. The ball is out of the park in the bot lane. Nidovel is going to push that. Of course, on Martis, if you get 4 stacks, if you use your skills, you're going to get so much more damage. But look at top lane. Lesina.
Asmodeus picking off Leshina, and Leshina is right now in the grave, 5 feet under. And now Zane is forcing Hennessy away, but he himself might be the prey because Asmodeus picks him off, and Nightlife is there, ready to ramble, ready to execute everyone on side. Monster kill.
Who is there?
He has a second one, double kill. He tries to he flickered in. He goes for more. Can we catch that on the camera? No. Well, we can. But the thing is, Nightlife didn't quite connect. He got overzealous. But you know, you cannot blame the guy. He wanted to have an highlight, so he went for it.
He died off camera, guys. It's not lore accurate. He died off camera. You didn't see how it happened. You know, that's the logic. He died off camera. Of course, if he was on camera, he would have survived because he's the main character in this story. But right now, 10 kill advantage still towards Honor, which make me is there trying to clean a bit of the bushes. He's trying to cut them down with the side, trying to feed, you know, that blue buff right there, that horse or whatever it is. Maybe even give, you know, to the bear a bit of grass. But still, you know, maybe he's not that nice. Maybe he's using that side for bad purposes. Who knows? The Guardian Helmet finally picked up on the side of Honor. The Grok is gonna be such... I mean, it's the new Twilight Armor technically. If you think about it, the new Guardian Helmet is the new Twilight. But look at that fight!
Now talking about new things, Asmodeus is trying to initiate on top of everyone else. And Nightlav, that's the old things. He is picking up kills left, right and center, picking one off. Could have went for more, but didn't want to be overzealous from the last time. To not overdo it again.
Of course, greediness is the bad thing, but look at this fight cooking up already. The Lord is marching down the top lane. The inhibitor still has that shield active. Maybe if the Grok blocks the Lord and separates the minions, it's gonna allow them to push even further. But look in the mid lane. Minions are marching down. Will it get clear before it touches that shield? No, it won't. Michael is gonna get his rock armor back. Grok is there, ready to rock and roll. Come on. Do what I think you're gonna do and freeze that Lord up a little bit. Just allow it to have XP. Yes! There it is. No! It was a little bit too squishy. Renta did manage to slay out and get the Lord to use the tower ability. Asmodeus.
Oh, there's Michael Hennessy reposition. Zane killing spree for Asmodeus. Shmeggy is gone. Michael double kill. Picks off Angel and there is just...
Oh my god!
He gets executed half HP and he got popped. Just like that. Nightlav with a crazy performance and with a base distraction. Base Crystal is no more because Renta got put in the ground. And right now they will be moving down into the place where the teams with 0-2 go, unfortunately for them. And Honor, oh, what a show. And now you cannot be questioning. Well, they got invited, but so far they are the better invited team.
I mean, who knows? Maybe it was just the Martis pick, the unexpected pick, but still, as you said, Honor is the best of the bunch. The wild card has been sorted out. Honor tops it up. Renta, unfortunately, didn't meet the requirements, you know. They didn't expect the Martis pick. They didn't know how to count. I mean, the new Martis is so odd. It's not that much change, just the scaling on his skills change, and that's a really big thing. I mean, maybe he's getting a new skin, you know? I heard that Attack on Titan is coming back, you know? Top off some diamonds, save them up, maybe win some of the giveaways on here on Surge. Remember, like, subscribe, join the giveaways. Martis is coming soon, and we saw, you know, in the hands of Honor. Pretty strong. Maybe Warren, you should join some of the giveaways nowadays.
Oh, I'm joining. I'm over here on my second screen trying to fish for some answers to get some diamonds for myself so I can buy Martis, right? Since honestly, if you're a new player in MLBB, the hardest part is getting the heroes. But of course, Asmodeus, they had no problem getting the hero kills because for 1 and 13, he truly was the MVP. He was in all of the fights, and even though we were glazing Nightlife so hard, it was truly Asmodeus who was setting his team up for success. He was initiating, he was there with his ultimates, and look at that, Riches, the carry, and Wingman. He stole it all. Only thing he doesn't have is the wall. That was kind of stolen from him through Angel that took it away on his Gato.
I mean, it's to be expected. The sandbag is right there. He was just hitting Smash Revitalizing, a ton of justice. But Asmodeus, the most damage dealt. I mean, the execution were coming from Martis. He was just the damage sponge. He can be in, he can do a ton of damage. But let's take a quick look at the itemization. Nothing out of the ordinary except that, you know, the Martis is the full damage. He went for the Sea Halberd build, allowing him to execute those extra HP targets. Of course, when using ultimates, he gets a few extra HP points, so he's gonna be higher than Martis, and he's gonna get 25% more damage on him. And with the new change, Sky Piercer stacking up with Blade of Despair, just think of those numbers going up and only up. Yisun Shin did not manage to even get his Endless Battle. Maybe if you went for an early change on boots to slowness boost to try to run for Asmodeus, or maybe even try to slow down 9 level, it would have been a little bit different, but still, not much you can do when the snowball is starting to roll down and the avalanche is coming. I mean, Warren, a quick look at the damage dealt section. Lesina was the most targeted member of Team Renta, and he was still dishing out a ton.
He was indeed, but unfortunately for him, it wasn't just quite enough. Maybe part of it was the surprising Martis pick. Definitely Nightlife looked like he's super confident on that. I don't believe, maybe we will get some answers through the interview, but I don't believe it was something that he picked up first time. I believe there was some practice behind that, because he was playing, I would even dare to say flawlessly, like other than that one overzealous play for Ruby where he definitely overextended, other than that it was just clean all along.
I mean, the Martis did clean up. I mean, generally, before I joined the stream, I was talking with my team a little bit about Martis. Man, maybe if he's good and we're just, you know, saying, he's bad hero because the meta is so tanky. But if you think about it, he executes based on max HP, so it's a ton of free damage, Warren. But let's take a quick gander. Who do you think is gonna be in the interview channel?
I mean, I already see it. I already see his name.
I mean, come on now. He shouldn't have looked. You know, keep it hidden, keep it a secret. Only I'm allowed to look. Maybe, but the chat doesn't know. So, you know, just guess the wrong name, and I'm gonna guess the wrong name as well.
All right, well, I am guessing it will be Henny's, you know? Like, we need to know more about his Flicker Predator strikes.
I think Night Level, because with the Martis, the Mortal Coil was doing so much work as well. But, you know, what if it's actually someone from Renta, from the losing side for a change? We're gonna,
yeah, maybe true, right?
Yeah, we don't know, guys. You know, we definitely don't know. It's a secret for everyone. But it was an amazing series. It was a pretty fast one as well. I was expecting a little bit of a longer run between two wildcard beasts still. The draft left me surprised, of course. I was not expecting some of these heroes. Expecting the Grok, the Eastern Shit, of course. I mean, I've seen Asmodeus the other day, you know, on the Alice. So it was expected, you know, we guessed about it. But the Martis, unexpected pick.
And right now we will be getting frisky on the interview, so we can get a little bit deeper on how those tectonic charges were working out in his favor so nicely, and more about this Martis pick, of course.
Of course, I can't wait to hear from the man himself. He was there. But, you know, What do you think Gilbert thinks? Do you think
Gilbert? Yeah, I think he would be a very happy Martis enjoyer. I think he is a guy like that. All right, hello Frisky, we welcome you to the stream,
guys.
we welcome you to the interview. What a wonderful game from all of you, of course, but especially I have to give my heart to Nightlav. His performance on Martis was just insane. Of course, your performance on Grog was also very nice, but you have to tell me more. Is it something you prepared after the buffs, or is it something that was already cooking up and you were just waiting for the right moment?
It was always in, first of all, thanks. And it was always in our hero pool because he's ex-Global 1 Martis and he was always excellent on this hero. So there was always there, but this buff just made us even better with it. So we can consider it in the hero pool and we can pick it now.
All right. Absolutely, I saw the skill. It was briefing through the screen to me. Zakota, to you, what would you like to know?
I mean, Frisky, you guys went even the other day with Alice jungle. How come you guys don't play it more on the XP side? You guys prefer it on the jungle because Osmosis is more comfortable, or how does Alice work for you guys?
First of all, Asmodeus is very good on Alice, so that's one of the reasons, and he's pretty good at it, and one of the reasons is that. But second of all, we have a bit of a problem with the ping, so we can't really play like fast assassin heroes because we are from Georgia, and Georgia is not really close to the Central Europe, and we have a bit of difficulties with the ping. But that's all right. We'll managing it, and we are using our hero pool to play with it. And Alice is one of those heroes.
I mean, I have to agree, but you're playing the Grog, which is, a more ping-reliant hero. You're feeling a little bit more comfortable, and you got the hang of him. Of course, he got his rework 1 season ago. His flicker ultimate is a little bit nifty, as you know. It takes a few seconds, or 1/4 of a second or so, for you to flicker. You can't do it instantly anymore. Does that affect you a lot in your games, or you don't really, get impacted by it?
It is what it is. Like, of course, it's impactful that I have a high ping, but what can we do? And we can't really just give up Grok because it's very good hero to have, and choose us give up hero because of a bit of MS. It's like we can't do that. So we have to manage it somehow, and we are trying to play everything.
By the way, I have a hunch, and you can confirm it or decline it based on how you feel about it. But it felt like even in this game, and even in a couple of games that I played, of course they were much lower level than what we were seeing right now. But the Martis Yuzong matchup, and it looked really hard for Yuzong. Do you agree that it's definitely favored towards Martis, or you just believe it was through the skill of the player?
First of all, he night level. He's a very great user of the Yuzhong. Like, he was many times Global 1, so he knows everything about Yuzhong to play against him. So he counters him pretty well, and obviously Martis versus Yuzhong matchup is pretty good. Like, I'm not sure who really wins that, if the skill is not the factor there, but I think it was both skill, and it was somewhat of the matchup type, but I think it's more like skill than matchup.
All right, thank you. Zakota, back to you.
Frisky, you guys played against the other wild team cards. You knocked them to the lower levels. Who do you want to face in this tournament? Do you want to face the stronger teams, or do you want to go for someone more of a medium level kind of strength?
First of all, we don't really have a team to eye for, like, to play against, but we're just trying to win, and we don't really care who is the opponent. We just want to make it to the playoffs and show you guys a great match with our skills and display everything we can do, and that's it. Like, we don't have a team we want to play against. We just want to win.
All right. Well, that's all from me. So Zakota, if you want to wrap it up and leave Frisky to tell whatever he wishes on the stream, or if you have more for questions.
One more question. In the next matchup, Fake Time versus Revenant Order, who do you have for winning, Frisky?
True.
that's a pretty solid matchup. So I don't really know. Maybe Revenant. I think I'm leaning close to them, but Fake Time is a really good team as well. We've faced with them, and they were pretty great. So I'm not really sure. I would like to watch it as well.
And again, to your fans, anyone from the stream, anyone from Georgia, maybe you have some friends watching the stream. Do you have any words? Do you have, maybe they're supporting in a different way, maybe with scrims, maybe with help, with advice. Do you have anything for them to say?
First of all, thanks everyone that is supporting us, that is watching us. Thanks everybody. And I'll say it in Georgian. ყველაზე დიდი მადლობა ვინც გიყურებს მეგობრებო, ძალიან დიდი მადლობა მეგობრებო, ვინც ჩვენს სკენარი და ვინც უყურებს სტრიმებს ჩვენს გამო. კიდევ ერთხელ დიდი მადლობა. Thanks guys. Again.
I mean, it was a pleasure having you. I mean, one time I was in Georgia. I mean, don't get me wrong, I was in Tbilisi, if I'm mistaken, is the name of the capital. I think it was one of the best countries I visited with the best food. I mean, the dumplings, I don't know what they're called, but I think they were the best.
In Cali. Thanks.
I think they were one of the best. But Warren, you have some extra last words?
I mean, I wish best of luck to Frisky, and definitely thanks for the insights towards how the team is working. And honestly, I have to give you a shout out because I myself know how painful it is to play on higher ping. So big shout out to you guys that you are able to battle it out and to play with this performance that you are showing, even with the ping problems.
Thank you very much, man.
Yeah, what a story behind that! Like I would have never knew, but right now that's kind of put in a perspective on that, right? I actually have a story when once I used to play with a player that was playing on very high ping. Well, I think for Frisky and the rest of the squad, it wouldn't be according to this story. But when we brought him from his 120 ping to like 20, he was playing actually the same. So, but I believe for Frisky and the rest, they would definitely be playing even better than they are. I think that definitely would be the case. But that was kind of funny because like he didn't see a difference between 120 and 20. Was quite interesting. But what is also quite interesting is the last match of today. Am I not right, Zakota? Fake Time against Revenant Order. What can you tell me about the players? What should we be excited about? Because Frisky, he told us a little bit about the matchup. He thinks that Fake Time are a decent team. What do you think about the matchup that we will be having, Zakota?
I mean, a long time ago, before Time had a name, I played with Lager in a squad. He was my backup jungler. I was the main jungler, just my backup. So I've seen him play a little bit when I couldn't. So I know he can handle it. He has built up a team. He has built up, an ecosystem of players, his team around himself. So it's going to be pretty great. Of course, same goes for the Revenant Order. But the funny story I forgot to mention, when I was actively playing the game, like really tryharding, I go on Turkish server and I actually met a ton of these Georgian players a long time ago, and they're still playing actively. So it's nice to see old players being active. But a quick look, I mean, Revenant Order, one of the best junglers out in the game, Rap Fafnir. I mean, I have to give all my respect to him. He's an insane player. Kenshin as well on the room, Reborn Tizi. Really strong players.
True, absolutely true. I heard quite a lot about Rap Fafnir, so definitely excited about him. Already saw him play. Definitely looks like a nice addition to the rest of the squad. And also Fake Time are quite interesting team to watch because I didn't really know where to put them, right? But after yesterday's performance, they were really playing nicely. Especially Jungly again, he was performing, Garmadon as well, Lager, right? So the whole squad basically, I have really nice vibes from them. I'm feeling like they are a team that could grow quite a lot from the competition. And even though right now I don't believe like they are right now ranked amongst the strongest, I think they could eventually go up there. I just don't know if they make it during this regular season, right? But maybe in the future. But I don't want to throw it in the back. Of course, they are still a very formidable team. Just that I'm feeling like they are somewhere in the middle tier of the teams that we are having. But that's a huge compliment, actually, taking into consideration that they were the third team from their group to qualify. So honestly, I love how they grown. And actually, speaking about their group, it's super important because Glitch Code came from this group. Memento Mori came from this group as well. And all of those three teams we were able to see grow so much. So I'm super excited to see them once more. And at the same time, I was speaking about it before, Wrath of Near and the rest of Revenant Order, super exciting as well. So it should be a very nice match. Honestly, I think it could be very evenly matched in my eyes. Do you agree or disagree on that?
I mean, it's really hard to say. I think Revenant Orders is, I think, 2 tiers above Fake Time. Fake Time is still a new team on the block. Revenant Order have experience, Rapfavnir have experience with being one of the best teams in Europe. Light Cavalry, that type of deal, that type of scenario. This is basically the old Light Cavalry lineup for the people in chat, the knowers, the old generations. But, I mean, the new gen is doing a ton of work. Of course, the bans are looking pretty even. Of course, I mean, Garmadon is an insane player. I mean, he just tears into your souls and he just evaporates. That presence on goal lane is, immense. And jungle with that Alice on XP, Alo is doing an insane show. Lager as well with the jungle is always being consistent. And of course, our ambassador of the Fit Club, Georgi, I mean, pretty nice to see. But what can I say? This is going to be a really hard matchup for Fake Time because I think Rob Fafnir is going to be a complete, final boss. Same with Kriv. An insane mid lane player that's, if you let the Selena go and he's going to go lock in Selena, I think it's going to be done and over for most of the mid laners. The trading potential he can make is impeccable. I mean, this is just glazing, I would say, but you have to glaze when the glazing is correct. Kenshin also is an insane roamer. I don't know how the roamer of Fake Time is going to counter react to him. So it's going to be pretty weird, but the bans are extremely different. We're going to see the Hayabusa, Lancelot, Katotkacha, and CC Kimi, and possibly a Jukshin. They don't want to give that to Revenant Door, and Kriv is an insane mid, as I stated before.
I agree. Kriv has the decent pocket pick possibility in form of Selena, right? But we have to definitely keep in mind that even though Gorinich could be muscular everywhere, well, that's the important part, right? Like his thumps can be muscular, and if you have muscular thumps, well, then you are definitely playing better. So, if he can translate it on the Land of Dawn, I mean, that has to buff you. That has to buff you up. If you are buffed, you're definitely playing better.
I mean, who knows? Most people will disagree. If you're bigger, you have bigger fingers, or maybe you're gonna fat finger on the skills. But we keep seeing the Yu Zhong getting picked out first. The big black dragon, as you like to call it, is getting picked out left and right. But they're going to counter-react that with the Lapu Lapu and the Baxia. I mean, the Jukshin is still left up on the table. Please, 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 don't just give it away for free. Into, a Lapu Lapu, into a Baxia. She's going to define chance that free Lantern Flare, the Butterfly Lantern, you can just go away anytime. The skills on that hero is also extremely annoying. The slowdown, of course, there are so many possible things. But, I mean, Warren, right now, you could technically argue that Garmadon could maybe, go with a Lapu Lapu actually and lock it in on the goal lane. And they just go for maybe with a Bakshan, but they would need something to push towers. And I don't think they're going to have that. But look at Allen picking out that Harit and Jukshin. Dangerous combo. The perfect win rate was lost a few games ago by Xenox. Pretty sad to see, but, you lose and you win some.
True. And speaking about winning and losing, last game Yuzong lost, so the win rate went down. So let's see if Kriv and the rest of the squad can bring it back up again. Of course, the guy that will be using Yuzong is obviously Rapfafnir. So that's the guy we will be looking for. That will be having the dragon in his hands. Of course, matched up against Lapu, possibly, even though you said could be gold lane option. And actually, I would quite like it, since if you kind of think about it, Yuzong thrives when he can go for the squishy targets and kind of burst them down when they are petrified, when they are stunned up, and just burn them through the Shah residue. But if you are quite tanky, or if you have some CC immunity like Lapu does, well, then you are kind of good to go. But the question would then be, who will you put into Yuzong? I would possibly argue for Uranus, but then you might be a little bit too heavy on magic damage.
I mean, I really like that the Lunox was picked up. And what are you gonna put into the Yuzhong? I mean, the Lapu is still a great choice. You can still go for an attack speed marksman. I mean, they have the Harvard. You could argue to go for maybe the Granger, maybe even go for the Irrital to burst him down. You're gonna be fine against the Juxian as well with the Purifier or even the Sprint. You're gonna outkite the Yuzhong. The one-on could work here. There are so many possible picks. But I mean, it's still the first ban of the faces, and the further in is the first to walk out the door, followed up by that Franco. Just that means they want to go for the funny. I think Raphovner wants to lock in that funny and make it a done-for deal. It's late already. He says, I want to go to bed, and he's going to go with a funny lock-in. But Fake Time reacts to it, and they're going to ban it out. What else is there to be banned? They could ban maybe one or a Moscow. Either of these two heroes would be great as a ban. Maybe even ban out a fighter. But who?
Honestly, quite interesting to see Franco being gone. Honestly, this part of the bans are quite interesting. Other than Matilda, I mean, Fredrin, yeah, makes sense. But though, I'm not quite sure about Fanny. Do we have a big Fanny enthusiast on the side of Revenant Order? Remind me. Yeah, we do. All right, yeah, then I see the vision. But typically wouldn't be something that I would be thinking about. Right now, Zhengli is, of course, it's actually Gorinich going for the lock-in. So we will see a little bit more of the cards being shown by Fake Time. And it will be, Minotaur with a big buff coming his way. So, of course, who else to go for Mino than Gorinich himself?
I mean, the Minotaur is a pretty nice pick. It's a safe pick. Of course, you're gonna get a bit of support. The Flask of Waste is also gonna be a big help. It's gonna, reduce your skills on Lapu Lapu. We're gonna be a bit more annoying. On Baksha is gonna be extra helpful because you get that knock-up effect. You're gonna get that extra frontline, the healing. Again, there are so many possible picks here for Revenant Order. But what will they actually manage to lock in? What are the junglers that are open? Lance's ban, Haya's ban, Isun Shin ban, Fred ban, Funny ban. Are they gonna lock in maybe a... What are they gonna go actually? There's not that many great junglers left open on the table. They're gonna go for the Xborg jungle and the Grok. I was thinking for Fake Time to actually lock in the Grok, just give that Lunox a bit of a helping hand. Because, it's a given state. Grok is so strong, you can reset the buffs, you can be so annoying. But I don't know if Gornich plays Grok a lot. We've seen him on Minotaur, of course. I've seen him on some other ROMs in Scrims, but not a ton on Grok. Same with, Sake, I've seen him only once or twice on Grok. But for Gornich, I cannot speak that much. Of course, the Valentina is a pretty stable pick. You have the Lantern Flare, you have that Last Insanity, you have the Black Dragon form, you have the Tectonic Charge. You have so many great choices for them, it's depending on the situation.
True. There is many things you can choose from. Lovely said from you. Right now, when we see the compositions being locked in, they are both kind of straightforward. It's just about the team fights. Big AoEs, big ultimates on both sides. It really depends whoever engages first. Honestly, I would argue that Fake Time are better off if they let Revenant Order engage first. Because if Fake Time are able to re-engage after the fight has been started already from Revenant Order, I feel like that could be a nice approach to the game. Would you agree with that statement, or do you believe they should approach the game differently?
I mean, it all depends on how the mid trade-off is gonna go, because right now Revenant Order has the better early game with that Jukshin Grok combination. You can just put the wall behind, knock them back in the wall with the passive, the Jukshin picks them up, throws them down, all that type of scenario, abusive gameplay in the mid lane. But you have the Xborg, you have to be slow form, you have to play safe, because that frag armor is gonna get bursted down by the Valentina, bursted down by the Lunox. And right now, it's gonna be a hard matchup for her. It's same with Lunox. It's gonna be even Stevens. But look at Gornich. He's gonna fast clear that lane with Hikami, and that's what I'm talking about. Look at Kriv. She's completely abusing Grok. Is gonna stay out and try to protect for an anti-invade. Hikami is getting poked down, half HP already. Lager is gonna be there, going for the little ones where Yuzhong is coming out as well. The Petrify is ready. Warcry as well, just on top.
Oh, suddenly big first fight happening. Gorinch actually getting pushed away by Kenshin, so it won't really be happening anything. Looks like when you try to cook a rock, it doesn't really work that well.
When you try to cook a rock, I mean, the rock, if you put it under fire, is gonna explode, won't it?
Eventually, yeah.
Like so, you know, the fire is a good response, but of course the rock is on the side of Renator. Right now, Jungle is gonna play a bit of the freezing game. Gornich is gonna be in the triple bush, just awaiting for some vision, maybe even a Jung to cut, to be punished. However, he already know what the plan is cooking. Hikomi got revealed a little bit by that blue side bush. Baksha is about to get his level 4 advantage, just gonna get that 30th position, ready to rock and roll. However, Rap Fafnir is gonna be a bit of a slow farmer. Lager is already level 4 in the bottom. He's already gonna try to look for a gank. He's gonna go commit to it. Yuzhong managed to get away.
It looks like, yeah, it was indeed. Lager tried to go for it. Alan was able to luckily jump out just fast enough.
Look at Fafnir. He just has that much damage on Xborg already. It's such an early game hero that, you know, Last Insanity is gonna be such a game changer for executing turtles. Lager does not have that advantage, doesn't have that luxury. Of course, his, you know, skill 2 does 800 or so damage, but the engage coming through. Hikomi has the Groku with the charge.
Is coming on top of the face of Alan. Alan transforming into dragon form to survive. The CC immunity is there. Repfifin already popping off the last Insanity. So now it looks like Fake Time should be in the lead and free to take the turtle because all of the ultimates were used on the side of Revenant Order.
Lunox is there. Garmadon is ready to rock and roll. Reborn Dizzy didn't even move out of his lane. Maybe they're gonna try to go for a big gank on the top lane. Look at Lager rolling and rolling away. He knows that Reborn Dizzy is a little bit too selfish. The Purify is available for mana rotation towards the top lane. Lapu Lapu is alone on the ball. He's gonna take the Lizard advantage away. Kree. He's gonna try to check for bushes, but look at Kenshin.
Genshin with a face check, and now, ooh, Tectonic Charge saving him last moment. Together with that flicker, he was able to run away.
What much can you do, man? It's such a hard matchup for both of these teams. Fake Time is doing an amazing job, but so is Revenant Order. Of course, the first turn in the hands of Fake Time, they couldn't contest it, but at least they didn't lose one member. They could maybe fully committed to it, maybe lost one or two members, but they would have gotten a turtle. But still, I don't think it's going to be a fair trade. You would have lost a little bit more in the long run, of course. Garmadon rotated extremely fast with the river buff. But,
Goranage is up in there. Hinoka getting pulled away, but he will be fine. Looks like 50 seconds for next turtle. So for now, it should be chill time.
It should be a little bit of chill time. 49 seconds for the turtle. Garmadon is there. He's just going to be freezing the wave in the bot lane. The Xborg is there, just giving some vision in the mid lane. Look at Lager and Nakomi. They're just going to try to look for a peak of the Rolling Stone has begun.
Oh, big action coming their way. Goranage with nice knockup. Terrified. Creep is getting pushed to his limits. Kenshin with a big wall. Lager getting pushed away, but there is Raging Slash going on Repfifnir. But Repfifnir is quite a tanky dude right now because the double HP bar, of course, keeping him safe. But 20 seconds for Turtle, not Lord yet. But will the ultimates come back online? I'm not quite sure. I mean, Lager should have it, but the other ultimates, will they be online fast enough? That's the question.
I mean, IMU is gonna be up after the... I mean, before the next turtle, but Jungle is there, Gornichov is gonna have his... Lager won't have his for a pretty long time. Actually, the IMU is back up and ready. Kenshin is also ready with the Tectonic Charge.
Oh, Bakeland Shaker popping on Repfifnir. He needs to pop the last Insanity to survive. I believe he didn't even use it. Lager finishes off the turtle. Alan with a big play on Hinoka. I mean, Hinoka burning through the Shard residue, but he is able to survive, but just barely. There is big Terrify going on Elen. Elen gets first blooded through Lager, and now first kill goes in the hands of Fake Time as they make their lead with 1,000 gold.
I mean, what can they do right now? Revenant Order is in a pretty bad spot. 1,000 gold minus, but look at it.
Engage, going for Kenshin. Kenshin needs to flicker out, but will it be enough? He lives for now. Oh, actually, nice pull. Pulling Goranich inside. So he was almost dying. Luckily for him, he survived. And first tower, actually, no, not really. Because Reborn Tizzy was working overtime on that bottom tower, and he got it for himself.
For tower trade-off, however, it's a kill and 1,500 gold advantage for Fake Time. Turtle is up in 69 seconds, 6-7 right now. But the mid trade of Kriv is doing a pretty good job. He's not that aggressive, but at the same time, he is. Jungle is there. He has that Brave Fighter ready to rock and roll. Kenshin, Tectonic Charge.
Fighter, Land Shaker pops 2, Raging Slash. Immediately, Kenshin disappeared and Goranich takes the cake.
2-0 advantage for Fake Time. 1,666 gold, but look at the mid lane tower. It's about to fall down. Garmadon is there behind them.
Wrath of Near last Insanity popped, so now he's super squishy. Rebontis is here, but he's alone. He needs to run away.
Some people say that Garmadon is one of the upcoming stars in Europe on the Golden. I totally agree with them. He is almost one of the best Golden players in the new generation, as I like to call it, the new Surge generation. Back for we had MEC, now it's Surge. But look at this trade-off completely. 1,500 gold ahead, not that much. It's only like one turtle objective, a few waves, and some kills on top of that. But still, the turrets, and look at Lager!
Oh, Big Engage going his way. Reborn is trying to survive. He is dipping, diving, dodging, petrify on Gorenage. Gorenage is now the target. He is on the chopping block and he gets chopped up into pieces. Reborn he picks up the kill. Lager chasing for Reborn he cancels the recall as Inokami finishes him off together with Lager. So suddenly you get some kills back. And Fake Time, 2,400 in the lead, and they could be going for the turtle that's just spawning.
However, Rappovin is there, but Garmadon is ready with the Dark Ultimate. Look at that bow damage coming in, and one skill did about 600 or so HP, taking a look at health bars. But look at Crave, he finally got his glowing one. Team fight participation is in the hands of Lager. He went for that Molten Essence into Dreadnought, into Magic
Big
Rope.
pool, big engage, Landshaker into 3, Creep gets popped, now there's Kenshin, he tries to survive, Rappovin goes over the wall, double kill for Garmadon, Rappovin is still alive, will he burn, he won't burn, he survives, 2 HP left, possibly, maybe even 1, and he's still on his feet, but right now it doesn't look so hot for Reventorio, because Fake Time are firmly in the gold advantage.
2 HP is such a weird thing to say. Why 2? It's such a specific thing.
I don't know, like you know what? Like he was on 1 and then he regened that 1 HP. You know.
Just 1 bit of HP regeneration. Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
A really odd way to put it out. But still, the buff was at 1 HP for 1 second, so you know maybe that didn't regen. So how do you know that Rap of the region? But look at Grief, he's gonna get poked out, Garmadon is there. Look at Lager with the Rolling Stones going through. Man.
Yeah, I just wanted to say the tower in mid lane was also on 2 HP, but they took it.
A lot of things are on 2 HP, you know, there's 2 roamers, there's 2 junglers, but look at that fight.
True, but Grief is nowhere to be seen because only 1 mid laner is still alive. Kenshin is down as well, so only 1 roamer alive left. As Alan, Raphovnir, and Reborn TZ need to run into their own jungle because they need to be scared. Garmadon, the fairy himself, is flying over here.
I mean, there were 2 tectonic charges there as well, but still. Okay, 1 inhibitor and 1 outer turret left, that's 2. There is 2 on each lane, so that's 6 turrets in total. But there's 7 kills. Okay, my joke wasn't gonna work. I mean, it was too late already. You know, but still, right now, it's a 4,600 gold advantage towards Fake Time. It's looking like a pretty easy game, considering that Rappovnir can't do anything. His jungler of choice was banned out, his Melt out of Omni. First item was actually Brute Force for Rap. I was expecting him to go for the War Axe, maybe even going into the new item to release some of that attack speed. Maybe even going for the Guardian Helmet to just give that extra healing when he has that Frag Armor, a bit damage. But look at Lager, he's gonna go for the Invader debuff. Normal stuff, Lord is in 5 seconds. They have the look at jungle.
Alan immediately needs to jump out. Landshaker doesn't quite connect, but Jungly gets connected. He needs to save himself by ranging slashing away. Oh, gets Volt away. Kenshin, I don't think anyone is follow you, bro. You should keep safe away from Jungly, because I don't think he wants no smoke with him.
Indeed, Jungly is not afraid to rock and roll. He's gonna go in and join any party in his direction. But look at the team. Revenant Order is moving in like an actual pack of wolves, ready for the sheep to cross their paths just to slaughter them all. But still, I don't think they could kill anyone besides maybe Gornich alone. Look at Allen, forcing out a Furious Dire Raphovnir under the turret. He has been marked by IMU. Kenshin is there as well with a Tectonic Shard ready to rock and roll. Look at that poke. Just poking, ready to rock and roll. Oh!
You
Or the
know,
flicker.
Kami needed to flicker. That will be a costly flicker, I have to say, because they could have possibly been looking at an end. Honestly, right, it wasn't probably not going to happen, because there is still golden aura on the top side, on the bottom side, right, in the middle as well. But still, possibility was there. Oh, Jungle getting hold of as well, and he needs to rage slash over the wall, or around the wall, rather. Lord will be marching on, but Jungle doesn't have his ultimate available anymore, and the wave was cleared in the middle lane. I feel like Fake Time are completely missing on the Lord. On the top side, they are moving there, but it's kind of losing HP already. Quarter of HP is gone. I mean, even third, half HP is already gone. Yeah, and he's popped just like that. I feel if they don't get the tower in mid lane, alright, they will be getting the tower in mid lane. So that's nice. That's a saving grace for them. But if they weren't able to quite catch that, that could have been troublesome.
The lure charge, that's not important. The ability was used previously by another minion waves. They could have focused on that, but still, it was not enough. So they just went for a save bet and took out a mid turret. They forced out both tower ability as well. Just another presence on the map gone. Mid tower is left. They can't really leave out baby because one dev is gonna lead to a snowball effect, just gonna kill them all. Right now, the jungler gap is not that big. It's only 500 gold. Same with gold. It's only 1,001. One kill, a few waves, you're gonna be up there. However, the big thing is the roam difference is insane. Gornich is doing an insane job with the Minotaur, just slowing down, healing a ton that, you know, just so much utility coming out of a roamer, a fuel tank roamer that can build Flask of Waste, giving that extra, you know, survivability. Also, I went for the Oracle for the bigger ship. Garmadon is on the bottom side, waiting for someone, you know, setting the wolf trap. But look at how both of his teams are traveling. It's like wolf packs, you know?
I agree. But this is exactly what I was talking about. You see those muscular thumbs being put to good use. Do you know how is he able to play this well? He's buffed. That's why.
He's buffed. Maybe, but he died once, so you know. Maybe it's the fat fingers.
Yeah, maybe that was the case, right? 18 seconds for Lord. Fake Time possibly will try to close it out. I don't think they will quite be able to do that, just based upon what we saw before, right? Their coordination with the Lord wasn't really there. They didn't really slow down the waves as they would need to, so I don't feel like this next Lord will be the ending point, but it will inevitably move ourselves and advance Fake Time towards the ending, the possible ending, but they still will need to work furthermore, and I believe like 2-3 more Lords maybe, I guess.
I beg to differ. The Lord is gonna be a big play. 7,000 gold ahead, 30 minutes in. The Lunox has the Holy Crystal. She's gonna melt that Lord left and right. Not gonna be able to contest. I mean, if Hinokami gets the Grok Tectonic Charge and just try to maybe go in for an engage, maybe even the Black Dragon form, go in the backline to just annoy the hell out of the enemies, it's gonna be a better thing. However, she's just gonna go for the safe path, just getting that, you know, last insanity to just go in, go out on a safe type of note, but still, Rap Fafnir being landlocked in his base is still farming a pretty good amount. He is only 600 gold behind Jungler, and he is basically on the same level, just a few hundred XPs left.
Well, I absolutely agree that the goal lead is really strong, but if they don't coordinate well enough, then I possibly think that it will just result in one tower being taken. That was basically the idea behind it. And right now we can see that they are trying to sync it up, so this should work in their favor. This should be a little bit more useful than the push before, because right now it will be crashing bottom side, mid side, and top side at the same time. But as we can see, they are able to clear it up just fast enough. Oh, the top tower could be going down. Gornich is going for it. He's trying to secure that take. He will be able to do so. But right now, look at this. Zhangli is right in there. He has the flicker available, but can he connect the lane shaker? He's just trying to push them away. Big tectonic charge coming from Revenant Order. Half HP on the tower. Rafafnir running away. Terrified. Kenshin is dead. Killing spree for Garmadon as they try to finish the game. Double kill for Garmadon. Ellen is dead as well. Creep, Reborn is in. Rafafnir, can they defend the base? They will definitely try their best to do so. Wave is no more available in the mid lane, but on the bottom side, they there is fake Junglee. Doesn't really quite connect on Rafafnir. Rafafnir is still alive. He popped his last Insanity, of course. Immortality is still available. They try to go for the base. Grief getting pushed away. Reborn TC as well. They try to clear the wave. Rafafnir, can he finish it off? I don't think he can. Revent Order. This is the GG's for you, because Fake Time took this by storm. And honestly, what a surprise.
I don't think it's a surprise. Insane game coming in from Fake Time. The gameplay really show how they improved. They played it like it's an actual MPL level game. The best of the best. I mean, no mistakes were made, no unnecessary team fights. It was a clean game. Just completely locking in Revenant Order in their own base. I mean, the presence of Rafafnir, one of the best junglers of all time in Europe. I mean, in the new-ish generation, I mean, 3, 4, 5 seasons ago, he was the best, I feel. I think most people would agree with me. And now, you know, he got most of his heroes banned. It shows that his hero pool is pretty small, but, you know, most of the good junglers got picked or banned. So it's a really hard thing to say, but still, really good props to Fake Time. They did an amazing job. 1-9, it was the score. 9 kills is all it took for Fake Time to keep the lead going and the snowball rolling.
And this is exactly the growth I've been talking about before, and that is that I believe Fake Time can grow quite a lot, and we already see the growth in action. Hinokami getting the MVP, I honestly agree, because he was stealing those last Insanities, he was stealing those tectonic charges and using it to his advantage, making space for his team really. That was basically his job, and then going for the juicy terrifies. Richest Man, Garmadon, the carry, Hinokami, Wingman, Gorinich, who else, and the wall goes to Kenshin though. A little bit of bittersweet achievement, of course, because if you are on the receiving end and you are defeated, well, then the damage taken achievement doesn't really feel that much honorable for you, right? But now it's all about Fake Time. They took it by storm, and why I said surprising is that I believed the way we were talking about the match, and I believe the way I was seeing Revenant Order and Rafafnir as a super strong player, I was feeling like it could be a little bit more even, but the domination from Fake Time was really clean. And as you have pinpointed before, even though they didn't have that many kills, they were still 10,000 gold ahead. And even though the game possibly could have been quicker, maybe 12 minutes, 13 minutes if it's a very dominant game, this game was 16 minutes, but whole time, Fake Time was in control. They were in the driver's seat, where Revenant Order were in the trunk of the car.
A really odd way to put up, but I agree with you. But still, the game was not that far off. One bad team fight for Fake Time could mean the end of them. They were just playing it completely safe. They were not going for unnecessary fights, as I said. They played it picture perfect. I mean, I think they have one chance at a championship here. Still, Garmadon has been showing himself, he has been proving himself, he has been doing an amazing job. He is elitist on the goal lane. He has shown us fighters, he has shown us marking, he has shown us right now mages on the goal lane. I mean, what can this guy not play? Tomorrow we're gonna see Funny. Watch it.
Could be. Funny could be the action. I am just sad for Alan, because I believe he is able to show us so much more, but unluckily for him, he couldn't show us truly that much today. That can be definitely said for every member of Revenant Order. Unfortunately for them, Fake Time were in control, as we spoke about it before, and we will be soon having an interview with one of them. And right now we can take our guesses, since we both don't know who will it be, right? So do you think we will get Jungly?
No. I mean, we already know. Let's not beat around the bush. It's gonna be Lager, the jungler, the GOAT, the man himself. I mean, he played an amazing Baksha, of course. There were some slight mistakes, but I mean, it's not noticeable. It's just such minor things that, you know, it can go unnoticed. The game was flawless at the end of the day. I mean, it's 1-9. What more can you say? It's a 15-minute game, 1-9. In 15 minutes, you could ask maybe for 30 kills. You know, like, you had a 30-minute game today. Do you remember how many kills there were in Ake versus Eternal Oblivion? I think
Quite
over
a
50
lot.
kills. I think
Quite
over 50
a lot.
kills.
Yeah.
And this is half of the game, and it's only 10 kills combined from both sides. You know, so that speaks volumes to the, you know, masterpiece of the game that this was.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely it does.
But Warren, I think we're gonna have an interviewee by the name of Lager coming on soon. Do you have any questions you don't ask him that you want to tell me first before you tell him?
You will hear them, Dakota. Don't worry. Don't worry. You will both hear it. Don't worry, guys. But why do you believe that Tamus cannot be a good jungler? I think Scared would be really sad to hear that.
I mean, from experience, personally speaking, I tried him when he got reworked at the start of the season, of course, because I don't want to speak without getting my facts straight. So I always try before I talk. With a new patch, I haven't tried him, but I played against him, and he felt still really weak, and was a global 3 Tamus. But a bit less of talking about my games. Let's get Lager on the microphone to ask him some nice questions. I mean, I cannot wait. The jungler of fake time, Mr. Lager. Oh. There he is. There's the man, the myth, the legend. Lager, welcome to the stream. You are the last game today. How did you feel? You had a pretty much flawless game.
Yeah, that was just, I don't know, just Philippine gameplay.
Yeah.
Nothing comes them up and just farm and end the game.
I
What
mean,
was
Zakota
the-
even... Yeah, sorry, Zakota, continue.
What was the idea behind the draft you guys had? I mean, I understand the Minotaur pick because it's one of your roamers' main picks. But I was thinking, why don't you guys take the Grok for yourselves? Of course, you had the Valentina to copy the ultimate, but what if you went with the Lunox actually on mid?
Oh, Minotaur is good pick counter Grok because, for example, Grok ulti and Mino ulti also, with control immune, with CC immune, and that's like disengage. So that was our idea. And also we have many flex picks like Baksha, Roam or Jungle. Lunox was also first time to mid lane, but we understood that we can pick Valentina, why not? And Gamadon can also play Lunox. And Lapu can be also like flex, but that was explained.
I mean, I was thinking as well. I was thinking, yeah, draft looks good. We've seen Garmadon on XPs, on gold, or fighter goals. We've seen him on marksmans. I mean, the last thing we didn't see was mages, and now he proved alt was. If you were to rank Garmadon, you know already who the best marksman players are. Let's say the best right now is King. Second is Permetronian. Where would you put Garmadon on a top 5 list or a top 10?
I don't know, for me Gamadon is top 1. But Gamadon is cool marksman because he has a very big pool. I think nobody play fighters good now on Europe server. Maybe Urek can play good on fighters, but now meta is Granger Harriet, I think, and fighters on gold lane, and nobody play very good on this. And this is the reason for me why Garmadon is top 1.
Right, I will follow up on that question and I will ask you. We already saw Ruby from Garmadon, I believe. I think I'm on mark, right? Yesterday you were playing Ruby in Garmadon's hands, right?
Yeah.
Can we expect more interesting fighter picks? Because you said it, that he has super deep champ pool. You don't have to leak it, but just tell me, can we expect more of those fighter picks? Do you have something more ready and you think you will pull it out?
Yeah, we have another fighters in Garmadon's pool.
Alright.
We will see this, maybe. But
okay. Well, back to you, Zakota.
I mean, it was amazing talking to you, Lager, but tomorrow you guys are gonna be in, I believe, the last date this week. It's gonna be, I believe, the first 2 games, best of 1s and best of 3s. Later in the day.
we have best of 3, I think. Yeah, that's a 2-0 group with already playoff or 2-1 group.
You guys have some hard enemies in that 2-0 bracket. Who are you guys expecting? Do you have any, maybe, let's say, people you want to fight or people you're looking forward to playing against, maybe friends?
I don't know who is in upper bracket. So I think I know that Jackpots, Memento, Mori, and third team is?
Third team is let me check quick.
Meta shift it should be, right? Yeah.
Meta shift, yes, meta shift.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Metashift is our friends, also Ukrainian team. So, but for us is difficult to choose. The opponents, all of them are strong, and we need to play hard, I think, tomorrow. Don't care about our opponents. So
Honorable
Absolutely.
response. Really honorable response. Doesn't matter who it is. If it's on the chopping block, it gets cut down. Lager, do you have anything to say to your fans, people who support you, friends and family, who knows, maybe even your coach, people who supported you on this journey?
So I can say first to our coach is Ola, and he make for us very much improve for our team. And second, I wanna say support us in tomorrow games that we can finish already play in stage and going to playoff. And thank you Surge Europe for this tournament. This is a very good organization and I like this.
I mean,
Damn
if
sweet
you wanna,
words.
I mean, Lager, if you wanna say maybe some words in Ukrainian to your friends, to your fans, you're free to do so. Of course, the Georgian team did it as well, so you can also do it because, you know, of course, it's European. There are so many countries in Europe. There are so many languages, and every language is beautiful. If you have some words, maybe.
So for Ukrainian fans, I can speak Ukrainian or our language, yes.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah,
Okay.
absolutely, yeah.
Завтра, думаю, что нам предстоят тяжелые игры, потому что все три команды сильные. Не знаю, кто будет нашим оппонентом, но спасибо всем, кто болел за нас. Я знаю, что на нашем сервере сидели, смотрели, и другие тоже. Всем спасибо за поддержку и ждите нас завтра. So, that's all.
I mean,
All right.
I'm gonna guess you said some very nice words. Warren, do you have any last words?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I believe if I am tired, if we are tired, Lager has to be super tired because he was preparing the whole day and now his game went on. And even though they went through smoothly, it definitely was so much effort put into that. So I believe that will be all for me.
Yeah. Okay.
Indeed, Mr. Lager, thank you for coming for this interview. Wish you good luck tomorrow. Of course, we're going to be casting the games. We're going to be watching the games here on the team. So, I mean, good luck.
Thank you very
That's
much.
what we have to say from the Surge team as well.
Yeah,
What a
thank
nice
you.
gentleman coming in from Fake Time. Unexpected win, really good gameplay coming from Fake Time. As I said, Filipino gameplay. I agree with that statement completely, Warren. But this was the last game of today. But let's get to the brackets quickly. Go ahead, please.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So in the group of 2-0, we have, of course, Jackpots. They will be matched up against Memento Mori. Then we have Metashift against Fake Time. So the before spoken Fake Time, they have their opponents now, and it will be Metashift. So they will match against their friends. Stolen Angels against Revent Order, so kind of a throwback into Thunder Division, right? Minerva Fury against Glitch Girl. So now the clash between one of the top teams through each of the qualifications will be met. Honor against Eternal Oblivion, so they will be tested a little bit more through Eternal Oblivion. Misa Esports again, Tine Bamboozle, Revenant, sorry, not Revenant Order, Renta against Ake in the 0-2 department. What a tough spot to be in. And Omni Knights against White Kids, also at the brink of being outed from the regular season.
I mean, as a Romanian, I'm looking forward to that game. I mean, that Misa versus Tini Bambuse, that looks like a really hard game for my boys. But you know, I can't wait to see what's going to happen. Of course, in the upper bracket, Jackpots versus Memento Mori is something to look forward to. There's some beef being cooking through. I mean, Walkie spoke lightly of it. We're going to see some very, very nice games. Of course, it's going to be a best of 3 series, of course, on top lane, on top, and on bot as well. But Warren, what amazing games. A really long day today. The first game was, I think, one for history, one of the longest in the surge. But, you know, you came back, I think, get to do the honors of closing out the stream.
Lovely, thank you for that, Zakota. I hope every one of you watching back at home or anywhere where you are watching, maybe you are on a night shift and you are just kind of like, you know, watching under the table, you know, like checking out the stream. We thank you for watching. We thank you wherever you hopped on the stream, from whatever place you are at. We hope you enjoyed today's cast. Tomorrow there will be much more as well, so definitely stay tuned for that. And of course, tomorrow is not the last day of the regular season because it will still continue. But unfortunately, for 2 teams tomorrow, it's going to be bye-bye. But not for you as our viewers, because of course the regular season will continue. Zakota, thanks for casting with me today. Thanks for giving me the honors. And also thanks for the technical department team. Thanks to everyone back there who is making sure everything runs smoothly. It was me, Warren1x, together with Zakota and Scared. Before that, we hope you enjoyed today's cast once more. Definitely drop that like if you didn't, subscribe if you did not subscribe, and tomorrow, same time, 16:30, we should be hopping on. So definitely stay tuned for that, and bye-bye.